Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Heartbreaker by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. 1. Blake. It was the semen that made me do it. I quit, I announced to my boss, Mr. Castellano. This has to be a record. I'm just 47 minutes into my first day at my new job, and I'm already throwing in the towel. Sure, when I arrived at the tiny, decrepit brick building in Greenwich Village, eager to start my first day as a receptionist at the Green Sun Spa, I had an inkling that maybe this wasn't the kind of spa I'd been anticipating. The glowing neon red sign blinking the word massage kind of gave it away. The faded newsprint covering all the windows didn't help either, and the hefty guy who looked furtively over his shoulder before ducking inside was a dead giveaway. That neon red sign might as well have said rub and tug. That's how much subtlety this place had. But I grit my teeth and went inside anyway. I had to give it a chance. I'd already quit or been fired from 4 jobs since I moved to New York. This was not going to be number 5. Then I saw the semen. Look, I'm not one of those prissy girls who thinks all semen is gross. Under the right circumstances and with the right guy, a hot shot of man juice can be, well, hot. These were not those circumstances. I was just supposed to be the receptionist, which meant all I had to do was sit at the front and direct clients back to the shower area, answer the phone, and take down bookings. Easy. I could ignore what went on beyond the closed doors of the massage rooms themselves, right? The girls that worked at Green Sun, at least the ones I met in those first 45 minutes, all seemed very sweet. As long as I could pretend this was just any other receptionist job, it would be fine. Then Jasmine, one of the masseurs, got an emergency call from her kid's sitter and asked if I could tidy up her room before her next client came in. Wanting to be a good sport, I said, sure, no problem. And it wouldn't have been a problem, really, except when I walked into Jasmine's room, I saw her massage table sitting in the middle of the room. It was covered by a blue latex-like sheet, and in the middle of that sheet, the semen. The puddle was only the size of a quarter, maybe a teaspoon, but that was still too much stranger semen for me at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Too much stranger semen for any time of day, really. Which is why, right now, I'm standing in front of Mr. Castellano's messy desk in his back office, telling him that I quit. A grand total of 47 minutes into my 5th job in 6 weeks. I quit, I say again. I wish I had a uniform or at least a name tag or something, maybe a semen-soaked rag, for instance, to slam down dramatically on his desk. Instead, I stand in front of him with my arms folded and the toughest, most sour look on my face I can manage. Except with my baby face, it probably looks more petulant than powerful. You just started. Mr. Castellano's accent is a mix of snappy New York Italian and the lazy drawl of a man who prefers dollars over cents. Yeah, and I've already seen things I'm never going to be able to unsee. Like stranger semen. That was definitely not part of the job description. He spreads his hands wide. You accepted the job. Under false pretenses. Okay, false pretenses might be a bit of a stretch, but the Craigslist ad clearly said, receptionist needed for upscale Greenwich Village Spa. Though maybe I should have been clued in by the fact that the spa had no website listed, and that the contact email was BigPrick69, and that I found the job on Craigslist in the first place, come to think of it. Mr. Castellano, a.k.a. the Big Prick himself, leans back in his chair. His eyelids are heavy, but the black eyes underneath are beady and sharp. You're cute, Blake, he says, drawing out the words in a way that makes my skin crawl. Blonde hair, blue eyes, that rack. You'd make a lot more money behind the doors than in front of them. Good tippers, most of these guys, long as you don't mind a little grabby hands, that is. He grins, and it's so lecherous that I throw up in my mouth a bit. No thanks. Except there's a teeny tiny part of me that wants to ask, just how grabby are we talking about? Because, well, let's be honest here. I could really use the money. Then I remember the seaman. Nope. Non. Nein. Nicht. I like my happy endings in romance novels, not with a retired banker at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Still, that money. No. Mr. Castellano is still raking his eyes over my body, and that's my cue to leave. You might want to grab a rag and head to massage room 3, I tell him, because someone has to clean up that room, and Lord knows he's probably the one making the bulk of the money off this semi-shady endeavor. I say goodbye to Jasmine and Tiffany, their real names, I'm sure, and head out of the dingy massage parlor and out into the bright New York sunshine. I breathe in the fresh air. Fresh being a relative term, of course. For a second, I feel a vibrant sense of freedom. Then reality comes crashing back down on me. I'm back to square one. No job, no money to pay rent this month. A roommate who's probably going to start selling my belongings on Craigslist if I don't start making a financial contribution soon. I whip my phone out of my purse and hit Lucy's contact info. She answers on the second ring. Hi. She sounds very chipper. Probably because she hasn't seen any semen yet today. How's the new job going? Do you have a Craigslist account? What? No. Why, do you need to sell something? No, and I'm hoping you don't either. Lucy is laughing, and I can hear the KitchenAid mixer whirring in the background. I picture her in our tiny kitchen, measuring out ingredients for some sinful concoction. No, just wondering. The job is... I briefly consider lying, but I figure that would mean having to leave the apartment every morning in order to maintain the illusion of having a job, which seems like way too much work. I quit. What? Blake, you were so excited about this job. What happened? It wasn't quite what I was expecting. Actually, I guess in some ways you could say it was more than I was expecting. About a teaspoon more, to be precise. Well, all new jobs take some adjusting. Oh, hang on. The oven is dinging. What are you making? Lucy sighs. I'm trying to come up with a French toast casserole, but so far, they've either been too eggy or too sweet. Too sweet doesn't sound bad. No, this was bad, trust me. On the bright side, I whipped up an awesome blueberry compote that's going to go perfectly on top. Once I get the egg-to-sugar ratio sorted anyway. You'll figure it out, I assure her. Lucy is a baking blogger and goes out of her way to come up with amazing recipes and mouth-watering dishes. Being her roommate has some definite perks. I hope so. Now, tell me what happened with the job. Why'd you quit? So I tell her about Green Sun Spa and about Mr. Castellano, and about what shall heretofore only be known as the splooge incident. Lucy is stifling laughter on the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. But, oh God, that's horrifying. You're telling me. I shudder at the memory. Anyway, I'm on my way home now. I want to shower and change and possibly burn these clothes in a fire. Sounds like an appropriate response. I'll try to have this casserole done by the time you get here. That would be awesome. And Lucy? I pause, squinting up at the crosswalk sign and waiting for it to turn. About this month's rent. Don't worry about it, she says immediately. We'll figure something out. But I know you can't afford that place by yourself. I know, but we'll figure it out, Blake. Maybe you can ask your parents for another loan. Maybe. I've only been in New York for 2 months now, and I've had to ask them for a loan once already. This city is so much more expensive than I'd anticipated. I thought I had enough savings tucked away when I moved here, but I burned through it way faster than I expected. Now I have almost nothing left. It's gotten to the point where I'm actually counting my pennies, even debating trips on the subway, because that's $3 I might need for something else. And it's not like I haven't been trying. I've applied for over 200 jobs since I got to the city. I almost never get callbacks, and when I do, they're for shady gigs like the one at Green Sun Spa. The first job I found and quit was at a gold-buying shop that I'm pretty sure was a front for a money laundering business. After that, there was an unlicensed plastic surgeon who worked out of his own basement. I didn't even make it in that morning. I took one look at that sketchy reception area and noped the hell out of there. The third job was fine enough, a very famous fast food chain. But I actually got canned from that one. Just not enough happy in my meal, I guess. At least that's what the pimpled 18-year-old who fired me said. The most recent job was the best of a bad bunch, a call center out in Long Island. I lasted 4 days because I couldn't do it anymore. Besides the hellish commute, 2 hours each way. The call center specialized in debt collection. Every day, I called people who owed money and told them how much trouble they were in and how repo men were going to come and take away their things. 4 days of listening to desperate people sob into the phone was more than my soul could bear. So I quit that one too. My soul was happy, but my bank account was bereft. I know I'm not at rock bottom yet. The fact that I'm not having my own possessions repossessed, the fact that I was able to walk away from the Green Sun Spa when other women aren't so lucky, means I still have options. But that doesn't mean I'm not still worried about flaming out and letting everyone and myself down. "You still there?" Lucy asks. I blink against the bright sunlight again. Pedestrians are streaming past me on either side. I realize I almost missed the light and have been standing here like a doofus while the walk sign blinks. "Yeah, sorry," I say to Lucy as I hurried across the street before the light changes. "I really appreciate your patience. I'm going to get my shit together. I promise. I just need to—" I don't get to finish my sentence. A yellow cab careens around the corner and nearly slams right into me. I manage to jump back at the exact moment it would have hit me. I stumble and spill onto the pavement. My knees and hands hit the ground at the same time, and a throbbing, reverberating pain shoots through my entire body. The cabbie doesn't even stop. In fact, he gives me the finger. "Jesus!" I yell from my hands and knees position. "Watch where you're going, asshole!" "What happened?" Lucy squeaks. The phone skittered a foot away, but I can still hear her. "Are you okay?" I reach for the phone. I'm still trying to catch my breath. "I'm fine. I gotta go." I stand up on shaky legs and take inventory. I don't feel hurt. Not really. I think it's the surprise more than anything else. My palms are a bit scraped up, and there's a hole in the knee of my black work pants. My only work pants, I might add. Stupid New York drivers. Everyone wants to be somewhere else, and they're in a damn hurry to get there. I turn to give the driver another glare, but he's already halfway down the block. I raise one arm and give him the finger anyway, waving it high and proud. Not that he can see it, or would even care if he could. There are so many assholes in this city, it's unbelievable. This never would have happened in Connecticut. People are actually nice to each other there. No one here has even stopped to see if I'm okay. What a world. Oh God, scratch that. Maybe not. No one. Mr. Castellano comes running from across the street. "Are you okay?" He huffs when he reaches me. He's waving his phone in my face. "You know, you could sue that guy, right? I got it all right here. I videotaped the whole thing. I'm going to put this on the YouTubes." "Oh, God, please don't put it on YouTube." My eyes sting. I don't know if it's the shock of nearly getting hit by that car, or if it's just the full extent of my disastrous morning finally hitting me. But tears start to spill down my cheeks. Mr. Castellano recoils in horror. "Oh, hey, don't cry, okay? I won't put it on the YouTubes if you don't want me to, he assures me, in a tone of voice that I know means he's definitely still going to put it on the YouTubes. I don't care what you do with it, I spit. I wish I'd never moved to this stupid city. He starts to say something else, but I'm already walking away, trudging towards the subway station. I wish I could take a cab home, but that would eat too far into the last of my savings, and who knows when they're going to be replenished again. Maybe I should just take Mr. Castellano's advice and sue that guy. Hey, that's the American way, isn't it? My phone rings again, and I fumble for it in my bag. Lucy again, no doubt. I kinda hung up on her back there. I shoved the phone up against my ear. If I wanted to have 3 shots of tequila and find a guy who would fuck me in the bar bathroom at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, where would I go? New Jersey? The voice on the other end of the line says, after some hesitation. Crap, that is not Lucy. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I thought this was someone else. Obviously, I'm looking for Blake Holloway, please. Speaking. I try to sound professional, if that's still possible. Miss Holloway, my name is Georgia Turner. I'm calling from Cartwright Diamonds. Yes, I breathe. Cartwright Diamonds. I rack my brain, trying to remember if that was one of the 1,000,007 places I applied for a job recently. We received your resume, and Mr. Cartwright was very impressed. I swallow. That's great. Thank you. The job is yours if you still want it. Well, damn. I resist the urge to let out a happy squeal. I mean, I didn't even interview for this job, and they're offering it to me anyway. What are the odds of that? I still want it, I assure her. Then I twist my lips. Wait, what's the job again? Georgia is silent for a minute, and I kick myself for saying something so stupid. But she doesn't comment on my gaffe. It's the position at Cartwright Diamonds, personal assistant to Logan Cartwright. It still doesn't ring a bell, but maybe I just forgot. After sending out so many resumes, some of the places have started to blur together. After a while, it's hard to tell one soul-crushing admin job from the next. But at this point, I'm ready to say, bring on the soul-crushing. Are you still interested? Georgia says, drawing me back to the call. Of course I am. I try not to scream it into the phone, but even I can tell how crazed my voice sounds. I mean, yes, of course, thank you. Excellent news. Mr. Cartwright will be very pleased. Great, that's great. Well, great, Georgia echoes. We'll see you tomorrow. Sure thing. Then my forehead wrinkles. Wait, tomorrow? Of course, Mr. Cartwright requires someone who can start right away. That isn't a problem, is it? Of course not, I hastily assure her. I'll see you tomorrow. She gives me the address and instructions to head to the HR office when I arrive, and then I thank her another couple dozen times and end the call. As soon as I shove my phone back into my purse, I look around for someone to high-five, but everyone swims past me, blinders on, oblivious to my moment of joy. I don't care. I finally have a job, a real one. Who cares if it's one I can't even remember applying for? Maybe things are finally turning around for me.
2. Logan. I stare down at the file folders that Georgia has dropped, literally, in my lap. What the hell is this? The shipping reports, she mumbles, her words forming around the cough drop she always seems to be sucking on. Just like you requested. I scrub my hands over my face to avoid yelling at her. I already reviewed the shipping reports, I say slowly. I asked to see the vendor contracts from last month. Legal was supposed to be prepping them. She swallows. Her throat bobs so noticeably that I'm pretty sure she just sucked down that whole lozenge. For a second, I wonder if she's actually going to cry. Christ, that's all I need. Another woman tearing up in my office. I've had enough of those this year. I've tried not to be too hard on Georgia these past couple of weeks. Really, after all, this isn't her real job, nor is it the job she was hired to do. I'm sure she's fine in HR, where she normally works. Hell, she must be an all-star, because her manager, Christine, had recommended her to pinch hit while I searched for a new personal assistant. And when I first met Georgia, I had to agree with Christine. I really thought she'd be perfect for the job. She's very unlike the women I normally hire, who are, admittedly, the young and eager type, happy to climb the corporate ladder any way they can, including horizontally, if you know what I mean. Georgia, on the other hand, is old school. She's probably in her late 40s, but her short-permed hair and dowdy clothes make her look much older. My first impression of her was that she was a no-nonsense ball-buster. And what the hell? No one else has been able to hack it up here. I was willing to try something different. And look where that got me. In just 3 weeks, I've reduced Georgia to a fumbling, trembling cough drop addict. Go me, I guess. Georgia draws another cough drop from the pocket of her boucle blazer, which is about 3 sizes too big for her, and pulls at the wrapper, not quite unwrapping it, but twisting it nervously, just enough to be irritating. She stares down at the folders, as if she can't quite figure out how she managed to screw this up. "I'm sorry." Her words come out in a wavering whisper. I can tell she's terrified that I'm going to fire her, and with good reason. I've gone through 10 assistants in the last year. 10. I hadn't realized it was quite that many, until Christine pointed it out to me. 10 women have stood in this office just like Georgia, and all 10 of them have been shown the door. I shove the shipping report folders back to Georgia. "Just get me the vendor contracts," I sigh, trying not to snap at her. "Yes, sir," she gushes. She shoves the cough drop back into her pocket, reaches for the folders, and somehow manages to send a half-drank cup of coffee sailing off the desk. Her face turns scarlet, and she's already stammering out an apology. My jaw clenches as I try to keep my voice level. Don't apologize. Just fix it. I manage not to yell, but I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice either. Is it really that hard to find a good assistant? While Georgia mops up the spilled coffee, I turn back to my laptop. Over 100 new unread emails, and that's just for the last hour. I normally have my assistant take a first crack at prioritizing these, but I don't trust Georgia to know her ass from an urgent email. I scan my inbox, and seeing one from my buddy Tyler, I click that open first. I frown as I read it. I'd expected it to be about our monthly racquetball game, but instead it's a resume. I skim through the email. His fiancée's sister or something. Something looking for a job. I sigh again. It's shaping up to be that kind of day already. Georgia finishes up with the coffee and stands, holding a wad of soggy napkins. "I'm really sorry," she says, apologizing again. "I'll be right back with the shipping reports." I make a strangled noise. "The vendor contracts?" Her face reddens again. "Right, of course, I knew that." I doubt that. I don't say anything, though. Instead, I hit the forward button on Tyler's email. "Georgia, I'm sending you an email. Can you print the attached resume and add it to the stack of files that need to be reviewed tonight?" Yes, I can do that." She seems happy to have a concrete task to do. Let's just hope she doesn't screw this one up, too. She scurries out of my office, but a second later, the door swings open again. "What is it this time?" I groan. "Bad time?" I look up, and my frown eases. "Ed, great to see you. Come on in." I'm pleasantly surprised, though a bit wary, to see Ed Warren, one of Cartwright Diamond's most esteemed board members, standing at my door. Ed's been on the board since my father was at the helm of the company, and he's been somewhat of a mentor to me since I took over. I normally relish the time I spend with him. No one knows New York politics and business like Ed. That said, he's also not one to stop by for casual visits. I know if he's here, it's because there's something on his mind. Ed strolls into my office. The man is in his mid-70s, but he looks 20 years younger. He's what they would have called dapper back in the day, and even now, he's something of a lady killer in the senior set. Despite the lines in his face, he's got a full head of silver hair, and there's no denying the man dresses to impress. Today he's got on a deep blue jacket, a gold vest, and brown brogues so shiny I can practically see his wrinkled old balls reflected in them. He slides into the leather chair across from my desk and lets out a huff of breath that's something between a sigh and a groan. I study the weathered lines in his face, the thin set of his lips. Ed's been a family friend for years, as far back as I can remember. He's only got one son of his own, some dipshit entertainment lawyer out of L.A., so Ed's alone here in the city. I try to look out for him, make sure he's still going strong. I dread the day that I'm going to have to call his son, tell him his pops needs more care. Thankfully, it doesn't look like that's going to be any time soon. Despite his age, Ed's blue eyes are clear, alert, and sharp as hell. And now they're focused right on me. "What can I do for you, Ed?" I lean back in my chair. "Well, you can get me a drink, for starters." I chuckle. "Macallan? Is there anything else worth drinking?" Macallan was my grandfather's drink, and my father's drink. Now it's mine, too. I get up and pour us each a thumb's worth of scotch into a couple of crystal tumblers. I hand Ed his glass and watch to see if his hand trembles as he reaches for it. Steady as a rock. He takes a sip as I sit and lets out a satisfied sigh. Liquid gold. I'll drink to that. I raise my glass slightly. We sit in silence for a minute, savoring the scotch. I decide to let him talk first. After all, he's here for a reason. Eventually, he'll come out with it. And sure enough, after another slow sip, he sets his glass down on my desk. "Heard you're looking for another assistant." I nod slowly. "I am." "Any reason for that?" I shrug. "Things didn't work out with the last one." "And the one before that?" Ed is eyeing me shrewdly, and I take another swallow of scotch while I think. Exactly how much has he heard? I know the people on the board like to gossip like snowbirds at a Florida retirement community, but I've tried to keep my indiscretions, discreet. "It's a high-turnover job," I say simply. "Lots of stress, demanding hours. Not everyone can keep up." He nods, taking another drink from his glass. "See, Logan, here's the thing. The board is concerned with the, high turnover, as you say." "The board is? Or Kellerman is?" "Ray Kellerman is another long-standing member of the board, but unlike Ed, he has no loyalty to me, to my family, or to this company. His only allegiance is to the almighty dollar. I like profits as much as the next guy, probably more so. But Kellerman takes it to a truly disturbing level. He'd throw his own mother under a bus if he thought he could sue the city and get a settlement out of it." Ed sighs, fingering the etched lines in the crystal glass. "Ray brought it up initially," he says finally, "but the board sees his point. It looks bad for the company, Logan. Like it or not, you're somewhat of a public figure. Your reputation is starting to be a problem." "My reputation?" I sputter. "I think my reputation is unimpeachable. Look how far I've taken this business." Ed sighs. "I'm talking about your reputation with the fairer sex." I grumble something that I'd prefer Ed not to hear. Has the board forgotten that I'm the one who closed the deal with the Lahore Mining Company? The one everyone said couldn't be done? Ed doesn't say anything, but I'm just getting started. Have they forgotten that I've increased the company's profits by over 200% in the last 5 years? Have they forgotten that we're now the largest diamond company on the planet? Not just in the country, Ed. The entire fucking world. That's my reputation right there. Logan, no one has forgotten about those things. There's a note of kindness in his voice that sounds almost fatherly. It's probably about the only thing that could get me to snap my mouth shut right now. But I do indeed. Everyone agrees you've done remarkable things for this company, that your father would be extremely proud of what you've achieved. My throat tightens at the mention of my father. I don't say anything. But, Ed continues, that doesn't excuse the rest of your behavior. The reality is, the board feels you've become a liability. How long do you think it's going to be before one of these young ladies decides to sue? Or worse, take it straight to the press. This is the Harvey Weinstein era, Logan. You have to think about how this looks. I sputter at the comparison. Look, I may have slept with a couple of assistants, but every single one of them wanted to be there. Ed holds up his hand. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but I doubt they wanted to be fired afterwards either. So how long before one of them wises up and figures out that the best way to get revenge is to use what happened against you? Hell hath no fury and all that. I clench my hands into fists. Anger is coursing through me. Not anger at Ed. I get that he's just the messenger. But anger at the board. I know this is just Ray stirring up shit. He's been out for me ever since I refused to pursue a relationship with the Zimbabwe government. Cartwright Diamonds hasn't sold a conflict diamond in over 20 years, and we never will again. Not on my watch. But Kellerman looks at the abuses in Zimbabwe and countries like it and just sees dollar signs, which makes him a despicable human being in my eyes. I say so to Ed, but he just shrugs. Is this Ray stirring the pot with the shit stick? Of course. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a point, Logan. I fold my arms. Well, he can go fuck himself. Ed chuckles. I'm sure he would if he could. That actually almost earns a half grin from me. Ed's expression softens. Look, I came here today because I like you, Logan. You know my feelings for you and your family. I know you've had some hard times in the past, but you've done extraordinary things. I want to see you continue to do so. I bristle at his mention of my hard times, the understatement of the century, but I have no desire to bring Laura's name into this, not into a conversation about banging my assistants. I push the thought of her far away, something that I've gotten alarmingly good at doing. I come here as a friend, Ed says, man to man. You need to hire a male assistant. A male assistant? I ask, incredulous, as if this idea had never occurred to me. Actually, I guess it hadn't. Why would I want a man lumbering in and out of my office when I could have a pretty young thing in a short skirt, flouncing around and bringing me coffee? Ed clears his throat. The expression on his face is one of a man who's doing something he really wishes he didn't have to do. It's not a suggestion, Logan. This is serious. One more toe out of line and Ray is going to take action. I sneer. And what exactly does that mean? He's going to walk. Let him. He's got a third of the board with him. If he walks, they will too. You know as well as I do that losing that many board members will be a huge blow to the company. It would be a public relations nightmare, especially if word gets out why he left. The fists I've been clenching fly out, knocking my tumbler of scotch off the desk, spilling right in the same place as the coffee had. But I barely notice. I'm out of my chair, coming around the desk and pacing angrily. He can't do that! He can't. This is my family's company. The one thing I have in my life to hold on to. The only thing I want to hold on to. He can, Logan, and you know it. He knows it. That's why I'm telling you, hire a male assistant, someone who isn't going to offer any temptation. Keep it clean, at least for now. Ray's probably going to retire in another year anyway. I'm still pacing around the large office. Ed's eyes follow me, but he doesn't get out of his seat. I want to punch something, preferably Kellerman. We've had our disagreements in the past, but this is a bridge too far. I'll have him removed from the board. No, even better. I'll have him killed. As if Ed can read my mind, he shakes his head. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear today, but I came to you as a friend, out of the respect I have for you and your family, and I strongly encourage you to heed my advice. The reality of Ed's words slowly sink in. He's right. If Ray walks, and especially if he really does take a third of the board with him, the company would take a hit I'm not sure we could recover from. In business, the appearance of stability is everything. As soon as investors start getting nervous, they start selling off shares. And once the downward spiral starts, it's hard to stop. This business is everything to me. It was everything to my grandfather when he started it in the 1940s. And it was everything to my father for as long as he was alive. It's my family's legacy. It's everything. So if that means I have to give up the skirts swishing through my office, then surely that's a small price to pay. Finally, I nod. I slump back into my chair. I'm still angry, but some of the fight has left me. Ed's right. Hell, maybe this is even for the best. 10 female assistants this year, and not one could keep up with me. Maybe having a guy around here is what I need. Sure, I'll miss the eye candy, but I can get plenty of that outside of the office. Fine. I nod again at Ed. I'll have HR discreetly pull some resumes. We can't exactly advertise the position as male only. That's a sexism scandal we definitely don't need. Already done. Ed taps the side of his nose. I had Christine put together a list of contenders. The resumes are with Georgia. She'll bring them to you when you're ready to review them. I don't mention that Georgia is just as likely to bring me a stack of the shipping reports again, instead of the resumes. Her incompetence isn't his problem. Instead, I just nod. I'll review them, I promise him. And you'll keep things clean around here? With a male assistant? I shake my head. Absolutely. Ed chuckles. You know what I mean, Logan. I do, and I will. I give him my word. After I see Ed out, with promises to join him for dinner sometime this month, I stop at George's desk. I understand you have a stack of resumes for me, I say. Yes, right here. She hands me a pile of file folders. I stare at them in incredulity. These are the shipping reports. Oh, God, I knew that. Sorry, here. She hands me another pile, and this time they actually do appear to be resumes, so I take them into my office and close the door. I flip through the stapled pages, one resume at a time. The names, work histories, and so-called special skills start to blur together. They're all impressive, and any one of these men would probably be fine, but I make myself flip through all of them. When I get to the last one, I scan it. Blake Holloway, former executive assistant to the CEO of a flower shop. Interesting. Wonder if he's gay. I skim the cover letter and find that he's recently relocated from Connecticut. That could be good, actually. Might not have too much of a social life here yet, which means he won't complain about the long hours. I flip once more through the stack of resumes, but it's Blake's that I come back to, and Blake's that I take back out to Georgia. Offer him the job, I tell her. I want him to start tomorrow. Yes, sir, she says, pushing her glasses back up her nose and taking the resume out of my hands. Right away, sir. I nod and return to my office. Let's see how this goes. My first male assistant. Should be interesting.
3. Blake. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. I squint at the time on my phone. 8 o'clock already. I fly out of bed and toss the phone aside. My stupid alarm didn't go off. Again. I should have set up a backup alarm. I should have set 3. I flail around the room, trying to find my clothes. I jam my toe against the nightstand and hop on one foot into the bathroom. Fuckity fuck. I don't have time for a shower, so I spray in some dry shampoo and then tie my long blonde hair back into a braid. I yank on the royal blue dress I'd planned to wear today. Now that my only black pants have a hole in the knee, it's the only thing I have that's halfway appropriate for an office. Paired with the ivory blazer Lucy is lending me, it should work okay. Thank God I planned that out last night, because otherwise I might have shown up for my first day in a pair of leggings and my pajama shirt. I add shop for work clothes to my list of things to do this weekend. I rush out into the living room, hoping to see Lucy's encouraging smile. But her bedroom door is still closed. She'd offered to make me her famous good luck pancakes this morning, but I had stupidly told her not to bother getting up. Now I wish I'd accepted. It'd be nice to see a friendly face this morning. Instead, I head directly downstairs and hurry off to the subway station. It's likely for the best anyway. With the kind of luck I'm having lately, I probably would have found myself with syrup all down the front of my dress, and maybe pancake batter in my hair too for good measure. When the train comes, I climb on, surprised to find it reasonably empty. I'd expected the rush hour train into Manhattan to be packed, but there's actually room to maneuver. Maybe my luck is turning. I grab onto a pole and settle in for the ride. As the door slide closed, I mentally pat myself on the back. At this rate, I'll make it downtown with plenty of time to spare. My smugness ends abruptly when the next stop is announced. I let out a strangled scream, and a man in a gray suit raises his eyebrows at me. "Is this the train to Manhattan?" I ask, even though I already know the answer. My stomach twists into a knot. "Sorry, sweetheart. Right train, wrong direction." "No." My voice is a whimper, but Gray Suit just gives me a lecherous grin. I stumble my way toward the doors. I'm still not used to balancing on these moving trains, never mind in the 3-inch heels I'm wearing. I clutch the pole closest to the doors and stand poised, ready to hop off the second they open. I can't believe I got on the wrong train. Again. This is the 5th or 6th time I've done that lately. I had no idea before I moved here that I was so directionally challenged. There's something about being in the underground that messes with my sense of direction. As soon as the train comes to a stop, I'm shoving my way out the doors. This time, I get lucky and am able to hop on another train going in the opposite direction almost right away. I ask about 6 people this time to make sure I am, indeed, heading towards Manhattan, and I watch the stops count down like a hawk, as if at any moment the train might decide to take a completely different route. I don't breathe normally until I'm climbing the stairs from the underground and emerging onto the bustling sidewalk of Wall Street. I take one brief moment to appreciate the fact that I'm in downtown Manhattan, about to start my first real job. No sobbing loan delinquents, no sketchy plastic surgeons, and best of all, no semen puddles. Cartwright Diamonds is the kind of place I dreamed of working when I moved to New York. Someplace busy and prestigious, where I could wear smart little suits and maybe even have an expense account. I could finally be a real grown-up, just like my sisters, instead of living at home with my parents and puttering away as an assistant in their flower shop. I glance down at my phone and do a little hop and a skip when I realize I made it downtown with 10 minutes to spare. That means I even have time to grab a coffee. And a muffin, I decide, as my stomach growls. For the second time, I regret turning down Lucy's offer of pancakes. I find a coffee shop just a couple of buildings down from the Cartwright Diamonds offices. It's busy, but I guess that's not surprising for this time of day. I get in line and keep an eye on my phone as I inch closer to the counter. By the time I actually place my order, I'm cutting it hella close. I grab my coffee, black with 4 sweeteners, and my muffin, lemon poppy seed, and hightail it at a full run over to the address Georgia had given me yesterday. My heels clack against the pavement, and I say a silent prayer that I don't break one. That seems to be exactly the kind of luck I'd have right now. But I make it to the office with my shoes intact. I ride the elevator up to the 27th floor where I'd been told to report to HR. I burst out of the elevator in a breathless whirl of sweat and coffee. And 10 minutes late. Very professional, Blake, I chide myself. Way to make a first impression. Georgia meets me at the entrance to the HR department. She doesn't acknowledge my lateness, or my disheveled appearance, for which I'm grateful, especially since she seems so no-nonsense. She is one of those tight spiral perms that was popular in the 80s and wears a frumpy skirt that hits mid-calf. The smell of menthol drifts off her as we cross the HR offices to her cubicle. She moves quickly on her sensible shoes, and I have to scurry to keep up. Oh dear, she mutters as we approach a cubicle in the far end of the office. There's a handmade banner tacked to the gray fabric walls. I read, "Congratulations, you survived," written in red and blue Sharpie, before she yanks the whole thing down and stuffs it into her desk drawer. "Ignore that," she tuts. "Now, have a seat. I just need you to sign a few documents." I sit in the faded peach guest chair across from her. We go through the paperwork quickly. She makes a copy of my ID and my banking info. And then she extends one meaty hand out to me. "Welcome to Cartwright Diamonds." A little thrill runs through me. This is really happening. "I'll show you upstairs," Georgia says, and I follow her back out to the floor's main lobby. "What's he like?" I ask softly, once we're ensconced in the elevator. My nerves are starting to get to me. Every floor we go up brings me closer to my new reality. Georgia laughs. It's a high-pitched, slightly deranged sound. "Mr. Cartwright." She purses her lips over what appears to be a cough drop. "He's tough." Oh, my stomach sinks. I'm not sure what I was expecting. He's the best boss ever. He's known for giving his employees bonuses for no reason at all. How tough? Georgia just laughs that same maniacal laugh. My stomach sinks further. I clutch my coffee in my unopened muffin bag. I force myself to breathe, but when the elevator doors ping open on the 30th floor, another nervous wave washes over me. "Here we are," she says, tromping out into the lobby area. We pass an empty reception desk and then an open office with a half-dozen desks, where she tells me all the executive staff work. Finally, we come to a stop in front of a huge glassed-in office. Even from here in the hallway, I can see the spectacular view of the Empire State Building, the richness of everything in the office. "Shoot," Georgia says, though she's got that gassy smile again. "He's not in yet. Do you mind waiting here on your own? He should be arriving any minute, and he's expecting you." "No problem at all." I wave her off, even though part of me really wants her to stay, and maybe hold my hand and tell me it's going to be okay, that I'm going to be fine. But I suppose asking for a pep talk from my HR rep isn't the best first-day move. Besides, her weird behavior is actually making me more anxious. But as if she can sense my nerves, Georgia smiles. For the first time, it seems somewhat genuine. She stuffs both her hands into the pocket of her jacket. "You're going to do fine," she says confidently. "And if not, well, at least you won't be the first person to be devoured by the lion." "What does that mean?" I ask, nerves clawing their way up into my throat. But Georgia is already giving me a cheerful wave and heading back towards the elevators. "Great," I mutter once she's out of earshot. I peer again into the office in front of me, trying to imagine the man who sits in that huge black leather executive chair, behind that beautiful mahogany desk. How bad can this be?
Can I help you?
The strong voice comes from behind me, and I spin around, completely and utterly unprepared for the gorgeous man standing in front of me. Oh, who am I kidding? A week of studying wouldn't have prepared me for this level of gorgeousness. Blue eyes, dark blonde hair, a layer of scruff that's somewhere between a beard and stubble, but that still manages to look neat and elegant. It covers a jaw that's so perfectly formed, it might as well have been carved from stone. But besides the gorgeousness, he's also intimidating as hell. Because he's tall, at least a foot taller than me, I estimate, but given that I'm only 5'2", that's not hard. It's not just the height either. It's the broadness of his shoulders, the way his chest seems to stretch the expensive fabric of his suit. Like, underneath, he's nothing but solid muscle. He's staring at me expectantly, and I realize he must have asked me a question, but I can't quite bring myself to form a response. I think I managed to swallow, maybe blink a few times.
You must be the new muffin girl, he says.
His face doesn't quite lighten, but it unclenches slightly. The what? Good. At least I've managed to make words come out of my mouth. They might not be the most articulate words, but I'm taking this as a win. Instead of answering, he grabs the cafe bag out of my hand. He reaches in, pulls out the muffin, and takes a big bite. Then he has the nerve to wrinkle his nose.
I told them no poppy seed. It sticks in my teeth.
Before I can answer, he grabs the coffee out of my other hand and takes a long swallow, then spits.
Jesus! What the hell is this? Did you dump 10 sugars in here?
4, I say indignantly. Because that's how I like it. And this is my breakfast. I pluck the muffin back out of his hands. He sputters in confusion, a look that would almost be endearing if my heart wasn't racing so fast right now.
But aren't you the muffin girl?
I don't know what that is, but no. I pluck my coffee back out of his hand, too. Then I hold my shoulders back, making myself as tall as I can, which isn't really all that tall, even with my heels. I'm Blake Holloway, the new personal assistant to Logan Cartwright.
Oh. Fuck no.
My confidence wavers. Not exactly the response I was expecting, but I force myself to stand up to him. Sorry, but... fuck yes.
No, I mean, fuck no.
He pushes open the door to Mr. Cartwright's office and walks inside. I follow him in. Saying it with emphasis doesn't make it any more true, I point out. I was hired yesterday. Today's my first day. The gorgeous man in front of me yanks back that black executive chair and sinks into it. And it's at that moment that I realize exactly who I'm talking to. A wave of nausea threatens to topple me off my heels. You're Mr. Cartwright, aren't you?
I am. What did you say your name is?
Blake. Blake Holloway. He mouths the words back to me. Even without giving sound to it, the shape of my name on his lips make my stomach roll in a way that has nothing to do with nervousness. He slumps backwards against his chair. His blue eyes are piercing into me, and I feel ridiculous standing there clutching my coffee and the muffin he took a bite out of. The moment stretches between us, until my feet are starting to ache inside the stilettos I stupidly decided to wear today.
Well, this isn't going to work, he says finally. I'm sorry for the confusion, but you can go.
Wait, what? The words tumble out of my mouth before I can stop them.
I said you can go.
He looks at me as if I'm made out of stupid. But I was just hired.
That was a mistake.
I signed the paperwork. You can't just ask me to leave.
Funny,
he says, cracking open his laptop and turning away from me.
Because I just did.
You can't, I say again. I don't know what's giving me the courage to argue with him.
Maybe it's the fact that this is my first real job. I haven't seen even a drop of semen yet. And I can't bear to have it ripped away from me so quickly and unceremoniously. I've officially been hired by Cartwright Diamonds. If you want me to leave, you're going to have to formally terminate me, and you have to pay me for coming in here today. I have no idea if that last part is true, but it's enough to get Mr. Cartwright to turn his attention back to me. I'm not sure if that's better or worse, because now that those piercing blue eyes are on me again, even the soles of my feet are sweating. He steeples his hands together. He still hasn't smiled, but there's a glint of something in his eyes now. "Fine," he says finally, and a tiny inner part of me cheers. "I'm still firing you, but you're right, we'll pay you for today. But in that case, I expect you to do a full day's work." "I have no problem working," I say indignantly. Does he think I'm trying to cheat them somehow? I wanted this job, and I came here to work. Good. He gets out of the chair and strides towards the door. I watch him as he crosses the gleaming floor, taking in the way his muscles flex under the dark suit. Georgia was right when she called him a lion. He's a caged animal, a beast in an Armani jacket. He leaves the office and is halfway down the hall before I realize I'm supposed to be following him. I scurry to catch up, trying not to spill my coffee as I go. I turn a corner and come crashing into the solid wall of his back. He turns, once again unleashing that icy gaze upon me. His whole body seems to have stiffened at the accidental contact, and he folds his arms across his chest. I get the distinct feeling that he's trying to make me feel uncomfortable. I stand my ground, trying to act casual by taking a bite of my muffin while he stares at me. Finally, he shakes his head and turns back to the room in front of him. That's when I see the mess we're standing in. It's a small room, the photocopier room, I guess, because the only things in here are 3 huge copy machines. Well, there's one other thing in here. Paper. Piles and piles and piles of paper, stacked on every available surface, in banker's boxes, on the copy machines themselves, on the floor. These quarterly reports were supposed to go to the board last week, Mr. Cartwright explains. But my last assistant left before she could finish with them. You know there's a little place called Office Depot that'll do this kind of thing for you. He ignores my comment, which is probably for the best, now that I think about it. They'll need to be collated into reports that look like this. He plucks one coil-bound report off the top of a leaning tower of paper and hands it to me. Just collated? Is the copying done? I ask. He stares at me as if I've just asked him to scratch my back. I don't know, he says slowly. It's your job to figure that out. You wanted this job, didn't you? I was just asking a question, I sputter. I can't believe he keeps acting like I'm trying to pull one over on him or something. I just wanted a stupid job. Tears threaten to spill from my eyes. But I absolutely refuse to cry in front of this man. No way, no how. Somehow, I get the sense that there'd be no coming back from that. So I blink those traitorous tears away and hold my shoulders back. I'll figure it out, I assure him. I try to juggle the report, the coffee, and the muffin, all while maintaining a look of composure. I don't think I quite pull it off because Mr. Cartwright looks at me like he finds me amusing. Not enough to smile, mind you. I haven't seen the man smile since I walked in here. But enough that his blue eyes lighten half a shade. I'm sure you will, he says. In that moment, it feels like the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. I expect it's the closest thing to a compliment one could hope to get from this man. He leaves me alone in the room, and I drop the report back on the nearest stack of papers, then take a very long and much-needed swig of my coffee. I try not to think about the fact that Mr. Cartwright's lips have touched this same cup. right here in this same spot that my own lips are now pressed. I try not to think about anything at all except doing the best damn job I can with these reports. It feels like the only chance I'm going to get to prove to Mr. Cartwright that I deserve to be here. And maybe, if I do it well enough, he'll let me keep the job I was hired to do. Though, given the disdainful way he looked as he walked away, I'm not exactly optimistic.
4. Logan. Jesus fucking Christ. I leave Muffin Girl alone in the copy room and stride back to my office. I slam the door closed behind me, even though there's no one around to hear it. I'm just in a slamming kind of mood. How the fuck did this happen? Scratch that. I know exactly how this happened. Georgia is how this happened. I know it in my bones. I'm sure that if Ed asked Christine, our head of HR, to pull only male resumes, that's exactly what she did. So how did Georgia mix things up? How did she manage to extend a job offer to a woman? And not just any woman. A woman who looks like that. Because from the second I walked into the office and saw her standing there, I knew I was in trouble. That long blonde hair, so sexy and perfect. Exactly the kind of hair I love to run my hands through. Done up in an innocent-looking braid. That delicious curvy body, encased in a figure-hugging blue dress. Those heels, making her ass look like the epitome of perfection. Sinful. Sweet. I wanted her the second I saw her. Of course, at that point, I still thought she was the new Muffin Girl. We have a contract with the cafe down the street, and every day they deliver coffee and muffins to the executive floor. I normally pass on the coffee, because I only like my coffee a certain way. But I like the Muffin Girls. They're always sweet and cute and eager to please, and half the time they don't speak much English. And best of all, no one on my board minds if I fuck the Muffin Girl. Why the hell couldn't she have been the Muffin Girl? I could be banging her in my office as we speak, lifting that blue dress and bending her over my desk and taking whatever I wanted from her. My cock starts to stiffen at the thought, and I try to push the image away, because I definitely can't be thinking about this girl in that way. Thinking about spreading those creamy white thighs, about untying that braid and pulling on those long locks, about turning her into a writhing, whimpering mess under my hands. My cock surges again. Fuck. I have to get her out of here. The sooner the better. I shouldn't have even let her stay today. Should have called security to come and escort her out of the building, post-haste. So why didn't I? I know the answer to that, too. Because I didn't want to. I'm not used to people telling me what to do. Having Ed waltz in yesterday and tell me how to run my business, it pissed me off. Even if he did have my best interests at heart. Even if part of me knew he was right. Because fuck all of them. I've been running this business for almost 10 years now, since I was just 26, after my father had died suddenly of a massive coronary. I have more than proven that I have what it takes to lead this company. Who cares if I like to get my dick wet in the office pool? Does that make me any less capable of running the company? Fuck no. Letting Blake stay today was a childish act of rebellion, one that the rational part of me knew I had to quickly undo. Damn Georgia. If she hadn't called the wrong person yesterday, I wouldn't be in this position right now. I make a mental note to call Christine later and voice my displeasure. It takes a truly incompetent person to make a mistake like that. Something niggles at the back of my mind, a half-formed thought about Blake's resume, about how it could have ended up in George's pile. The answer comes to me almost immediately. I crack open my laptop and find the email from my buddy Tyler. I read it more closely this time. His fiancée's sister has just moved to the city and is looking for a job. I open the resume, and there she is, Blake Holloway, from Highfield, Connecticut. Former executive assistant at Bloomer's, a flower shop. I scrub my hands over my face. Great. So not only have I hired a woman, after Ed specifically advised me not to, I've hired a friend of a friend. If I fire her now, it will no doubt get back to Tyler, and he'll wonder what the fuck happened. Normally I wouldn't care about that. Business trumps relationships. But Tyler's been a good friend to me over the years. He's one of the only people who didn't treat me differently after Laura had, after what happened. This is a mess. I know Blake has to go, but that doesn't make it any easier. On my brain or my dick. I decide not to think about it for now. I'm about to dive into the waterfall of emails that are pouring into my inbox, but the sound of my cell phone ringing interrupts me. I slide the phone out of the pocket of my jacket and almost smile when I see the name on the display. Hello, my dear Heather. It's Mom's birthday next week. Nice to hear your voice, too. I have a barely suppressed grin. My sister is one of the sweetest people I know. But as a wife and mother, she's a brilliant tactician, and she runs that household with military precision. Reminding me that it's Mom's birthday next week is probably just one of the 1,001 things she has on her to-do list for today. It's nice to hear your voice, Logan, she says, though I detect more than a hint of sarcasm. It's Mom's birthday next week. I have it in my calendar. I had one of my assistants, can't remember which one now, plug all my family's birthdays in my calendar. The one year I forgot Heather's birthday is a hell I have no interest in repeating. Good. Don't forget we're taking her out to dinner at La Fourchette. I haven't forgotten. Have you made the reservation? Of course. Shit. I've actually got no idea if I have or not. I think I asked Amber, the last assistant, to do it, but I couldn't say if she did so or not. Good. So I can cross it off my to-do list? Absolutely, I assure my sister. I scratch the words La Fourchette with a question mark on the notepad beside my laptop. Great. Thanks for taking care of that. We'll be coming into the city on Thursday afternoon and driving back Friday morning. Do you need a place to stay? No, we'll be at the plaza. Something wrong with my place? She scoffs. Logan, you don't need me, Tim, and 2 kids invading your penthouse. It's only one night. We'll stay at the plaza. I ignore the slightly disappointed feeling that creeps into my chest. The truth is, I wouldn't mind the company. Her 2 kids are well behaved, and it'd be nice to spend some time with the whole family before they head back to Connecticut. Even though they're only a couple of hours away, I don't get to see them nearly as much as I'd like to. It'll be nice to see the kids, I say instead. I bet they're excited about coming into the city. They're on pins and needles, she laughs. Her voice instantly lightens every time she starts to talk about her kids. But then she pauses. What's up, Heather? I know my sister well enough to know when she wants to say something. On the other end of the line, she sighs. Tim has been nominated for this award with the National Association of Engineers. I wait for the catch, but she doesn't continue. That sounds like a good thing. Heather's husband, Tim, is a civil engineer with a prestigious consulting firm in Hartford. He is, despite all my attempts to initially prove otherwise, a pretty damn good guy. He's a good husband to Heather, down to earth, where she's high-strung, and easygoing without dumping all the household responsibility on her. He's also a great dad to Daisy and Jack. It is a good thing, she hums, but the award ceremony is in Houston. We thought about taking the kids, but they can't come to the ceremony itself, and then I thought about asking Mom to take them, but she's in the Hamptons that weekend, and I guess we were wondering if they could stay with you. They would go nuts to get a chance to stay in the city with Uncle Logan for a weekend. What do you think?" Her words all spill out in a tumble. What do I think? I rub my temples. I think this isn't the best time to ask me something like that. Yeah. Do you think they could spend a couple of nights with you? I wouldn't ask if I had any other options. I mean, I guess I could stay home with them, and Tim could go on his own, but... No, I say. You should definitely be there. It's just... I hesitate. It's not even because I don't want to see the kids. I enjoy spending time with them. More than a lot of adults I know, actually. Everything that comes out of their mouths is unintentionally hilarious. It's just... It's too much, isn't it? Heather worries. I knew it was too much. You have no experience with kids. A weekend probably feels like a death sentence. Not at all, I assure her. It's just I wouldn't know what to do with them. All my time with Daisy and Jack has also been in the company of Heather or Tim. I've never flown solo before. God, not much. I'll pack Jack's Xbox with them and the iPad. They already think you're the coolest, Logan. And if you let them play video games all weekend, they'll think you're an absolute god. Well, if only I'd known that was all it took to achieve god status. I muse wryly. Sure, why the hell not? I'll even get tickets to a show or something. Are you sure? Heather asks, as if she doesn't want to believe it. Oh, Logan, that's great. They'll be pleased as punch. As will Tim. Absolutely. I write down show tickets with a question mark on the sheet of paper just under my earlier note. Then I add 4 kids in caps and about half a dozen more question marks. Kid stuff is not my forte. Heather is quiet again, and I lean back in my chair, the phone still pressed up against my ear. What's up, Heather? She sighs wistfully. Nothing. Just thinking that you'd make a great dad. I snort. Yeah, right. I might pass as a cool uncle, but dad? No way. Don't sell yourself short, big brother, she chides. Do you ever think about maybe settling down again? It's been 8 years since... No, I cut her off before she can say it. I don't. I had my chance. Besides, I like my life now. No responsibilities, no attachments, no expectations, no... Okay, I get it, Heather sighs. Look, I have to go pick up Daisy at dance practice. She's in dance? My sister laughs. You should see her in a little tutu. So damn adorable. I can imagine, I say, picturing Heather's 4-year-old daughter in a poofy pink skirt. I might be biased, but I happen to think I have the cutest niece on the whole damn planet. Heather and I wrap up, finalizing our plans for next week, then say our goodbyes. As soon as I hang up the phone, I'm thrust back into my current reality. Blake. The woman in the copy room down the hall, the blonde in the tight blue dress, the voluptuous muffin just begging to be devoured. As I think about her, I realize something. I can no longer hear the hum of the copier through the walls. Since I've been in here, I could hear the low rumble of the machines as Blake presumably worked her way through the stacks of copies. Now, though, it's quiet. Too quiet. I should really go check on her, I think, just to make sure she's okay. That's a lie I tell myself anyway. And it's the lie that powers my steps as I head back to the copy room. It's the blonde bombshell that's already managed to weasel her way too far into my thoughts. I push open the door of the copy room, completely unprepared for the sight in front of me. Blake is sitting on the floor, stacks of papers spread around her. She's kicked off her shoes and is barefoot, sitting with her legs open wide, a stack of papers between them. She's taken off her jacket, too, and from up here, I can see the way her tits are barely held in place by that dress. I try to look away, but all I can do is stare helplessly at the soft crease of her cleavage. She's deep in thought, twisting the end of her braid around her fingers, and she hasn't heard me come in. I stand there for a minute, just watching her, and knowing right down to my bones that I'm in deep shit. "Muffin girl," I snap, because it's better than doing the thing I really want to do. "What's the hold-up here? I'm not paying you to sit on your ass." She turns her face up towards me, blinking in surprise. This time she doesn't look nervous or intimidated, just amused. "I noticed something when I was collating the reports," she says. She waves one at me. "What is it?" Instead of answering, she gets up. I try not to look at the way her dress rides all the way up her creamy white thighs as she does, at the way her tits threaten to spill out of her dress. Once she's standing, she thrusts the report at me. I snatch it out of her hands, careful not to let our fingers touch. I'm smart enough to know that one touch from this girl could very well be my undoing. I look through the report briefly, but don't see anything amiss. "What's the problem?" "Here." She leans over my arm, her breasts pressing against me. I take a cautionary step backwards. "See that?" She's pointing to the corner of the page. I squint, then hold it up to the light. "What is that?" "It's a watermark." "What's it supposed to be?" She snickers, and then turns it into a cough. "I think it's supposed to be a guy, being intimate with a coffee cup." "What?" I turn the report sideways, and then rightways again. I can kind of see it. "It's actually worse than that," she says. She's genuinely stifling a laugh now. "Worse than a picture of a guy penetrating a coffee cup?" It's sort of animated." "Animated?" She takes the report from me. I ignore the way her fingers brush mine and flips through the bottom corner of the pages quickly. The illustration is repeated on every page with slight variations, and as the pages turn rapidly under her thumb, the gentleman in question appears to be thrusting his hips into the coffee cup over and over. What the fuck is this? I think they call them flip books. I mean, what the fuck is it doing in our quarterly report? "I certainly don't know," she says, planting her hands on her hips. Without her shoes on, she's more than a foot shorter than I am, and I can imagine lifting her up and feeling her wrap her legs around me. And... "What do you mean you don't know?" I bellow. Instead of backing down, she just glares. I mean, I literally got here today, so I don't know how it got in the report. But I think I just saved your ass, didn't I?" I only grunt in response, staring down at the pages again. This is unfucking believable. How the hell did something like this make it into the report? Was it a mistake? An accident? Or a deliberate act of sabotage? I think of Ashley, the last assistant who touched these, the one I'd fired not that long ago. And then I think of Ed and of Ray Kellerman. Interesting timing, I note now, that Ed would issue his warning right before something like this happens. I stare incredulously at Blake, who still has her hands planted on her hips. She's breathing heavily, as if she's preparing for a fight, but at this moment I don't have any fight in me. At least not for her. "Thank you," I say instead, my voice low. Blake deflates. Her posture goes back to normal, and her face softens. "You're welcome. I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry." I wave off her concern. "Not your problem." Blake stares up at me, her blue eyes wide and curious and sympathetic. Crazy how your world can shift in a single second. I had learned that lesson with Laura, when one routine doctor's visit had turned our world on its head. I feel the echoes of it again today. 5 minutes ago, I trusted everyone in my company implicitly. Now, the only person it seems I can trust is... I blink, my focus still on Blake's face. Somehow, the girl with the muffin has turned into the only person in this place who seems to be on my side. That's all it takes for me to decide. Fuck Ed and his edicts. I turn and start to walk out of the room. I can feel Blake's eyes following me, but she doesn't move until I'm out in the hall and turn back to face her. Are you coming? She blinks a couple of times. Where? I want to show you to your desk. My desk? I give her a look that I know has undone dozens of women in the past. Welcome to Cartwright Diamonds, Muffin.
5. Blake.
Well, how was it? Tell me everything.
Lucy greets me at the door of our apartment as soon as I get home. The first thing I notice is the sweet smell of some kind of banana bread, which makes my stomach growl. I didn't have time to get lunch today. Mr. Cartwright kept me busy all afternoon collating those stupid reports. After I found that drawing, he'd been furious, and he insisted on sitting with me and going through every page of the report, ensuring there was nothing else that wasn't supposed to be there. Once he was satisfied that the report looked as it should, he printed off a fresh version and banished me back to the copy room to finish the job. The whole thing had to be copied and assembled from scratch. My fingers are full of tiny paper cuts, and the knuckle on my index finger has a big slice from where I'd nicked it on one of the coil bindings. I collapse onto the couch in a heap, not caring that I'm wrinkling my only work-appropriate dress, not to mention Lucy's blazer. It was kind of nuts, I admit.
Nuts how?
Lucy flops onto the chair across from me. I shake my head. My boss is just kind of...
An ass?
An ass? Yeah, sort of. But also smoking hot.
Sexy as hell.
Disturbingly shrewd. Stoic and yet sardonic. Wry. With the world's most ripped body and the most smoldering eyes, and I have to look away from Lucy. I can't tell her any of those things. I don't know how to explain Logan Cartwright to anyone else, and I definitely don't know how to explain the effect he had on me today. Because every time Logan Cartwright was in the same room as me, my brain turned all gooey and hot and melted, kind of like cheese fondue. My body fared about the same. The few times our hands had accidentally brushed, like when we were sitting in his office and I handed him the last section of the report to review, had been like an electric jolt running through my body, from my fingertips straight to my southern hemisphere. I jumped like I'd gotten a shock, squirming in my seat. I think Mr. Cartwright might have even noticed because he gave me a strange look, his eyes darkening. I told him I'd hit my funny bone on the arm of the chair, but there was nothing funny about the vibrations that hummed through my body when he looked at me. I am definitely not allowed to have those feelings for my new boss. Yeah, kind of an ass, I say instead, because it's easier than saying any of that other stuff. Lucy grins.
Then you deserve a glass of wine, red or white.
That sounds amazing. White, please. I'm going to go change. By the time I emerge back into the living room, Lucy's poured us each a glass of wine, and I'm prepared to log some quality time vegging and thinking about anything but Logan Cartwright. But of course, as soon as I sit down, Lucy peppers me with questions about him, about my new job, about the office, about whether I met anyone nice. I choose my answers carefully, telling her about Georgia and about spending the day photocopying quarterly reports. That seems like safe territory. It seems to satisfy her because she doesn't press when I steer the questions steadily away from the subject of my boss. Still, when my sister Emma calls me later, I find myself ignoring her call. After I got home yesterday, I had put 2 and 2 together and realized that I must have gotten this job at Cartwright Diamonds thanks to her. Her fiancé, Tyler, knows Mr. Cartwright socially, and I remembered her saying something about passing my resume along. I had texted her to thank her and Tyler for the hookup, and I know she'll be calling now to find out how my first day went. I can lie to Lucy, but I'm not sure I can bring myself to lie to Emma. Not to mention the fact that she'll probably see right through me. My sister used to be an advice columnist, and she's a little too good at sniffing out bullshit. Especially mine. By the time I go to bed that night, I've convinced myself that my feelings today were just first-day jitters. Sure, Logan Cartwright is attractive, but so are lots of men. Doesn't mean I have to lose my head over him or anything. I'm fully capable of being a professional here. That's the thought that I fall asleep to, snug in my bed, and wondering what the next day will hold. Sure, I can handle it either way. Despite those positive vibes, I somehow managed to be even later on my second day than I was on my first. This time, it isn't even my fault. I wake up on time and everything, and even though I board the right train, after quadruple checking the map, the train I'm on ends up stuck between 2 stations for over 20 minutes, thanks to some kind of mechanical issue. My confidence ebbs away with every minute we're stuck there. All I can think about is Logan. About whether he's going to fire me for being late. About the fact that my employment there seems so tenuous to begin with. About what the hell I'm going to do if this job doesn't work out. By the time we finally get moving in, I've worked myself into a tight little ball of anxiety. When we get to my stop, I lunge out the door so fast that I almost knock over a little old lady. I yell out an apology over my shoulder, but I'm already racing up the stairs and into the street above. I tear down the block, knowing there's no way I can afford to stop for coffee this time. By the time I reach the elevators of the Cartwright Diamonds building, I'm a sweaty mess, just like yesterday. Great. In the elevator, I smooth my locks down as best as I can. I hadn't bothered with the braid today since I'd freshly washed my hair, and now it hangs in long blonde waves, cascading down over my shoulders. I'm not going to lie. It looks good. I'd even managed to find another dress to wear besides the blue one. This one is fuchsia, and okay, maybe it's a tad on the short side, but with Lucy's blazer over top of it, it looks decent. I think. I hope. I use an old Chipotle napkin from my purse to dab at the sheen of sweat on my brow, then reapply a slick of pink lip gloss. When the elevator reaches the 30th floor, I take a deep breath and stride out. The receptionist is sitting at her desk already. She's a very large woman named Kath, who I'd been introduced to yesterday. When I say large, I mean truly gargantuan. Not just heavy, but tall, broad-shouldered, with thick cheekbones as big as ribs. I've yet to see her standing, but I'd guess she's at least 6 feet tall. Even her hair is big, tight strawberry blonde curls, mounds and mounds of them, and today she's wearing them piled on top of her head. She's not exactly beautiful, but she's certainly striking. And right now, I feel like I'm the one she wants to strike. She glares at me over the bridge of her thick, ruby-colored glasses, glancing surreptitiously at the clock. "He's been asking for you," she hisses. Her lips, the same shade of red as her glasses, are puckered. "Crap." "I'm here now," I chirp, trying to sound cheerful and confident, because that helps, right? I hurry past Kath's desk and toward my own. I decide I'll dump my bag and stuff at my desk and then casually head over to Logan's office, pretending I've been here for a while now. He doesn't need to know the second I arrive, right? Except as soon as I come around the corner, I realize that plan isn't going to work. Mr. Cartwright is standing at my desk, his arms folded across his broad chest, and the expression on his face is pissed. Double crap. Good morning, I chirp again, trying to sound as cheerful and confident as I did with Kath. It works about as well on my boss as it did on her. Less so, probably, because the glare doesn't leave his face.
You're late.
Yes, a little. I'm so sorry. The train I was on got stuck and it was this whole big thing and...
You won't be late again.
No, I promise. Definitely not. Absolutely. I'm going to leave earlier tomorrow just in case.
No. I mean, you won't be late again.
His expression is inscrutable. Right. Got it. I swallow.
I'm giving you a company card, he says. You'll take cabs to and from work. As my personal assistant, I expect that when I'm in the office, you're in the office. Is that clear?
Crystal, the lump in my throat is the size of a golf ball, and for some reason I feel like crying. I should be thrilled. Getting a company card and the ability to take a cab to work every morning is a huge perk, and one that's going to cut my commute by more than half. But all I can focus on is the disappointed look on Logan's face, like I've personally failed him.
Good. I also expect coffee in the mornings, cappuccino, bone dry, not from any of the chains either. There's a Bazzara machine here, or the Rocky Road Cafe is also acceptable, understood?
Yes, sir. I add the sir for good measure, just because that seems to be the sort of mood he's in. His jaw clenches when I say it, and I don't know if I've made things better or worse. Did my sir sound too sarcastic?
Well?
I swallow. He's staring at me expectantly now. The minute ticks on unbearably slowly. He doesn't take his eyes off me. My knees are sweating. I have no idea what he's waiting for, what he wants, or what I'm supposed to do.
The coffee, Blake, he says finally.
Right. I let out a relieved sigh. On it. I don't breathe again until I'm out of Logan Cartwright's view. It takes twice as long for the blush to leave my skin. I can't keep letting him fluster me like this, otherwise I'm never going to be able to do my job. I find the small executive floor kitchen and let out a low whistle. It's nicer than the kitchen in our apartment, by a landslide. Maybe I should sneak Lucy in and let her do all her baking here. I locate the coffee machine easily enough, since it takes up half the counter. It's sleek and modern and huge. Actually, that's an understatement. So is calling it a coffee maker. This thing is a stainless steel behemoth with more buttons than a rocket launcher. Not that I've ever seen a rocket launcher, but I imagine it would have a lot of buttons. For about 5 minutes, I just stare at the thing. I have no idea where to even start. Okay, Blake, you can do this. The answer comes to me from out of the blue, like a bolt from the heavens, a whisper from God himself. YouTube. The answer to and cause of all of life's problems. I race back to my desk, already loading up the app and inputting the name of the espresso machine. Sure enough, I pull up at least a dozen videos that demonstrate how to use the thing. They make it look easy, even. Grind the beans, steam the milk, make the espresso, voila, easy as pie. It takes me 30 minutes, but finally I have something that looks not very much like a cappuccino. It's sludgy, and the milk is separating, and I'm pretty sure there are espresso grinds at the bottom of the cup. But it's going to have to do for now because Mr. Cartwright is undoubtedly already wondering where I am with his coffee. I find a small tray and carry the cup carefully through the office. Then I get a stroke of genius and stop at my desk again. I look wistfully at the muffin Lucy had made yesterday, the one she'd insisted I take to work with me. I add it to the tray. Maybe the muffin will distract him from the dismal state of his coffee. I bring the entire thing into Mr. Cartwright's office. I keep my smile professional, trying to look like the kind of assistant who's done this 1,000 times before.
There you are, he says without looking up. Were you harvesting the beans yourself?
Sorry, no, just Took me a bit to figure out the machine. I hadn't used that exact model before. Right. Well then. He looks up finally, then squints at the tray I'm carrying. What's that? A muffin, banana chocolate chip with a bourbon pecan crumble. He's still squinting. Did you make it? God, no, I laugh. I'm not a baker. My roommate made it. And you brought it for me? No, I brought it for myself, but I'm so scared of you that I'm sacrificing my muffin in the hopes that it'll keep you from noticing how bad the coffee is. Sort of, I say instead. His jaw ticks again, and he doesn't touch the muffin. Instead, he turns to the coffee, and his mouth slants immediately and noticeably downwards. Blake. Yes? I try to keep my voice neutral. What is this? It's your cappuccino, sir. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Blake, this is not a cappuccino. This is a crime against humanity. How did you make it? I try to explain the steps I took, but they're already blurring together, and I can tell by the way his brow gets more and more furrowed that he's not pleased. When he shoves his chair out from behind him and stands, I swallow down a nervous breath. Come with me. There's no emotion in his voice. Am I really going to get fired just because I don't know how to make a freaking cappuccino? I can't believe I'm going to go down like this. But instead of leading me toward the elevators, Mr. Cartwright heads toward the kitchen. I follow behind him at a trot, barely able to keep up with his long strides. He comes to a stop in front of the espresso machine, a.k.a. the scene of the crime. I'm going to show you this once and only once, he says sharply. So pay attention. I nod. I can't bring myself to form words as I watch his nimble yet masculine hands work the machine. They move so quickly and efficiently that it's mesmerizing. I wonder what else he could do with those hands. I push that thought away in horror and try to focus on watching Logan Cartwright make a cappuccino. It shouldn't be hot. It really shouldn't. I've seen 1,000 different baristas whip up drinks more complicated than this and never felt even the slightest twinge of arousal. But there's something about the way Logan moves his hands over the machine, about the way his shoulders tug at the fabric of his jacket, about the way his sleeves ride up to reveal a hint of those powerful forearms, the subtle glint of his watch. When he froths the milk, it's better than foreplay. I want him to froth my milk, and maybe grind my bean while he's at it. By the time he finally pours that perfectly steamed milk onto the equally perfect espresso, my mouth is actually watering, and my temperature feels like it's gone up by about 10 degrees. I don't know if that's the heat from the machine or the fact that I'm standing so close to him. When he turns so that I can see the cup properly, I realize just how close I'm standing to him. I'm practically hanging over his arm, and he brushes against my chest as he turns. I let out an audible gasp at the touch. We both freeze. Logan, Mr. Cartwright, stares down at me. His dark eyes seem to smolder, like there are embers burning in their depths. For a long minute, neither of us moves. I'm painfully aware of every rise and fall of my chest, of every pulse of blood through my veins. We're still standing so close that I'm sure he can feel my breath as it comes in short pants. Finally, he pulls his shoulders back. And that, muffin girl, is how you make a cappuccino. Next time you'll get it right, or there won't be a third time. Got it? I swallow. Whatever existed in that moment between us is gone. If I didn't just imagine it in the first place, that is. Got it, I say. My voice sounds strange in my ears, breathless and shallow and very un-Blake. Then I blink and burst out laughing. Logan frowns at me. What's so funny? I can't speak. I can barely breathe. I have my hand on the cold marble countertop, and I'm doubled over, laughing so hard I think I'm going to pee myself. I just realized, I huff, before another fit of giggles overtakes me, that the cartoon guy in the flip animation, the one humping the coffee cup, that was supposed to be you. By now, I'm howling. Until I realize that Mr. Cartwright is not nearly as amused as I am. "Excuse me," he growls. I straighten up and wipe away a stray tear. I struggle to get my breathing under control. "I just mean, the coffee—" "I don't think so," he barks. But there's a very fine hint of color inching up his neck, along his throat. His jaw is clenched so hard that the muscles in his cheeks twitch. "Now come with me, I've got something else for you to do." He turns on his heel and starts off down the hallway so quickly that I have to scurry behind him like an obedient puppy. I'm not laughing anymore. Okay, maybe I'm still laughing a little. 6. Blake. On Monday morning, I make sure to arrive at the office bright and early, which isn't hard given that I now have a Cartwright's Diamonds company card and can hop into a cab and sail into Manhattan instead of schlepping on the subway. Before I left work on Friday, I'd also been set up with a company phone, a new email account, and a security badge with the world's most unflattering photo. I'm not joking. That photo is what Miss Piggy would look like if she were a terrorist, and got her picture taken mid-bikini wax. In between all those administrative tasks, I'd spent the rest of the day handling Mr. Cartwright's special project, which turned out to be picking up his dry cleaning. It had been dropped off somewhere by the previous assistant, he'd explained, and he had no idea where, nor did he have the claim tag for it. I suggested to him that I just call the previous assistant and ask her where it was, but he told me in no uncertain terms that I wasn't to call her. It wasn't him that had an issue with it, he assured me, but legal. And so, he'd need me to go out and find it all on my own, because it was his favorite suit. Lucky me. I traipsed around half of Manhattan, hitting every dry cleaner in a 30-block radius before I managed to find the damn thing. Of course, it turned out there was more than one suit. In fact, there were 6. Do you know how heavy and cumbersome 6 suits are? By the time I dragged them back to the office, I was hot and sweaty and somewhat annoyed. I was even more annoyed when I found out Mr. Cartwright had already left for the day and wasn't even there to be impressed that I'd managed to find his favorite suit, along with 5 others for good measure. Then again, maybe he wouldn't be impressed at all. Knowing him, I'd get a grudging nod and that's it. The only time he's been somewhat nice to me is when I found that drawing in the quarterly report. It was my one achievement here so far. The only time I felt like I was doing something good, that I was actually qualified for this job. It didn't help that my parents had called this weekend, wanting to know how my new job was going, if I was managing okay. They sounded really concerned, too, like they're both just waiting for me to fail and come running back to Connecticut. They'd never say that, of course. I don't even know if they realize they're doing it. But every time Dad mentioned the fact that my old job was still there if I needed it, I felt a pinprick of dismay. So I go in on Monday morning, determined to get that can-do feeling back. I'm going to prove to Logan Cartwright and my parents and everyone else that I deserve this job, that I'm a big girl, that I can do this. It starts with the outfit. I'd spent the weekend shopping for dresses and skirts and blazers, and now I have a handful of pieces that I can mix and match. Today, I'm wearing a black pencil skirt, white button-down, and gray jacket. It's more my sister Emma's style than mine, but I'm definitely going to fit in better at the office now. Everyone at Cartwright Diamonds seems to wear black or gray or white. It's like watching an old black and white movie, except with less slapstick humor. But if that's what it takes to fit into their corporate mold, then consider me signed up. I've even managed to tame my wild blonde hair into a neat bun, which sits piled on top of my head. Give me a pair of glasses, and I could pass for a reference librarian. As soon as I'm in the office, I head to the kitchen to start Mr. Cartwright's coffee. That was the other thing I did this weekend. Watch those damn YouTube videos a dozen times each, trying to memorize the process. Now that I'd seen my boss do it once, I could see the mistakes I'd made the first time, and I'm hoping I can avoid them today. But by the time I carefully set the cup on his desk, I've thoroughly psyched myself out. I hold my breath while he takes a sip, watching the micro-expressions on his face, trying to gauge how good or bad I did. "Passable," is all he says when he sets his cup down. I guess I'll take it. It's better than crime against humanity. Mr. Cartwright leans back in his chair. The feeling of his eyes on me gives me the same rush it always does, heating my skin from my scalp down to my toes. I wonder if he's noted my new clothes, then mentally smack myself, as if my boss spends his days taking stock of my outfits. I'm sure he doesn't care what I wear, as long as it looks professional. Then again, the way his eyes trail up my legs, over my chest, maybe he does. I tug on the hem of the blazer, feeling nervous under the intensity of his gaze. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" I ask, licking my lips. I don't mean it to sound seductive, I swear, but there's a huskiness to my voice that catches me by surprise. Thankfully, Mr. Cartwright doesn't seem to notice. "Yes," he says quickly, leaning forward. "I have another special errand for you today." "Oh, great. More dry cleaning?" "Of course. Anything at all." This time, his eyebrows raise just a hair. "It's my mother's birthday on Thursday. I'll need you to get her a gift." "Great. What would you like me to get?" He shrugs. "I don't know. That's what I need you to figure out." "But," I lick my lips, "I've never met your mother. What is she like?" "I don't know. Motherly things." I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Men. "Okay, so maybe a scarf or a nice throw?" He shakes his head. "No, she has a million of those." "A piece of jewelry?" He raises his eyebrows fully now. "She's a part of the Cartwright Diamonds family. Don't you think she probably has more jewelry than she could wear in a lifetime?" I barely suppress a strangled scream. "Okay, how about a nice bottle of something? Maybe some gourmet chocolates?" He waves off my comments. "Too impersonal. This is her 60th birthday, Blake. And she's a very special woman." "If she's so special, why aren't you buying her gift yourself?" Thank God I managed to keep that thought to myself. "Some soaps, candles," I say instead. I'm grasping at straws here, but Mr. Cartwright shakes his head. "She's very sensitive to fragrances." He's already turning back to his laptop. "I'm sure you'll figure something out." By the way he says it, I know he means I'm effectively dismissed. I turn and walk out of his office, sinking down into the chair at my own desk and rubbing my throbbing temples. Okay, I can do this. I just have to find a gift for a woman I've never met. A woman who has too many scarves, blankets, and pieces of jewelry, who hates fragrances and is too good for wine and chocolate. Piece of fucking cake. With a sigh, I grab my phone and purse. "I'm going to be out for the rest of the day," I inform Kath, who's sitting at the reception desk, clanking away on an intense-looking ergonomic keyboard. I think she can tell by the defeated sound of my voice that I'm off on a Logan errand because she smiles sympathetically. "Good luck." "Thanks," I mutter, already knowing I'm going to need it. I walk around Barney's for the 4th time, hoping and praying that this will be the time that inspiration finally strikes, and I figure out the perfect gift for Mr. Cartwright's mother. I already spent 2 hours at Williams-Sonoma thinking that maybe I'd get something for the kitchen, but I found myself second-guessing everything I picked up. Would Logan find it insulting to give his mother something to cook with? They probably have people who do that for them anyway, right? After Williams-Sonoma, I hit the Celine store, thinking of their famous luggage totes. But I kept worrying that maybe she already had one. Now I'm at Barney's, and the only thing that seems even remotely like a possibility is a pair of deerskin gloves. They're absolutely beautiful, and the black leather is probably the softest I've ever come across. And if that wasn't enough, they're even lined with cashmere. I'd picked them up, thinking I'd finally found the one. But now, as I wander around the store, I keep wondering if gloves are just another thing that Logan's going to say she has a million of already. How do you shop for a woman you've never met? Especially one who's rich as sin and already owns everything. When my phone rings and I see Emma's name on the display, I breathe a sigh of relief. I've been avoiding her calls since I started this job, but now I'm happy to hear from her. If anyone knows how to pick out the perfect gift, it'll be Emma. "Blakey, I'm so glad you answered," she squeals when I press the phone to my ear. "I've been getting your voicemail every time I call." "I know, sorry. I've been busy. With the new job, right? I want to hear all about it. Are you at lunch now? Are you free to talk?" "Sort of," I say, and then tell her about the fruitless errand Logan has me out running. Emma listens thoughtfully as I talk, which is something that she's excellent at. It's no coincidence that she used to be an advice columnist and now writes best-selling self-help books. She's got an uncanny knack for getting to the heart of the problem. "You're going about this all wrong," she says, after I finished my story and the 5 minutes of ranting that followed it. "Oh, what should I be doing? I'm all ears, Em. Seriously, I need help." "It needs to be special," she says. "People that wealthy already have everything, for one thing. I learned that from being around Tyler's family. Plus, she's his mom. She doesn't want the money. She wants to know that he put thought and heart into something." "Yeah, but he didn't. It's all my thought, my heart. And it's your job to make it look like it was his." "Well, I still don't know what to do." I let out a frustrated sigh. "I hate this." Emma laughs, but there's a cautious edge to it. "Are you sure this job is right for you, Blake? I was talking to Tyler about it, and he says Logan Cartwright is really intense. He's gone through 10 assistants in a single year." I bristle at her comment. "Of course it's right for me. I got hired, didn't I?" "Yes, at Tyler's recommendation." She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't have to. Add my sister to the list of people who don't think I'm cut out for this. Let me guess. You think I should just go back to Connecticut and work at the flower shop forever, right? You and Rory can hack it here in New York, but I clearly can't. Emma lets out an exasperated breath. That's not what I meant at all, Blake. I'm crazy happy you're in the city. Rory and I both are. This isn't about you. It's about him. I don't answer right away. Just run my fingers along some gauzy pink scarves. No scarves, I remind myself. Are you mad at me? Emma asks after a moment of silence. No, I say grudgingly. Because even though I'd never admit this to Emma, or anyone else, a part of me wonders if I do have what it takes. You can take the girl out of Connecticut, but you can't take the Connecticut out of the girl and all that. I should get going. Oh, don't be upset, Blake. You'll figure it out. Now, the real reason I called. Dinner this weekend? I chat with Emma for a few more minutes as I loop Barney's for a fifth time, earning a suspicious glare from the wispy blonde sales clerk roaming the women's accessories section. Eventually, Emma has to hang up, and I'm left alone with my Herculean task. Clearly, I need some kind of superpowers to pull this off. Logan isn't going to be happy with anything I bring back. This I already know. I can just feel it in my gut. He wouldn't be happy if I brought back the stars themselves. I stopped dead in my tracks. The stars. Something hums in the back of my mind. An idea. Something that just might be special and personal enough. I grab my phone and key in a search, and sure enough, I find what I'm looking for right away. A grin splits my face. Eat your heart out, Logan Cartwright, because I just nailed this one. I hurry towards the door, anxious to get back to the office. I'm already mentally cataloging what I'll need. Some really nice paper, maybe a frame. I'm pushing my way through the big doors and out onto Madison Avenue when a hand grabs my shoulder. I'm spun around roughly. I find myself staring into the hard green eyes of a security guard. "Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me." His voice is deep, and his tone makes it clear that, despite his choice in words, this isn't a request. "I don't think so," I retort. "I have to get back to work." His grip on my shoulder tightens. "I don't think so." "And why not?" "Because you've just been caught shoplifting, that's why. Now come on." "Shoplifting? What are you talking about?" Except as soon as the words are out of my mouth, the realization hits me. The gloves. I'm still holding the stupid gloves. I stare down at the soft leather clutched in my now sweaty palms. My security guard pal stares down at them too and then back at me. The way he's looking at me is so disdainful, as if I'm nothing but a common criminal. "No, you don't understand," I plead. "I didn't mean to take them. I just got distracted." "That's what they all say." He sighs, and then he marches me roughly through the store. I have no choice but to go with him, my heart sinking the entire time. "Where are you taking me?" My dread increases with every step. "To our security offices." I let out a breath. Okay, I can still fix this. I just have to explain to him what happened, that it was only a simple misunderstanding. "At least until the police arrive," he adds, and my stomach bottoms out.
7. Logan. After I send Blake off, I try to keep myself busy, which luckily isn't hard. I return a couple of phone calls, catch up on some emails, and finally review the vendor contracts from the last 6 months, the ones I've been trying desperately to get Georgia to pull together. At least Blake had managed to get me the right files. No matter what I do, no matter how I try to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied, Blake flits continually through my thoughts, through my veins. I'd had no intention initially of getting her to shop for my mother's birthday gift. I was planning to do it myself after work tonight, but I needed something that would keep her out of the office for as long as possible. The more time she spends here, the more time I spend being able to hear her and see her and feel her out there, flitting around the office or clacking away at the keyboard, the worse this gets for me. And it's already bad. Really bad. Because Blake Holloway has been performing a non-stop pornographic video in my head since the day she waltzed into my office with her muffin and her syrupy sweet coffee and her exquisitely kissable lips. I can't keep the thoughts at bay, no matter how hard I try to push them off. That blonde bombshell has wedged herself in, and now she's like a craving I can't shake. Substitutes won't do. I want the real thing. I want Blake. And I can't have her. I know that. Ed's warning echoes through my mind every time I even think of crossing the line with her. But why does she have to make it so fucking difficult? I thought last week's flouncy little dresses were bad, but this week she's got some sexy librarian thing going on. What man wouldn't want to yank that fat bun out of her hair? Wouldn't want to rip at the buttons of that tight little white shirt? Jesus, I'm not made of stone here. That's why I'd sent her out of the office. Again, because I figured that if I can't see her, if she isn't in the same room as me, I could relax. But her scent still lingers. Vanilla and something that smells sweet and flowery and pink. I know pink's not a smell, but it's what Blake makes me think of. That smell and the lustful thoughts that come with it are not making it easy for me to concentrate on work. When my phone rings, I'm grateful for another opportunity to take my mind off my new assistant. I snatch up the receiver and bark out a greeting, then stop long enough to listen to the caller on the other end. My hands clench into fists as I listen. "She did what?" I bellow. The man on the other end of the line starts to explain, but I've already dropped the phone and I'm halfway across the office before we can finish. 10 minutes later, I'm striding through the glass doors of the Barneys on Madison Avenue. Bentley Charles, the head of the store's security and loss prevention department, is waiting there for me. Mr. Cartwright," he says in surprise. His neck colors. "I wasn't expecting to see you. I assumed you'd send someone down to deal with this." I shake my head, already striding through the store and forcing him to keep up with me. "No, the girl you picked up is my personal assistant. I'll deal with this myself. Where is she?" I don't mention the fact that I have to see her for myself. There are about 30 different emotions coursing through my body right now. Anger, disbelief, and even maybe a tiny bit of something like awe. "We're detaining her downstairs," he says, scrambling to keep up with my long strides. "We didn't want to release her until you arrived, in case there was a mistake." I shake my head. I want to believe there was indeed a mistake, but right now I don't know what to think. Bentley had called me after he'd glimpsed Blake's security badge. I knew him from some of our early merchandising meetings. Cartwright Diamonds had a huge display here at the store, and you don't dump millions of dollars of inventory into a retail store without having a good understanding of their loss prevention strategies. Bentley subtly moves ahead of me and leads me through the store to the lower basement, where no one ever goes. No one besides store employees, that is. And, of course, alleged shoplifters. Jesus Christ. I still can't figure out what the fuck went wrong. I had sent Blake out to do a simple errand. Okay, maybe not so simple. My mother is impossible to buy for, even if you know her as well as I do. I'm sure Blake was cursing my name while she tried to pick out a gift. But how do you go from there to getting arrested for shoplifting from Barney's? I push my hands through my thick hair in irritation. "Tell me again what happened." Bentley shakes his head. "I'm not entirely sure. One of my guys picked her up. Guess she was leaving the store with a pair of gloves in her hands." It has to be a mistake. I admit I don't know Muffin Girl all that well, but I definitely hadn't pegged her as the sticky fingers type. "Could be," he shrugs. "That's why I called you. She was waving her credit card around, one of your company cards, swearing that she was here on business and trying to pay for the gloves. But we have a policy to notify police about any suspected shoplifters. So that's what my guys did." "Fuck, the police are here?" "Not yet." His voice is low, and I appreciate the discretion as we walk through the store. "I wanted to give you a chance to sort things out. It's also possible the credit card was stolen, and you'll want to press charges of your own." Well, hell, that idea hadn't even occurred to me. I clench my fists as we ride the elevators down. Maybe it's not even Blake down there. Maybe she got mugged while she was out, and now she's lying in an alley somewhere. My heart thuds an angry, frantic rhythm. Just what the hell am I going to find down there? But it turns out that what I find is basically what you'd expect. It's Blake in there, all right, and she's got one hand cuffed to a chair. But instead of sitting, as I'm sure the security guard intended, she's standing in front of him, using her free hand to scroll through her phone. "I'm a good person," she's saying to him. "Look!" She holds her phone up to his face, forcing him to look at the screen. How she's able to force him to do anything when she's the one currently restrained is beyond me. I chalk it up to whatever force it was that made me hire her in the first place, against my better judgment. "Look," she says again. The guard looks extremely uncomfortable, attempting to avert his eyes from the screen. "That's me and my sisters volunteering at a community garden. My sister's on the board of directors, you know. And look, this is me with my parents at the 25th anniversary party. I come from a good family. Look how wholesome we are. Do those look like the parents of a shoplifter?" She stares at him imploringly, waiting for him to answer. He's a big, beefy guy, at least 6 feet, and probably edging up on 300 pounds. But in front of Blake, he seems to cower like a cartoon chipmunk. Part of me wants to just stand there and watch the show, because I'm pretty sure that given another 10 minutes, Blake would be waltzing out the door all on her own. But the sight of her in those handcuffs is doing something funny to my lungs. Not to mention my dick. Definitely my dick. "What's going on here?" My bellow startles both Blake and the security guard. For the first time, Blake actually looks panicked. Not of the predicament she's in, but of me. Her lips part, and her tongue darts out nervously, and that definitely does something to my dick, too. "Logan," she says, then, Mr. Cartwright, I'm so sorry. I can explain everything. This is just a huge misunderstanding." She glares at the security guard, who actually looks chagrined. Chipmunk. "You can explain later," I tell her. "Let's go." She holds up her arm limply, demonstrating to me that she's currently still chained to the chair. As if I need reminding. "Let her go," I tell the security guard. He frowns at me, but then he sees the icy glare Blake is giving him. The beefy man fumbles with the key, but he unlocks the handcuffs, freeing Blake. I grab her other arm, my fingers digging into her flesh, and pull her towards me. She tumbles against my chest. Her breath hitches. Mine does, too. "Let's go," I growl, tugging her not gently towards the door. I give Bentley a nod, then pull Blake back to the elevator. I don't say a word to her. Not in the elevator, not when we walk through the store, not when I throw the door open of my car and watch her slide in. I jog around to the other side and climb in beside her. I tap once on the glass, letting my driver know we're done. Blake hasn't said anything. She doesn't look quite as terrified as she did when I first walked into the security room, but she doesn't look totally sure of herself either. As the car pulls back into traffic, she turns to me. "I can explain everything," she blurts. "I'm not interested in explanations." "Right." Her mouth snaps closed, and now she looks concerned again. She gnaws at her bottom lip, and my eyes are drawn to the motion, to the way her teeth press into her perfect pink pout. Despite her ordeal, her lips are still glossed, and I can tell by her eyes that she hasn't shed a single tear. Most women would be a sobbing mess right now, but Blake looks mildly nervous at best. I decide to take the opportunity to make her sweat a little. Why not? She's been making me sweat since she first walked into my office. "What the hell were you thinking?" "I was thinking about what to get your mother for a birthday gift," she retorts. "And for your information, I had a great idea. That's why I was rushing out. Except I forgot I was holding those stupid gloves, and I accidentally maybe walked out of the store with them." Maybe? She juts her chin out. "Fine, I did walk out with them. Happy?" "Not really, no. When you're out doing an errand for me, I expect you to be professional. At the very least, I expect you to obey the rule of law." "I wasn't breaking the law," she pouts. And I actually almost laugh. When was the last time I did that? "Blake, you literally stole a pair of gloves. That's the very definition of breaking the law." "Not if it was an accident." "Not a defense," I point out. "At least as far as the courts are concerned." She rolls her eyes as if the law doesn't apply to her. Hell, maybe it doesn't. In the time we've been talking, the space between us seems to have shrunk. I can see her chest rising and falling under the white button-down shirt she's wearing, the one I've been daydreaming of peeling off her shoulders ever since she first walked into the office this morning. An entire half-day of resisting her has worn down my defenses. Without thinking, I let my fingers trail up the line of buttons, starting at the waist of her skirt and moving up until my thumb is stroking the soft hollow of her throat. Blake sucks in a breath, and the way her lips part destroys the last bit of inner strength I might have possessed. My hand slides from her throat to her hair, and I pull her roughly to me. I expect her to react in surprise, but instead she launches herself into my arms, like she's been waiting for just this invitation. I kiss her. God damn, do I kiss her. I kiss her like I've never kissed anyone. I kiss her like she's air, and I'm a drowning man, and I am. I've been drowning for years now. Blake's lips are the softest lips. Her taste is the sweetest taste. Everything about her is fucking perfect. And I destroy her. I kiss her like I want to break her, like I'm going to break her. In that moment, I want to ruin her. I want to destroy everything about her that's pretty and sweet and innocent. Except Blake doesn't fold. Not under the weight of my kiss, not under the rough thread of my fingers through her hair. She pushes right back. She takes everything I give her, and she transforms it somehow into something just as pure and sweet as she is. I pull away from the kiss, breathless, and knowing only one thing for certain. I will sleep with Blake Holloway, no matter what my board might have to say about it.
8. Blake. I pull away from the kiss, breathless and knowing only one thing for certain. I will not sleep with Logan Cartwright, no matter what my body might have to say about it. Without thinking, I touch my fingers to my lips. They feel tender and bruised and tingly. Logan watches me do it, his eyes dark and fiery, predatory almost. I'm reminded again of the lion, a wild animal caged in the backseat of a Cadillac Escalade. I'm sorry, I mutter. I hate how breathless I sound. I don't know why I'm apologizing either. After all, he's the one who kissed me. That should not have happened. Is all he says. I repeat. Is that it? This time, he doesn't say anything at all. He's still got those dark irises trained on me. My body feels drawn towards him, pulled. Instead, I scoot over closer to the door, practically clinging to the handle, waiting to leap out of the vehicle the second it stops moving, maybe even a little before. Logan is still watching me. He leans back casually, angling his body towards me, studying me. Now I'm the one who feels like a caged animal. I feel like prey. The car finally crests to a stop in front of the Cartwright building, and I'm out the door quicker than a slung arrow. "Bathroom emergency," I call out over my shoulder as I rush into the building. Great cover, Blake. That definitely didn't make this situation any more awkward than it already is. I don't look to see if Logan is following me. Of course he is, because this is his building, and where would he be going besides his office? My only goal is to make it to the elevator before he does, so that I don't have to ride up 30 floors with the man who looks like he wants to devour me. It works. I hit the elevator bank just as a door is sliding closed. I launch myself through the sliver of an opening and sigh in relief as the doors slide tightly closed behind me. My relief is, unsurprisingly, short-lived. I'm not at my desk for 5 minutes before Logan reappears.
I obviously didn't think this plan through. I doubt I've even lost the redness in my cheeks yet, or the hitch in my breath.
"I hope your bathroom emergency has been resolved," he says slowly.
He isn't smiling, but I can tell he's making fun of me. Yep, all good.
"I'm relieved to hear it."
It takes me a second, and then a grin stretches over my lips, even though I wish it wouldn't. Did you just make a joke?
"I am capable of them, you know."
I wasn't sure.
"Now you know."
He continues to stand there. I look up at him and get lost in those dark blue eyes again. God damn it. My mind immediately goes back to the moment in the car. The moment right before he kissed me. God, the way he looked at me. The way my whole body went rubbery. The way everything inside me hummed with anticipation as he leaned towards me.
"Well,"
Logan says, snapping me back into the present. "Well, what?" I huff.
"My mother's gift,"
he says. He sounds impatient. I get whiplash trying to keep up with this man's mood swings. Hot and then cold and then oh so hot again. Now we're back to cold, I see. What about it?
"You said you'd picked out something other than the gloves. Let's see it."
Oh, that. I don't exactly have it yet. Logan's eyes narrow.
"Where is it?"
It needs to be assembled. His brow furrows even more deeply, if that's possible. Unfortunately, it does nothing to diminish his attractiveness. In fact, the man somehow looks even hotter when he's mad or slightly confused. "Just leave it to me," I assure him. "I promise I'll have it by the end of the day." He hesitates, but to his credit, only for a second. He gives me a quick nod.
"All right. You have until the end of the day."
"I promise I won't disappoint you." There's a slight note of sarcasm in my voice, which I really should do a better job of tamping down, especially considering the man just had to bail me out of Barney's jail. Luckily, there's a slight twinkle in his eye. He doesn't smile, of course, but there's a twinkle.
"Good,"
he finally says with one curt nod.
"I'll expect you back before 5.
He turns on his heel. Just as I realize I still need one thing from him. "Oh, hold on." He turns abruptly. There go the eyebrows again. I swear they have a mind of their own. I grab a pad of Cartwright Diamonds notepaper off my desk and click open a pen. "What's your mother's name? Full name, I mean." The eyebrows are deepening into impossible directions now.
"Why?"
"For the gift."
"Are you signing her up for something?"
"Not exactly." Logan scrubs his face, as if he isn't quite sure what to make of this, or of me. Finally, his shoulders drop half an inch, and I know he's decided to let it go.
"Eleanor Rose Cartwright."
"Thanks. I'll be back in a couple of hours."
"I look forward to it,"
he says, but before I'm fully out of earshot, I hear him mutter,
"I think."
Almost exactly 2 hours later, I have everything sorted. But by the time I get back to the office, I'm starting to doubt my plan. What if he thinks this is totally corny? Despite what Emma said about Logan's mother wanting something personal from her son, I'm sure the woman is expecting a pricey piece of jewelry or, I don't know, a new solid gold tea kettle or something, whatever rich old ladies like. I clutch the bag nervously and head over to Logan's office. Part of me is praying that it'll be like last time, and he'll have already left for the day. Yet an undeniable part of me is anxious to see him again. Yes, it's a tiny, traitorous little part of me, but it's there. I feel it in every click of my heels across the lacquered office floor. When I get to his door, I find him sitting behind his desk, deeply focused on a stack of papers in front of him. For a second, I just stand there, watching the way he works with such concentration, such single-minded efficiency. He doesn't see me standing there or even sense my presence, and I let the minutes stretch out longer than I should. There's something about him that's so mesmerizing, it's hard to look away. My eyes are drawn to him like he's a great artwork or a natural wonder. "What can I do for you, Blake?" he asks, after another long minute. I snap to attention. He still hasn't looked up, and now I wonder if he knew I was standing there the entire time. "Sorry," I clear my throat. "I, have the gift ready if you want to see it." He doesn't answer or even look up, just reaches his hand out in the universal gimme gesture. I loop the handle of the bag over his hand, careful not to let my skin touch his. I watch as his fingers close around the bag, straining at the weight of it. He looks up in surprise, and then down at the bag. It's almost funny, watching the genuine curiosity that comes over his face as he reaches into the bag. Or at least, it would be if I wasn't so worried that he's going to hate it. Logan pulls the heavy frame out of the bag. He studies it for a minute. My pulse pounds in my throat, almost as hard as it did when he kissed me in the car earlier. If possible, I feel even more terrified than I did then. Logan blinks. Once. Twice. His jaw ticks. He looks at me, and then down at the frame, and then back at me. A wave of bile starts to claw its way up my throat. He hates it. He thinks it's stupid. God, Blake, what were you thinking? Of course a woman like Logan's mother isn't going to be happy with something this corny. Oh, and don't forget, cheap. But when Logan looks at me again, there's a softness in his expression. "This is magnificent," he says finally. My face twists into a wonky smile that's trying not to be. "Really?" "Really." "I did good?" "You did good, Blake." "Thanks." He doesn't say anything else, just turns to look at the frame again. I stay standing at the door until I realize he has nothing else to say to me. I turn to go. "Blake?" The sound of his voice twists something in my stomach, something that feels altogether too light and fluttery. "Yes?" He's put the frame back in the bag and is now holding it out to me. His gaze has already returned to the laptop. "I'll need this gift wrapped, of course." "Of course," I say, biting back something that's half a laugh, half a silent scream.
9. Logan. The restaurant is dim. Too dim. Haven't even found my family's table yet, and in my mind I can already hear my mother complaining about how she can't read the menu, and don't these places have any respect for the elderly? Not that at 60 my mother is exactly an old crone. She still sports Chanel suits and keeps her chin-length hair a light brown that comes from a bottle and gets reapplied every 4 weeks like clockwork. My mother likes to say that she doesn't just have a hairdresser, she has an Antonio. If the man wasn't as gay as the day is long, I'm sure she would have hit on him by now. Actually, knowing my mother and her somewhat naive character assessment abilities, she probably already has hit on him. Not that it would ever lead anywhere, even aside from the gay thing. Ever since my father died, my mother's found her fulfillment in other areas of her life, namely her 2 grandkids and her various charities and redoing our vacation house in the Hamptons for the 18th time. As I make my way towards the back of the restaurant, I spot my family easily, mostly because my 4-year-old niece, Daisy, is wearing a huge pair of sparkly butterfly wings that protrude back behind the chair she's sitting in. I sneak up behind her, scoop her out of her seat, and plant a loud, smacking kiss on each of her cheeks. She squeals and then giggles loudly, drawing the glowering attention of the people at the next table over. I ignore them. Let them complain. I could afford to empty out this entire restaurant if I chose to. "I'm a butterfly, Uncle Logan," Daisy shrieks, turning and showing off her wings when I finally set her back down. "So I see, and a very pretty one at that." Daisy flushes with pleasure as I make my way around the table, ruffling Jack's hair and giving my sister Heather and her husband Tim a warm hug before turning to the woman of the hour. "Happy birthday, Mother." "Oh, thank you, dear, but you know it's just another day for me." Heather and I exchange a look, and I bite back a smile. She says that now, but if we'd forgotten her birthday, there'd have been 12 months and 17 varieties of hell to pay. I pass the gift bag over to her as she demurs. "Oh, Logan, you shouldn't have." My gaze flicks over to Heather again, and she snorts. "I know, but I wanted to." I plant a kiss on her cheek. My mother adds the bag to the pile on the empty chair next to her. I can also make out a nicely wrapped box that looks like it must be from Heather and Tim. Judging by the size and shape, I'm going to guess sweater. And a couple of brightly, if clumsily, wrapped boxes that have to be from the kids. We slip easily into conversation. We cover the same ground we always do. Tim asks about the business, and I give him the highlights. Then ask him about his award nomination. Mom and Heather chat about what the kids have been up to lately. Daisy and Jack alternate between giggling and bickering. It should be boring, but there's something oddly comforting about the familiarity of it. I spend my whole life working on impressing people, terrorizing them even. But here I can just be myself. Just be Logan. Sometimes I think that if I didn't have my family, I'd forget who that even is. Tonight, though, I struggle to keep up with the conversation. I lose my train of thought while I'm talking to Tim and find myself staring off into space instead of finishing a thought about the impact of new tariffs on the diamond industry. My eyes glaze over when Daisy sings her new made-up song about butterflies. I only catch the part about them flapping their wing-a-ling-a-ding-dongs, which makes Tim snort. I even zone out while my mother asks me a question. She has to touch my hand before I come back to the present, blinking at the dimness of the restaurant. And the reason for my distraction? One guess. Blake Holloway. Ever since I kissed her in my car yesterday, she's been all I can think about. Her lips, her hair, her taste, her smell, her softness. Every fucking thing about her has been captivated. Maybe it's the fact that I can't have any of it. That I can't have her. That I was never even supposed to hire her in the first place. Now she's in my thoughts like an invasive species, taking over everything that once used to thrive there. I asked if you'd seen Ed lately. Fuck. Ed. My mother's question jolts me out of my thoughts of Blake and straight to the heart of my problem. Yes, I saw him recently. We're going to have dinner soon. Oh, good. He thinks so highly of you, you know. I grunt. I still haven't forgotten about that stupid drawing that Blake found in the quarterly report. The one that could have tanked my career, or at least seriously undermined my credibility with the board. It makes me wonder if Ed knew something more than he was letting on the other day. It certainly makes his visit seem a little more prescient. I make a mental note to set up that dinner with him sooner rather than later. And he's really been so good to our family, don't you think? I realize my mother is still talking. About Ed, I think. I nod vaguely. Yeah, of course. Definitely. My mother folds her napkin in satisfaction. I have no idea what I just agreed with her on, but I'm just going to go with it. Is it time for presents yet? Daisy demands, setting her fork down right on top of the pile of uneaten spaghetti in front of her. Soon, honey, as soon as they take our plates away. Heather picks up the fork and wipes down the handle with her napkin without missing a beat. I'm fascinated by the way her mom mode kicks in so seamlessly. She can carry on a completely intelligent adult conversation while wrangling two slippery eels with opposable thumbs. It's nothing short of awe-inspiring. As if on cue, our server arrives to whisk away our empty plates. I order a bottle of champagne for the table, despite Mom's protestations. "You only turned 60 once," I tell her. "Thank God," she mutters, but I can see by the glint in her eyes that she's pleased. "Presents now?" Daisy asks, clasping her hands together. She's so excited you'd think it was her birthday. "Mom?" Heather looks to our mother for confirmation, and when she nods, my sister smiles at Daisy. "Yes, presents." "Open mine first," Daisy sings as she lunges toward the chair with the gifts. She grabs one wrapped messily in pink paper, with a big pink bow and sparkling pink curlicues. "It's this one." "I had no idea," Mom says with a smile. "I thought that might be from your Uncle Logan." "No, it's from me," Daisy squeals again. "Oh, wonderful. Can I open it?" "Yes!" Her enthusiasm is boundless. Mom slowly unwraps the gift, carefully setting aside the bow and the curlicues. I bite back a chuckle as Daisy promptly steals the whole mess of ribbons and sticks it on top of her own head. "Well, isn't this lovely?" Mom coos, as she unearths, from inside a shit-ton of pink tissue paper, a coffee mug hand-painted with daisies. Daisy watches her carefully, her chin resting on her tiny fists. "I love it, Daisy. Thank you. Now I can think of you every morning when I have my coffee." Mom opens Jack's gift next, a similarly hand-painted tea light holder. And though he's not nearly as effusive as Daisy, I can tell he's pleased that she likes it. Heather and Tim's gift is next, and, as I predicted, it's a sweater. Mom holds it up to admire. When she gets to my gift, I feel a bit nervous. Will she like it? Despite what I told Blake, normally I'd get her something more predictable. A sweater, like my sister, or a piece of jewelry, or the new must-have Prada bag. This is different. Mom unwraps it with the same care she used on the other gifts. I watch her face as she slowly peels the paper away. There's a moment of confusion, and then understanding. "Oh, Logan." She looks up, and in her face, at that moment, is everything I need to know. "You like it?" "Oh, honey, I love it." She hugs the frame to her chest. "What is it, Grandma?" Daisy crosses the table and hangs off Mom's arm, trying to see. "It's a star, sweetie. See?" Mom holds the frame out. "It's a star, and it's named after me." Daisy and Jack both look on in amazement. Even Heather and Tim try to peer over Mom's arm at the frame she's holding. I'm not sure where Blake had come up with the idea, but she'd really outdone herself. It turns out you can have a star named after someone. It wasn't very expensive, and who knows if it's even official. But Blake had turned it into something special. She'd had it printed on heavy paper that was so dark blue it was almost black. The lettering was gold embossed, spelling out the star's coordinates, Mom's name, and a poem she'd found. "For age is opportunity no less than youth itself, though in another dress. And as the evening twilight fades away, the sky is filled with stars, invisible by day." Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. I thought the poem was a nice touch. Mom seems to think so, too. She wipes a tear away from her eye. "I'll treasure it always," she says. "You've always been there for us," I tell her honestly. "This way, you'll be there forever." "Thank you, Logan." She squeezes my hand across the table. The mood around the table turns quiet and thoughtful. Not my favorite. "Champagne?" I ask, to bring everyone back. "Yes, please." Heather waves her glass, and then I'm pouring, and the chatter resumes. Later, after Mom's stifled half a dozen yawns, and Daisy has fully fallen asleep on Heather's lap, we decide to call it a night. Mom's driver picks her up right in front of the restaurant, and though Heather tries to hail a cab, I insist on having my own driver take them to the plaza. "That was quite the gift you got, Mom," Heather says, as we pull back into traffic. Daisy hasn't woken up at all and is still sound asleep on her lap. Jack is staring out the window, watching the city slip by around us, but he, too, looks ready to pass out. I can't take all the credit for it, I admit. My assistant came up with the idea. "Your assistant?" Heather squints. "Not the one who kept spilling coffee." I grin ruefully. "No, a new one." "Plan on keeping this one?" "I hope so." I press my lips into a line. I hadn't given any serious thought to the idea of Blake leaving, but suddenly the notion seems absolutely abhorrent. Heather squints. "What is it?" "Huh? Nothing." I shake my head. That's not a nothing look. I force myself to smile. "Just thinking of something I have to take care of tomorrow. You know me, can't turn off the work part of my brain." "Uh-huh." Heather looks skeptical. But then she knows me well. Better than most people. "Well, any assistant who could come up with something that thoughtful sounds like a keeper." Yeah, I guess she is. I'm distracted again. Thinking about Blake, yes, but also thinking about my reaction to her. Why can't I get her out of my mind? She's just an assistant, after all. Sure, she's hot, okay, and amusing, and yes, she has a sort of persistence that I find attractive. But surely that doesn't justify the amount of time and space she's been occupying in my thoughts. Nothing justifies that. Heather is still watching me, and I'm relieved when we pull up in front of the plaza. I help them get the kids out and walk her and Tim to the front door of the hotel. "You sure you're okay, Logan?" Heather asks before they go inside. "Absolutely," I assure her. Then, to change the subject, I turn to Jack. "I hear you and your sister are going to be coming to visit me here some weekend soon." His face lights up. "Yeah, Mom said we could. Dad's going to win an award." "Might win an award," Tim interjects, but it's clear there's no difference in Jack's eyes. "Well, I can't wait. How'd you like to see a musical while you're here? Maybe The Lion King?" I ask, naming the first kid-appropriate show I could think of. "That would be awesome!" The sheer awe in his voice makes me feel like the coolest uncle in the world. I make a mental note to look into getting tickets. I'm sure Blake can handle that. Blake. There she is. Everything makes me think of her, even the most benign things. The realization sends an uncomfortable wave of something through me. I bid a hasty goodbye to Heather and her crew and promise Jack that I'll see him and Daisy soon. When I'm alone again, heading towards my Park Avenue penthouse, I pull out my phone and start going through my emails. Work has always been my go-to distraction. It worked after Dad. It worked after Laura. But somehow, it doesn't hold the same power now. I struggle to compose even a single reply, so attracted I am by thoughts of unwrapping a certain muffin. By the time I get home, I've come to the conclusion that this has got to stop. In fact, it stops right now.
10. Blake. "Good morning," I chirp as I pass Kath's desk. I drop a takeaway coffee from Rocky Road Cafe down in front of her. "Thought you could use that." She looks suspiciously at it, then back at me. Her eyes travel up the length of my legs, and I ignore the judging expression on her face. Maybe the dress is a little short. So what? Okay, maybe it's a lot short, but it's still professional. It's not like I'm wearing pasties and a garter belt here. I force myself to keep smiling at Kath, who still hasn't said anything. "Is Mr. Cartwright, in yet?" She hesitates, then gives a brusque nod. "Great." Warmth fills my body, though I try not to let my face betray any hint of what I'm feeling, because what I'm feeling is very, very inappropriate. Ever since yesterday, I haven't been able to get that kiss out of my mind. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the way Logan's lips felt on mine, the way his hands felt tangled in my hair, the way he looked at me like he wanted to devour me. Because ever since yesterday, I found myself wondering just what it would be like to be devoured. I know my sisters think I'm a party girl, and it's true that I love going out and having fun. No one can dance up a storm quite like me. But I don't really sleep around. The last guy I slept with is my ex-boyfriend, and we broke up over a year ago. He was a fun guy, but, well, he was sloppy, both in bed and out of it. You know, the kind of guy whose car is filled with fast food wrappers and who always seems to have that single dirty sock on the nightstand next to his bed. Something tells me that nothing about Logan Cartwright is sloppy. Something tells me that everything about him is finely tuned, like a sleek Ferrari. I shouldn't be thinking about him like that. I know I shouldn't, but all the shouldn'ts in the world can't stop the way my body comes alive when I'm in the same room as him. Kath clears her throat, and I realize that I'm still standing there in front of her desk, and that I might be panting a little. Well, enjoy the coffee, I bleat. She grunts something that I'm going to go ahead and assume is a thank you, and I make a mad dash out of the lobby. Once I'm at my desk, I take a couple of fortifying swigs of my own coffee, and then grab the cappuccino I picked up for Logan. I'm still on a high from yesterday's win with the gift for his mother, so I figured presenting him with a proper coffee, instead of one of my crime against humanity cappuccinos, was a better way to go. Might as well at least try to stay on top for a little while longer, right? I take a minute to fix my hair and reapply a slick of pink lip gloss, and then I take the coffee to his office. I find him already sitting behind his desk, focused on the laptop in front of him, as always. He's got on a navy suit today, and it sets off his dark blonde hair perfectly. If I could see his eyes, I know they'd look bluer and icier than ever. Nope, definitely nothing sloppy about Logan Cartwright. Except, to my eternal dismay, Logan doesn't look up.
Blake, I need you to run an errand.
Oh, okay. I try to keep the disappointment out of my voice. I brought you a cappuccino from Rocky Road. Instead of answering, he just points to an empty spot on the desk next to the laptop. I scurry over and set the cup down. I straighten my skirt and wait for him to notice me, but his eyes remain steadfastly trained on the computer screen.
I need you to get 3 tickets to the Lion King, he says, for next Saturday, first or second row, nothing further back than that, and certainly nothing with an unobstructed view.
For Saturday? I squeak. I'm pretty sure tickets are sold out. At least, all the good seats will be. He finally looks up, but only for a fraction of a second.
Don't be silly. The show's been out forever.
Yep, but it's still really popular.
Blake, he sighs. Do I pay you to argue with me?
Ugh, here we go again. Hot and cold. So much for my plan to stay on top. No, sir. Did that sound sarcastic enough? He doesn't look up, but I swear I see the corner of his mouth twist up into a quarter of a smile.
Good. My niece and nephew are coming into the city next weekend, and I promised them we'd go see it. I don't want to disappoint them, Blake. Got it?
Got it. Now it's my lips that turn up into a tiny smile. I guess if he's going to be an ass, doing it for family isn't the worst reason.
Of course, if you can't get the tickets, there's really no reason for you to come back here.
I blink in surprise. Is he seriously insinuating that he'll fire me if I can't get the stupid tickets? Oh, I'll get them, I assure him. And then I'm going to shove them right up your... Logan starts typing something on the laptop, and by the way the air in the room shifts, I know I've been dismissed. I straighten my skirt once again, tugging at the, way too short hem. but Logan still doesn't look up. With a silent sigh, I leave his office. Still, as I make my way down the long hallway, I swear I feel his eyes on my ass. I just can't bring myself to turn around and find out for sure. 10 hours. That's how long it takes me to get the stupid Broadway tickets. Actually, make that 10 hours, 37 frantic phone calls, one huge favor, a cab ride out to Long Island, a near collision with a belligerent homeless woman and a runaway shopping cart, a pigeon shit incident, and what I think was a marriage proposal from a cheesy radio DJ. Oh, and top it all off with a freak downpour. It's been a day. But when I walk triumphantly back into the Cartwright Diamond offices that night, it's with 4 tickets to the Lion King nestled safely in my purse. It's past 7 o'clock by that time, and I don't expect anyone else to still be in the office. The hallways are dark, and Kath's workstation looms empty when I pass by. I intend to just leave the tickets on Logan's desk. No way am I going to risk taking them home with me. With my luck, I'd end up dropping them down a sewer grate or something. As I walk towards Logan's office, I yank out my wet braid. Did I mention the freak downpour? My long hair is drenched, and it drapes heavily against my back. My dress clings to my body, and what was once just too short is now borderline obscene. Even my feet are squelching in my pumps. All I want to do is go home, shower, pull on one of my many pairs of leggings, and sample whatever sweet treat Lucy spent the day concocting. I can practically already taste the wine I'll no doubt be pouring myself. I round the corner towards Logan's office and freeze when I see him sitting there. Head down, fingers on the keyboard. Exactly how I left him this morning. I could swear the man hasn't moved all day. I slow my pace. I wasn't prepared to face him tonight, and especially not now that I look like something the cat hacked up. I pause long enough to wring out my hair, but so much water squeezes out that it makes a spattering noise as it hits the lacquered floor. Logan looks up, startled. Then his eyes darken when he sees me. Even from here, out in the hallway, I can see it happen. His fingers are still poised over the laptop, but his eyes are trained on me. "Hi," I say, trying to recover. I force myself to start walking towards him again. My shoes make wet squeaking noises with every step. It seems to take a painfully long time for me to get to his office door. Logan doesn't answer. His eyes travel up and down my body, lingering where my dress clings to my chest, to my hips, pausing over my bare thighs. "It's raining," I say somewhat stupidly. His lips turn up into a fraction of a smile.
"I see that."
He gets up and wordlessly goes through a door at the back of his office. When he emerges again, he has a fluffy white towel. "Thanks." I reach for it when he holds it out, and for a second, our fingers brush. A shiver runs through me, all the way from the sopping, wet roots of my hair to my frozen toes. "I didn't know you had a linen closet back there."
"A whole bathroom, actually."
"Really?" I stopped toweling my hair long enough to gape at him. I had no idea.
"See for yourself."
He steps aside, gesturing for me to go past him. I creep by, self-conscious about the sounds my shoes are still making, and find myself in a full bathroom, complete with a modern marble shower. "My father had it installed years ago," he explains, when he sees my incredulous expression. "He used to spend a lot of late nights here." I see the apple didn't fall far from the tree in that regard. I try to focus on running the towel through my hair and over my exposed skin, but Logan is standing so close to me now that it's hard to even breathe.
"No,
I suppose it didn't. He's so close that I can see the way his chest rises and falls. I can see the fine silver threads that run through his tie. I can see each hair that makes up the dark shadow covering his jaw. I can see his lips twitch slightly as he watches me. I got the tickets, I say, taking 2 big, safe steps backwards. His forehead wrinkles. The tickets? Oh, my God, is he serious? I fished them out of my purse and thrust them towards him. To the Lion King, for your niece and nephew. Oh. His eyes widen as he takes the tickets from me. I grit my teeth when our fingers touch again. Oh, really? I thought they'd be impossible to get. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Well, they almost were, but I made some calls. I let the sentence trail off, hoping that it makes me sound like a worldly and capable person. You know, the kind with connections, the kind who can just call someone up and make something happen. Logan's lips purse into something that's almost a smile. You made some calls, he repeats, as if this is amusing to him. Yes. And who did you call exactly? A friend in the business. Well, it's sort of true. Really? It's not a question. The way he looks at me feels like a challenge. I try to meet his gaze, but there's something too deep and dark in it. I can see why he's as successful as he is. I find it hard to believe that anyone could come up against Logan Cartwright and come away unscathed. Fine, I deflate. My roommate has a friend who works in PR, and she hooked me up with a radio station that was doing a giveaway on tickets. All I had to do was be the 29th caller and sing the first verse of Hakuna Matata live on the air. Logan snorts. It's the closest thing to laughter I've ever seen from him. You sang? On the radio? Yes, and then I think the DJ might have proposed to me, I'm not sure. The whole thing was very confusing. Logan's jaw ticks, and I can tell he's trying not to laugh. I'm impressed. Once again, I flush under the glow of his praise. I refuse to let him see that, though. Well, someone told me not to bother coming back if I didn't have the tickets, so I figured I'd better find a way to get them. You did good, Blake. Thank you. My skin's gone to goosebumps. I blame it on the lingering cold from the rain, but it might actually be the heat of Logan's gaze. In the moment of silence that follows, I realize that we're all alone here at the office. Everything is quiet. The hallways are dark, and I'm acutely aware of the thudding pulse of my own heart. I clear my throat. Well, I should head home. I'm soaking wet and starving, and I have an entire unwatched season of Scandal waiting for me. Right. He swallows, his throat bobbing tightly as if it's straining somehow. Then he blurts, I ordered Thai food. Great. Enjoy. Why is he telling me this? I mean, if you're hungry, there'll be lots. It should be here any minute. Oh. The invitation catches me off guard. The idea of eating with Logan is terrifying and appealing all at once, which is probably a sign that it's a bad idea. I should really go home, actually. I need to change, and I would have made it out of there if the food hadn't arrived at that exact moment. I smell it seconds before the delivery guy rounds the corner, accompanied by one of the building's night security guards. He smiles broadly when he sees us standing there in the single, brightly lit offices. Delivery from Jasmine Thai, he announces, as if there's any doubt as to who he is. Right here, Logan says, gesturing to his desk while he fishes his wallet out of his jacket pocket. As soon as the guy sets down the bags, I automatically start unloading them. My mouth waters. Even without opening up the containers, I can smell coriander, coconut, peanut sauce, some kind of
charred meat. By the time I look up, the delivery guy and his armed escort have disappeared, and Logan is watching me lay out the food across his desk. "I told you there'd be plenty," he says. "Are you sure you don't want to stay?" "Well," I peek under the lid of one of the containers and breathe in the fragrant green curry. "Maybe I could stay for a quick bite." Logan's mouth twitches into something like a smile, and I can tell he's pleased. I, on the other hand, am wondering if this might just be a terrible idea. 11. Blake. We go through a surprising amount of food. Well, mostly I do. I heap something from every container onto my paper plate, and then I have seconds of almost everything. Logan eats too, but mostly he watches me. I should be self-conscious, but I'm too famished to care. "I missed lunch," I explain, around a bite of chicken satay drenched in peanut sauce. "What with all the running around trying to get your tickets." "I appreciate your sacrifice," he says. And even though he's not smiling, I can sense the sarcasm in his voice. I point the end of my chicken skewer in his direction. "You should. I could have ended up engaged to a Long Island radio DJ, you know. That would have been a shame." By the time we finish eating, my dress is almost dry and I feel practically human again. What's more amazing is that Logan has actually managed to be nice to me for an entire half hour. Other than a few subtly sarcastic comments, he hasn't once made me want to scream. Why isn't this the boss I come to work for every day? I push my chair back and pat my stomach in satisfaction. "That was great. Thank you." "You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it." A moment of silence lingers between us. Logan is staring at me as if he's waiting for something. I don't know what to do, so I push my chair back and pick up the towel that I'd been sitting on. "I'll just put this back and then I'll be on my way. I'm sure you have work to get back to." Yes." He doesn't exactly sound sure about that. I push past him into the bathroom. I'd slipped my shoes off under the desk while we ate, and now they're almost dry so they don't squeak when I walk. I'm actually feeling pretty good. But as soon as I step into the bathroom, I gasp in horror. My hair is a massive frizz ball. Actually, make that a massive frizz triangle. I look like Anne Hathaway in The Princess Diaries before she gets her makeover. "Everything okay in there?" Logan calls from out in his office. Yes, fine." I frantically comb my fingers through my blonde locks. I can't believe I just spent the last hour with Logan looking like this. Then again, I can't believe I care. He's my boss, nothing more. I stop combing. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, noting the light flush in my cheeks, the way my pupils are dilated, the way my pulse thrums in my neck. I look like someone who was just on a really good date. Except I was just eating Thai food with my boss. My boss. That's all. Nothing more, I repeat. Nothing more. I say it out loud to my reflection, as if that will help it sink in. "Are you sure you're okay in there?" Logan asks again. This time I almost laugh. "No, actually, I'm not really sure at all." I finish combing through my hair as best as I can. After all, there's no reason to look like a complete ragamuffin, even in front of my boss and nothing more, and emerge from the bathroom. "All good," I promise Logan, though I make sure to keep my distance from him. I really should be going now. "Thanks again for dinner." "Sure." He watches me as I go. But before I can reach the door, his voice stops me. "Blake?" I turn slowly, almost as if I know what's about to happen. Maybe it's the hitch in his voice. Maybe it's the fact that he sounds too close, that I can almost feel his breath on my neck. Yes. My voice is a whisper, a murmur. My eyes are locked onto his. Every breath feels like it's being dragged forcibly from my chest. Logan doesn't answer. His fingers push through my newly combed hair. There's a single moment where we're both breathing the same air, our lips just inches apart. Then his mouth covers mine. He's hungry, searching. My breath sticks in my throat, and for just a second, I think about pulling away, about running far, far away from this office and never coming back. I don't. Of course I don't. I let him in. I let go of that last bit of resistance. In this moment, I know I would let him have whatever he wants. It's everything our last kiss was, and then some. His fingers tug at my still damp locks, while his tongue crashes into mine. His lips are soft, softer than they have any right to be, but his kiss is so firm and commanding that it makes me quiver. That kiss leaves me breathless and wanting, like no other kiss has before. I know I should pull away, put an end to this, but I can't. I physically can't. My body won't let me move away, won't let me put an inch of space between me and Logan. If anything, I want him closer. I push against his body, which is so warm and solid and real. His hands run up and down my arms, over my back. My skin, which just minutes ago was cool, sizzles under his touch. "Blake," he says again. His voice is husky. His breath is in my hair. He runs his tongue along the shell of my ear. My entire body responds, folding against him, as helpless as an umbrella in a hurricane, swept away. Somehow, he turns me around because when I take a few steps backwards, I bump up against his desk. He follows me, never breaking off the kiss, his hands still slanting through my hair. I let my own hands roam over his body, exploring the hard planes of his chest, the bulges of his biceps. I run my hand under his jacket, where his torso narrows. "Blake," he says again, his voice even more of a groan than it was before. He sounds like he's coming undone. I know the feeling. He pushes my hair back off my neck and presses his lips to my ear again. "You better walk out this door right now." I stop kissing him, try to catch my breath, blink at him. He shakes his head. "Because if you don't walk out this door now, then I'm going to fuck you right here on this desk. I'm not going to be able to stop myself. I could ruin you, Blake." I shiver. From the roots of my hair to the tips of my toes, my body trembles. I want that, Logan. I want it so bad. "You want me to fuck you, Blake? To destroy you?" I swallow. Then, yes. He kisses me again. This time it's harder, more ferocious, like he really is preparing to destroy me. His hands trail down the length of my body and then around behind me, scooping me up and setting me back down on the desk. He steps between my thighs, forcing my knees open to accommodate him. My dress rides up, and he steps closer. I can feel his stiffness pressing against me, sending a shiver of anticipation through me. His hands are on my thighs now, riding dangerously close to my center, my heat. I try to wriggle closer to him. All I want is for him to touch me. It's all I can think about, all I can focus on. My own breath and my unquenchable need. As if Logan knows what I want. He stops. Moves back a fraction of an inch. Looks down at me. A barely suppressed grin. "I'll touch you when I decide to touch you, Blake,"
he says. There's that voice again. His boss voice, so powerful, so commanding. The voice of a man who's used to getting what he wants. And now, that includes me. For a brief moment, I think again about snapping my legs closed, hopping off this desk, and running out of his office, possibly never ever coming back to Cartwright Diamonds. But as soon as the thought occurs to me, I discard it. I already know that's not going to happen. I'm in this, at least for right now. I couldn't get off this desk if I wanted to, and even if I did, I'm not sure my legs would carry me as far as the door. So instead, I look up at him. I run my tongue over my lips. I'm waiting, Mr. Cartwright. His eyes darken. I can tell he likes the name. To be honest, I do too. I watch the struggle play out on his face. He wants to make me wait, but he doesn't want to wait any longer himself. He wants this as much as I do. Watching an alpha male struggle with his own desire gives me a giddy sort of high. I wrap my legs around his thighs, locking my ankles behind him and pulling him closer. Then I reach my hands up and run my fingers over his broad chest. I'll wait as long as you want me to, Mr. Cartwright. Emphasis on the title. That's enough for him. For me, too. He slips his hand in between our bodies and palms my pussy. His fingers move against me, and I know he can tell exactly how wet I am, even through the lacy fabric of my panties. His touch is everything, and I'm already shuddering as he presses his thumb against my clit. Everything about this feels so forbidden, so wrong, so fucking delectable. I reach my hand out to feel his length. Through his suit pants, he's hard as steel. Hard and huge. I bite my bottom lip as my fingers travel inch after solid inch. One last chance, Logan says darkly. If you want to leave. His eyes meet mine. I nod. He pushes aside the gusset of my panties and finds my warm, wet flesh. His fingers against me are pure fire. He works them expertly, circling my clit, then traveling further south to tease my entrance. I scoot my hips up and out, trying to give him better access, trying to give him everything. His ministrations alone are enough to push me over the edge, but Logan pulls back before I can cross over that peak. I whimper at the loss of his touch. But when I see him reach for his belt, I bite my lip. I fumble with the buttons of his shirt while he undoes his belt, then the pants. I get about half the buttons undone, just enough to glimpse the perfect washboard of his abs. There's a fine line of golden hairs that lead down below his waist. I want to rip off all his clothes, admire the sculpted body I know he's been hiding beneath his suits. But this isn't the time for long, languorous lovemaking. This is about pure need, and right now, what I need more than anything is Logan Cartwright's cock inside of me. He pushes his pants and his boxer briefs down over his hips in one smooth motion. He grips his cock at the base, and I get my first glimpse of how big it is. How towering and impressive, just like Logan himself. He presses it against my core, the tip pushing against my clit, making me shiver in delight. I grab his hips and pull him closer. I want to tell him to fuck me, but I know that he would only take more pleasure in making me wait even longer. He wants this to be on his say-so. Part of me likes it that way, too. The tease, the control, not knowing when or if he's going to finally slide inside of me. He strokes his cock along my seam, coating himself in my juices. I can only imagine the wet puddle I'm leaving on his desk,
But right now, I'm trying not to think about anything but the feeling of Logan's skin against mine. The wet puddle and everything after is future Blake's problem. Logan teases my entrance again, pushing the tip of his cock against me. When I look up to his face, I find his brow furrowed in concentration, like he's trying not to lose control completely. Clearly, Logan Cartwright isn't a man who's used to losing control. Maybe I should be flattered that he seems to be as at a loss as I am, that he seems to be coming undone. He withdraws again, and I let out a strangled breath. I want to touch my clit, or tweak my nipples, or stroke his cock, or do anything to move this train along. But something tells me to wait. So I do. I hold my breath, and I wait. Then the moment comes. Logan pushes his hips against my thighs, his long, thick cock sliding fully inside me. The sensation is exquisite, tight and full, and just this side of painful. As he starts to move, slowly at first, that pain melds fully into pleasure. My eyes roll back in my head as Logan pumps his hips against me. I clench the muscles of my pussy, trying to grip him to me, greedy for the feel of him inside of me. Every stroke rattles me, every thrust pushes me against the desk. I have to let go of his arms and brace myself against the desk, otherwise I'm pretty sure I'd go flying off the other side. It doesn't take long. The way Logan is pounding against me sets all my nerves on fire, and soon all my blood is racing towards my pussy. My skin is aflame. Oh, God, Logan, Mr. Cartwright. My breath is a girlish whisper. It makes him pant. He thrusts against me over and over, his face contorting. Pain, pleasure, everything. I wrap my legs around his hips as I chase the climax that's so close to my reach. It feels like the dreams I used to have when I was a kid, the dreams where I was flying. This feels like flying. When the orgasm finally hits me, it loosens all my muscles. My arms give out and I fall backwards against the desk. Barely human anymore, just a writhing puddle of Blake. Logan grabs my thighs and yanks them up, drawing me closer to him and somehow thrusting even deeper inside of me. I moan and squeeze my muscles around him. I can feel the moment he lets go, the moment he pours everything inside of me. For a second, his expression is pure bliss, a mask of calm that I've never seen on his face before. He reaches one hand up and pushes my sweaty hair off my forehead, then leans over and kisses my lips. There's a bead of sweat in the small cleft above his upper lip, and I use a fingertip to wipe it away, then lick it off my finger. I want to taste every part of Logan Cartwright, but this will have to do for now. For about a minute, there's nothing between us but mutual satisfaction. Our breathing is in sync. Our hearts pulse at the same rapid pace. Logan's eyes are glued to mine, and something seems to pass between us. Something that's so much softer and more tender than I would have ever expected. But it only lasts a minute. A single, fragile minute. Then he's standing up, yanking his pants back up, fastening his belt. I feel morose almost, as I watch him rebutton his white shirt. Reluctantly, I sit up and straighten my dress.
"Let me get you a towel,"
he says. That's okay. I'll just duck into the bathroom and clean up. He frowns, then nods. I hop off the desk. I'm too embarrassed to look back and see if there is indeed a wet spot on the desk. Instead, I hightail it into the bathroom and close the door behind me. For a second, I just lean against it, trying to catch my breath. Now that the moment has passed, now that the orgasm has eased some of the lingering tension, all I'm left with is an overwhelming sense of, what the fuck was I thinking? 12. Blake. Drink? Oh God, yes. Please. I cast my pleading eyes at the waitress, who gives me a polite smile. I'll have a dirty martini, a double actually. Blake, slow down. We just got here, my sister Rory teases. You've got all night. I know, but you have no idea how badly I need this. She laughs. Is the new job really that bad? I purse my lips. I don't answer until the waitress has taken all of our orders and disappeared back into the crowd towards the bar. It's not that it's bad exactly. It's just a bit much. Emma and Rory exchange a look, and I roll my eyes. Come on, give me a break, I lament. I didn't say I couldn't do it. It's just a lot different than working for Mom and Dad, that's all. Which, of course, is the understatement of the year. After all, I never once fucked anyone at the flower shop. Certainly not my boss. And not least of all because my boss was my dad and... ew. I haven't told anyone yet about what happened with Logan the other day. Not even my sisters or Lucy. Now that it's Friday and we're all sitting around a little Manhattan bar called Veneer, I have the overwhelming urge to spill everything. I can't, though. I know what my sisters would think. That I'm still Blake the baby, Blake the fuck-up. Blake who can't make it in the city. Blake who can't be trusted to behave like an adult. I'm not saying my sisters are judgmental, not exactly, but they see me as the baby. The one who never grew up. Finding out I did something as stupid as banging my boss isn't going to help my case. I want to prove to them that I'm a grown-up now, almost as much as I want to prove it to myself. Which means putting everything that happened with Logan Cartwright completely and 100% behind me. The waitress returns with our drinks. My double martini and Rory and Emma's wine and Lucy's pina colada. I take a grateful sip from the wide-rimmed glass, then grimace. Why did I pick a martini? I ordered it because I thought it sounded like something a grown-up would order. Now I look enviously at Lucy's drink. I should have ordered something with a damn umbrella in it. You really can't go wrong with an umbrella. So, tell us everything, Emma says, sipping her wine. The dim bar lights glint off the huge rock on her finger. How do you like working for Logan Cartwright? I grimace again, though this time it isn't because of the drink. It's okay. He's kind of intense, I guess. He has me running around doing all these crazy, impossible errands for him, like getting him last-minute theater tickets to a sold-out show. I guess that's why he's gone through so many assistants, Emma muses. My ears perk up at that. I remember she'd said something about this once before. Oh, yeah? She chuckles. Yeah, he told us 10 this year alone. That's why I wasn't sure about having Tyler forward your resume. I got the impression he might be a bit of a nightmare boss, although Tyler says most of them ended up leaving because he slept with them. She laughs at that. So I guess as long as you don't sleep with him, you should be okay. Ha ha. Yeah, right. I pick up my glass, but the liquid inside suddenly looks incredibly unappealing. I set it back down on the table. How could I have been so stupid? Now there's really no way I can tell them what happened. And what does this mean for my job? Is Logan going to fire me now that I've slept with him? Am I just number 11 in a string of misguided assistants who made the rookie mistake of letting the boss get into her filing cabinet? Can we get some mozzarella sticks? I say, instead of spilling my guts onto the table. Sure. And maybe some nachos? Rory laughs. Whatever you want, Blake. We're celebrating your new job. Then can you flag the waitress down? Just order one of everything. I'm going to the bathroom. I need a minute to catch my breath and collect my thoughts. Lucy jumps up. I'll come with you. I don't say anything, even though I want to be alone. I can't exactly tell her that she's not allowed to go to the bathroom. Instead, I just smile and we both head towards the back of the bar. Are you okay? She asks, leaning in close once we're inside. Fine, I say automatically. Why? She squints at me under the fluorescent lights. I don't know, you just don't seem like yourself tonight. I should lock myself in a stall and end this conversation now, but instead, I meet Lucy's eye. I did something stupid, I blurt. What? She instantly looks concerned. I slept with my boss. Oh no, Blake, you didn't. Her face falls. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe for her to tell me that it was no big deal. I know it was stupid, I admit. It just kind of happened. We were eating Thai food, and then he kissed me, and then the next thing I knew, I was on his desk with my skirt up around my waist. Oh, God, Blake, that's awful. I know. Except there's still a teeny, tiny part of me that thinks it wasn't awful at all. That thinks it was mind-blowing and life-altering and completely fucking orgasmic. But I don't say any of that to Lucy. I swear it's never going to happen again. At least that part is true. Whatever I may have felt about Logan in that moment, I definitely know it can't ever happen again. No way, no how. No, definitely don't do it again. Once is a mistake, but twice is just stupid. She tries to smile, but I can see the concern still etched in her eyes. Couldn't agree more. Don't tell my sisters, okay? They already think I'm such a fuck-up. I really don't need them knowing I did this, especially not Emma. At that, Lucy actually laughs. We've both had many conversations about how obnoxiously perfect my sister is. She's lightened up a bit since she met her fiancé Tyler, but she's still way too much of a goody two-shoes. She'd have an aneurysm if she knew what I did. Not to mention that she's the one who helped me get the job. She'll probably feel like it's her reputation on the line, and God forbid anyone sully that. Don't worry, Lucy says. Your secret is safe with me. You want to get back out there? I take a deep breath. Yes, let's. I slip my arm through hers. Do you think they ordered any deep-fried pickles? I've got a craving for pickles like you wouldn't believe. I go into work on Monday with every intention of playing it cool with Logan. I might even straight up tell him that what happened last week is not happening again. I want him to know just how serious about this I am. Except I never get the chance. Logan spends the entire day out of the office. Kath says he's in meetings, but when I check his calendar, he only has a couple of conference calls scheduled. Nothing that would keep him out of the office all day. I spend the evening dwelling on it, which, believe me, I realize isn't the behavior of a girl who wants to put this firmly and 100% behind her. Thankfully, by Tuesday morning, I've once again scrunched up my willpower and am prepared to tell him just how I feel. That last week was a mistake, that I take my job seriously and have no intention of fucking it up for an ill-advised fling. Except, once again, I never get the chance. Logan is nowhere to be seen. His office door is closed, the lights are off, and everything is quiet. I creep back over to Kath's desk. Where's the boss today? I ask, trying to sound casual. Canada. If I'd been drinking coffee, I would have spit it out. Sorry, what? Northwest Territories, to be specific. Meeting with some big mining honcho. He'll be back in a few days. Right. You'd think he would have bothered to tell me. After all, I'm his personal assistant. Surely that would require me at least having a basic idea of his schedule. I guess I'll just find something to do. I think he left you a list, Kath says. On your desk. Great. I let out a huff and clomped back to my desk. Sure enough, There's a folded piece of paper nestled on my keyboard. I don't know why he didn't just email me. I snatch the paper up and unfold it. For a second, I have the wild hope that it's not just a to-do list, but an actual note. An apology for having to be away, or maybe something to say he'll be thinking about me, that he can't get what happened last week out of his head. Of course, it isn't. It's a to-do list, plain and simple. I scan it quickly, my stomach twisting in irritation at the list of asinine tasks on there. Clean the cappuccino machine? Get the photocopier serviced? Scan all of the vendor contracts from the last 6 months? I actually groan out loud. I mean, I know it's my job. And I know that it was a stupid fucking fantasy to think that he'd write anything personal here. But it still sends a lance of pain through my heart. I feel torn into 1,000 pieces over what happened last week, and Logan doesn't seem to be affected by it at all. How is that fair? And more importantly, how could I have been so stupid? I take the to-do list Logan oh so thoughtfully left me and study it. With a sigh, I head to the kitchen. This is my job, I remind myself. My feelings, or non-feelings for Logan Cartwright, don't factor into it. I might as well throw myself into the list, starting with wrestling that beast of a cappuccino machine.
13. Logan. Canada is very cold. Specifically, the Northwest Territories are very cold. Seriously fucking cold. I relish every moment of the frigid temperatures. When I'm not in meetings, I spend my time walking the quiet streets, bundled up in a parka and what my Canadian colleagues refer to as a toque. Even with down-filled gloves on, I still have to keep my hands shoved deep into my pockets. Even the subarctic climate isn't enough to keep me from thinking of Blake. Every time her face pops into my mind, a rush of warmth runs through me. My blood sizzles. The cold temperatures are only enough to bring me back to something like normal. Not enough to cool me down completely. Blake. Even her name sends my heart racing. I force myself not to think of her while I'm here, as much as possible, focusing instead on the deal I'm supposed to be closing. A new Canadian diamond mine is opening up, and we want a direct link with Cartwright Diamonds. This could be the biggest pipeline we've had in years. It would mean not just a reliable inventory source for us, but closing off a potentially viable market for the rest of the competition. That would be a huge win for us, one my board wouldn't be able to overlook. Let's see Ray Kellerman try to stir the pot after I seal this deal. And yet, instead of thinking business and strategy and how to set Cartwright a step ahead of the competition, I'm thinking about Blake, about the way she threw her head back when I thrust inside her, about the way her pussy felt, wrapped so snugly around my cock, about the taste of her lips, her skin, the way her scent lingered on me for hours, days afterwards. It's a fucking distraction is what it is. To be honest, that's why I decided to come up here to Canada in the first place. I knew that being around the office with her would be nothing but a temptation, that if I saw her prancing around in one of those short little dresses, there's no way I'd be able to keep from pulling her into my lap and nuzzling my dick up inside her again. I want her again and again and again. It will never be enough. It can never be enough. So I had to get out of the office. I could have fired her, I suppose, but there's a part of me that finds that idea absolutely abhorrent. I can't fire Blake any more than I could cut off my own dick. It just isn't a viable option. So, removing myself from the picture entirely seemed the easiest way to go. I draw the trip out as long as I can, insisting on taking individual meetings with just about every executive in the entire damn mining company. They even take a meeting with the Canadian Minister of Natural Resources. By Wednesday, they're so anxious to do business with Cartwright Diamonds that they're about ready to pay me for the privilege of taking their diamonds. Still, I would have found a way to stay even longer. Maybe insisted on flying a couple of folks from my legal department up here, take a more in-depth look at the environmental impact assessment. I could have stretched out the visit. Except this is the weekend the kids are coming to stay with me, so I have to be back in the city. So on Thursday, I reluctantly board my chartered flight and head back to New York. Jack and Daisy arrive that night, just after 6 o'clock. Heather drops them off. As promised, she comes bearing an Xbox and an iPad. She also tries to shove a $100 bill into my hands. For pizza, she explains. I roll my eyes and wave off the money. Heather is a shareholder in Cartwright Diamonds, and our father made sure she and her family were well taken care of when he died. But that's beside the point. I refuse to take her money, especially for doing something as basic as taking care of her kids for a weekend. How much pizza could 2 kids eat anyway? Logan, thanks again for doing this, she sighs, as she reluctantly stuffs the cash back into her bag. They've really been looking forward to it. Jack and Daisy have already wandered off to explore the penthouse. They've both been here a few times, though always when the whole family has been here. Neither of them has ever come to stay on their own before, and I can tell they're both excited and a little bit anxious about the whole thing. I feel a pang of guilt that I haven't spent more time with them. My pleasure, I assure my sister. I'm looking forward to getting to spend some quality time with them. You're such a good sport. It's really a shame you never had kids. I tense up immediately. This is the second time this month she's made a similar comment. You know that's not the life for me. It could have been. Heather, I caution. She knows better than to go down this road. I don't know why she's pushing it. I know, but I don't understand why you never talk about it. Why you never tried to find love again. It's been 8 years, Logan. And this is a conversation we've had at least once a year since it happened. I know she's just looking out for me. But Heather doesn't understand why I wouldn't want to try again after losing Laura. And again, she doesn't know what it feels like to have the one person you love most in the world ripped away from you. You don't come back from grief like that. You can't ever really be whole again. And so we have this conversation once a year or so. And it always ends the same way, with her upset and me pissed off. It should end the same way this time. After all, nothing's changed since the last time she brought it up. Laura's still gone, and I'm still the asshole who found a way to channel his grief into fucking anything and everything in a skirt. Except now I've flopped down onto the couch. I don't know, Heather, because it's too hard. Her hand is on my shoulder, and she gives it a squeeze. I know. But don't you think not moving on might be just as hard in the end? Unbidden, an image of Blake comes to my mind. Blake coming into my office, wringing out her wet hair, her makeup smeared under her bright blue eyes, her pink dress clinging to every filthy curve. But Blake isn't about me moving on. It's just more of the same, me fucking my hot and eager assistant. It's what I do. Maybe, I admit. But at this point, I guess I just really don't know how else to live. Well, the first step is admitting that, right? Heather smiles. It's warm and sympathetic, and it makes me feel stupid and helpless. 2 things I despise feeling. Sure, whatever. I stand up again, stretching to my full height. Now I have a very special weekend to get to. No moms allowed. Heather hesitates, but then she hitches up the strap of her purse. Sure, I can take a hint. Just promise me you'll think about it, Logan. I don't like seeing you so stunted. I show her out the door and then go chase down the kids, who found the cinema room I had installed when I bought the place. The one I don't think I've ever used more than twice in the entire time I've lived here. "This is the coolest place ever," my nephew gushes. His bright green eyes, so similar to Heather's, are wide and enthusiastic. "Do you have any movies we can watch?" There's a new documentary about Bitcoin I wanted to watch. Jack wrinkles his nose and exchanges a skeptical look with Daisy. "No? Okay. How about samurais? Do you like samurais?" "Yes!" Jack cheers, but Daisy is still frowning. "Oh, wait," I muse. "That one has subtitles. You guys can read, right?" Daisy shakes her head. She's clutching a small little stuffed lamb to her chest, and her bottom lip is starting to quiver. I run my hands through my hair. I'm not off to a great start. "Okay, let's put a pin in that for now. Have you guys had dinner yet?" They both silently shake their heads. I try to smile. "Well, you're in luck. My cook was in earlier today and left us a delicious rack of lamb. Do you like lamb?" "Lamb?" Daisy's voice is barely more than a whisper. She looks down at her little stuffed sheep in horror. "Oh, fuck. No, just kidding." I scrub my hands over my jaw. I'm really on a roll here. For a hot second, I think about calling Heather and begging her to come rescue me. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm doing. Then I kick myself. I own a multinational, multi-billion-dollar company. I'm known and feared in this industry, and even outside of it. Surely I can handle 2 small children for a couple of nights. "Uncle Logan, my bum itches," Daisy announces. I make a strangled noise and try to look chill. Right. How to put this delicately? "Inside or outside?" Daisy's mouth gapes. "Outside," she says, as if this should be obvious. "Okay." I relax a hair. "Well, scratch it then." She and Jack giggle. "Mom says it's not polite to scratch your bum when other people are around." "Oh, I got this. Well, guess what? Uncle Logan's place is a certified bum-scratching zone, so scratch away." She gives it a good scratch while Jack dissolves into laughter. Suddenly, I'm feeling much better about my ability to look after these kids. It's not really so hard. Somewhere in there, I vaguely remember what it was like to be a kid. To not feel like I had the weight of the world on my shoulders. "Okay, who wants pizza for dinner?" "Me!" shriek 2 very enthusiastic children. "Me too. So let's get some delivered, and then we'll see if we can rent a movie. Maybe Frozen?" Daisy volunteers. Jack rolls his eyes. "Well, I don't think I've ever seen that one." I scratch my chin. "Is it any good?" "It's the best!" Daisy twirls around, her earlier horror and itchy bum forgotten already. Jack doesn't seem as convinced. "How about this? We'll get 2 movies, Frozen and the new Star Wars movie. Think that would look good on the screen?" "Yes!" He fist bumps me. I've never felt cooler in my life. "Let's get this party started, then. Daisy, you might want to go wash your hands. Actually, why don't we all go do that?" That night, after I tuck Jack and Daisy into the guest bedroom, I lie awake, staring at my bedroom ceiling. Despite getting off to a rocky start, the evening turned out to be pretty fun. Sure, I would have rather been eating rack of lamb than plain cheese pizza from Tony Pepperoni. But that was a pretty small sacrifice for those 2 little people. Now that I'm alone in my room again, though, I find myself replaying Heather's words. Stunted. Is that how she sees me? I would have said I did a good job of moving on from Laura's death, at least from the outside. After all, I'm rich, successful, driven. My social calendar is never lacking, and the revolving door to my bedroom rarely gets a rest. Is that what stunted looks like? Leave it to Heather to cut right in there, to make me question everything I'm doing. But it isn't just my sister's words that keep me from sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see Blake again. For just a second, I let myself entertain the idea of what it would be like to have her here in my bed, sleeping next to me, her blonde hair spilled out over my pillow, her warm curves pressed up against me, her body naked under my sheets. I don't think I sleep a wink.
14. Blake. With no Logan in the office, I drink crappy coffee from the convenience store in the lobby of the building next door and throw myself headfirst into that stupid scanning project he'd left me with. Work sucks, but at least it's Friday. I've even taken the liberty of wearing a sundress and a pair of blindingly white Keds to the office. What the hell, right? It's not like Logan's here to care what I wear. I've got my headphones in and am rocking away to some peppy Brit pop when I feel it. Him. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a shift in the air, a change in the atmospheric pressure. I feel hot and cold all at once. I turn around in my seat, praying that I'm wrong. But instead of Logan, I see a little boy. He's running, but cruises to a quick stop in front of my desk. He's 6 or 7, maybe, with a mop of dark hair that falls down over his eyes. He stares at me in surprise, and then pivots and tears off around the corner from the way he came. I push my chair back and follow him. That's when I come face to face with Logan Cartwright. Or actually, make that face to solar plexus. I slam into him, banging my nose against his rock-hard chest. Ow! I take a step back, my eyes already watering. It hurts too much to even be embarrassed. Shit, sorry. Are you okay? He reaches for my chin, tipping my head back so he can examine my face. Suddenly, I forget all about the pain and the embarrassment. All I can feel are his fingers, pressing lightly against the soft spot under my chin. His skin is warm, his touch gentle. I want him to slide those fingers through my hair again, the way he did the other day in his office. I want him to cut my cheek, to tug his thumb over my bottom lip. I swallow and take another step backwards. I'm fine, thank you. And sorry. It's my fault. I'm completely distracted. Have you seen Jack? Jack? My nephew. He's 6, about this high. He holds his hand up near his waist, and in desperate need of a haircut. Right. Yes, I saw him. He went that way. I point back behind Logan. His nephew. That makes sense. I thought you were in Canada. I flew back into town yesterday. I've got the kids for the weekend. I see. So you figured, what, you just take them to work with you? He groans, running his hand through his hair. That wasn't the plan. We had a whole bunch of stuff we were going to do today. Unfortunately, there's a client emergency that needs my attention. Oh. We stand in silence for a minute. Why does this feel so damn awkward? Nothing serious, I hope. No, just need to talk down an ANSI supplier. Sometimes they need a little FaceTime with the CEO. Gotcha. Ugh, this is painful. I pull my hair over my shoulder and twist it, just to have something to do with my hands. Logan's eyes move to my fingers, watching me. Finally, he shakes his head, as if clearing it. I need you to take Jack and Daisy. I let go of the long blonde twist. I'm sorry? I need you to take them for the day. Well, at least until I get this resolved. I blink up at him. Kids aren't part of my job description. You're my personal assistant. Everything is in your job description. Come with me. The way he says everything does something funny to my stomach. But as he turns on his heel, I have no choice but to scamper down the hall behind him. We find Jack in his office, racing circles around Logan's massive desk. The girl who must be Daisy is swiveling in the leather executive chair. Hey, buddy, there you are. Jack, Daisy, this is Miss Holloway. How'd you guys like to hang out with her for the day? Jack looks about as impressed with the idea as I am. Daisy's lower lip is pushed out, and she's hugging a raggedy stuffed sheep to her chest. What the fuck am I going to do with 2 kids I don't even know? Logan takes Jack by the hand and then crouches down in front of him and Daisy. I'm really sorry, kiddos. It's just for a few hours, okay? You'll like Miss Holloway. You guys can go to the park and get pretzels. How's that sound? Jack purses his ruby red lips. I guess. Daisy just squishes her stuffed toy even harder. I can tell they're not happy, and I can't say I blame them. Logan stands up again and digs his wallet out of his jacket pocket. He hands me a wad of cash. Whatever they want to do, just keep them happy. Fine. I take the cash from him. Hey, Jack, do you like dinosaurs? Even under the mop of hair, I can see his eyes light up. Yeah? I know a place that has the best dinosaurs. What the hell? I haven't been to the Museum of Natural History since I was about 8 years old, but I remember loving it. And it's the best way I can think of to try to keep Jack and Daisy amused until Logan can pick them up. Cool! Jack runs over to my side. His enthusiasm is actually kind of adorable. Daisy, on the other hand, looks less than impressed. Not a fan of dinosaurs, I see. I perch on the edge of Logan's desk and smile down at her. Let me guess. I put my fingers to my lips and pretend to think. You like butterflies. She nods shyly. I admit it wasn't exactly a lucky guess, considering her pink t-shirt and leggings are both emblazoned with the things. Well, the same place that has the dinosaurs also has a special butterfly exhibit right now. What do you think about that? She flashes me a hesitant grin, then looks to Logan for reassurance. I can't see him, but he must nod, because then she grins wider and nods at me. Excellent, I say, decided. Dinosaurs and butterflies. Sounds like a pretty great day to me. I look up and find Logan smiling at us. There's something in his eye that sends a rush of warmth through me. When he catches me looking at him, he clears his throat. I'll text you as soon as I'm done. Hopefully it won't be more than an hour or 2. He hoists Daisy out of his chair, kisses her cheek, and sets her down. Then he ruffles Jack's hair once. Then the kids and I are on our way. A quick cab ride later, and we're waltzing into the museum. Jack is off like a flash, and I have to scurry after him through the huge white halls. The kid's as bad as his uncle. I tug poor Daisy behind me like a puppy as we rush to keep up with Jack. Now I'm glad I wore comfortable shoes today. Jack's eyes are as wide as tortoise shells as we wander into the hall with the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. I have to say, even I'm suitably awed. There's something about the size and scale of them that's so humbling. Daisy clutches my hand, but her eyes miss nothing as she scopes out the room. Pretty neat, huh? This is so much cooler than being at Uncle Logan's place. Jack can barely keep his mouth closed as he stares up at the skeletons in awe. I bite back a smile at that. That's right, Logan. I'm cooler than you are. Or at least, these dinosaurs are. I'll take it. Jack stops to read one of the plaques in front of the displays. He reads it out loud, pausing long enough to make sure I'm listening. So I put on my most attentive face. God, this really is like hanging out with Logan. I nod seriously when he finishes. Very cool. You're a good reader. Jack actually blushes. Okay, I'll admit the kid's pretty cute. We're still wandering around the skeletons when I hear my phone chime. I fish it out of my purse and find a text message from Logan. He's finished with whatever he had to do and offers to meet us somewhere. I pause and send him back a quick message to tell him where we are and that we'll wait for him here. I swear I'm not looking at my phone for more than 2 minutes. 2 miserable minutes. But when I look up, Jack is gone. Panic laces through me. Daisy is still pressed by my side. "Where's your brother?" I ask, trying to sound casual. She shrugs. "You didn't see where he went? Did he go this way or this way?" I point to the different ends of the hall, but Daisy just shrugs again. I grab her tiny little hand and pull her with me to the other side of the T-Rex display, hoping desperately that Jack will be there, just out of sight. But when we get there, I scan for his little mop of dark hair and see nothing. My throat tightens. What was he wearing? God, I can't even remember what he was wearing. "Jack!" I yell his name and it echoes through the cavernous room. Everyone's looking at me now, some of them hugging their kids closer as if I'm some crazy lady who might go off on them. I barely register them. My eyes scan over them only to try to pick out Jack. A blue shirt. I think he was wearing a blue shirt. Or was it green? "Jack!" I yell again. This time, a security guard appears at my side. "Ma'am, is everything okay?" "No, I lost my boss's nephew. I'm supposed to be watching him, and he was right here." I'm clutching Daisy's hand so hard she starts to cry. Or maybe it's just the fear in my voice that's scaring her. I try to take a deep breath as I smooth a hand over her soft, glossy hair. "Okay, miss, just calm down. What was he wearing?" "I don't know," I wail. "Okay, Blake, breathe. Stay calm. You're going to find him. He can't be far." "Well, we can make an announcement over the loudspeaker if you'd like," the guard says. "I'm sure he'll turn right up. This isn't the first time a child has gone missing here. They get so excited they just plain wander off." His dark eyes are kind, though his face is serious. I know what he's thinking, because I'm thinking it too. You never know when the worst is going to happen. One minute, you're in the Museum of Natural History. The next minute, you're in an episode of Criminal Minds, and there's a crazy guy who wants to wear your skin as a suit. Another wave of panic washes over me. How could I have been so stupid, so irresponsible? The security guard is staring at me expectantly, and I realize I haven't answered him. "Sorry, yes, let's go make an announcement." We're just about to leave the exhibit room when a flash of blue catches my attention. I swing around and then let out a whoop of relief. "Jack!" He spots me. His face is nervous, but I can't tell if it's because he's scared he's in trouble or because he was actually lost and afraid. Either way, I fall to my knees and wrap him in a giant hug. His body is so small. You forget how small kids are, how fragile. "Little dude, you scared the crap out of me." I breathe in the scent of him. Even though I've never met the kid before today, there's something disarmingly familiar and comforting about him, or maybe about the smell of kids in general. Clean and sweet and with just a hint of sweat. "I'm sorry, Miss Holloway," he mumbles into my hair. I pull back, laughing, and realize at the same time that I'm crying. I hastily wipe away a tear so that he won't see how scared I was. No need to freak the kid out. "I think you can call me Blake. How about that?" "Okay, Blake. Where's Daisy?" "Oh, God. Not the other one, too. What is wrong with me?" I spin around frantically, eyes searching for her in the crowd. Pink. She was definitely wearing pink. "Well, aren't you two a sight for sore eyes?" Logan's voice draws my attention away from my hunt. I hurriedly stand up and fight back a sob of relief when I see Daisy clutching his hand. She must have spotted him coming towards us. I brush away another tear and paint a wide and bright smile on my face. The security guard has conveniently disappeared, for which I say a silent prayer of thanks. "Hello? We were just bonding." I shoot Jack a look, hoping he'll read the look in my eyes. To the kid's credit, he smiles brightly up at his uncle. "Blake showed me the dinosaurs," he says seriously. "And she said I could call her Blake," he adds, as if he's worried Logan will reprimand him for it. "Well, that sounds pretty fun. I'm sorry I missed it. Shall we let Blake get back to work? Maybe we can get some lunch. Hungry?" Jack pauses long enough to consider the question, then nods. Thank God. I hitch my purse up further on my shoulder. My heart has finally slowed to a normal rate, and all I want to do is get back to my desk and throw myself back into the scanning project. No one ever got murdered and had their skin peeled like a grape while scanning paperwork, at least as far as I know. But then Logan looks at Daisy, who bites her lip. "What's the matter?" She looks from me to Logan again. "We didn't see the butterflies yet." I swear, from the sorrow in her eyes, that you'd think we actually squashed all the butterflies. "Oh, well, maybe next time." This is clearly not the answer Daisy wanted to hear. Her lower lip starts to tremble. Logan runs an anxious hand through his hair. I realize in that moment that he's as out of his element with the kids as I am. "I can take her," I blurt, before I can change my mind. Logan looks skeptical. Daisy looks hopeful. Jack looks bored. "It's no problem," I assure him. "What are assistants for, after all?" For a second, it looks like he's going to say something, but then he just smiles. "You know what? Let's all go. I could use a butterfly refresher myself. What do you think, Jack?" Jack shrugs, but he doesn't seem especially opposed to the idea. Daisy claps her hands together, her little sheep shoved up into her armpit. The look on her face is adorable enough to make my ovaries tingle. I've never given much thought to having kids, but you could do a lot worse than a couple of cutie pies like these two. Still, spending family time with Logan and his niece and nephew is a little outside my comfort zone. Did I say a little? I meant an entirely different time zone. So it's with an enormous amount of trepidation that I lead our ragtag posse to the Butterfly Conservatory. Except, it turns out to not be awkward at all. Maybe because there are so many things to distract us. Butterflies to exclaim over, and informational plaques to read, and patient volunteers who help the kids lure a couple of large owl butterflies to an orange slice. Daisy is so excited she actually cries a couple of times. Forget the tingling. Watching Logan hug her and wipe away her tears with the pad of his thumb makes my ovaries do the damn cha-cha. I try to keep a close eye on Jack, but he still manages to slip out of sight once or twice. Each time, that instinctual wave of panic cuts me again. But each time he reappears, unharmed, still wearing all his skin. Eventually, Daisy starts to slow down, and even Jack seems to be dragging. I sneak a peek at my phone and realize with a start that it's almost 3 o'clock. The poor kids are probably starving. I nudge Logan. "I should get back to the office, and you might want to get these guys some lunch." He glances down at his watch, and I can tell by the expression on his face that he's as surprised as I was to realize how much time has passed. "Yes, good idea. What do you say, guys? Ready for some lunch?" The kids nod enthusiastically. I gaze down at them seriously. "It's been a real pleasure meeting you, Jack and Daisy. I hope you two enjoy the rest of your day." Logan looks over at me with a frown. "Where are you going?" "Back to the office." "Have lunch with us." "Yeah, Blake, have lunch with us," Jack says. "Oh, I don't want to intrude." "Nonsense," Logan says firmly. "I owe you." as a thank you for watching them this morning." "It was really nothing." "No, Blake, I appreciate it. And so do Jack and Daisy. Right, buds?" "Right," they chorus. "Yeah, you wouldn't appreciate it so much if you knew I almost let Jack get abducted by the skin wearer." But I force myself to smile. "Okay, then. Lunch sounds great."
15. Logan. We settle into a booth at Fran's Diner. The lunch rush is over, so the waitress hits our table almost immediately, dropping off 4 oversized menus. Jack orders a chocolate milkshake. Daisy requests strawberry. Blake purses her lips for a minute and then asks for vanilla. The 3 of them look expectantly at me. "Just coffee," I say, with a wave of my hand. They all look horribly disappointed. Blake playfully sticks out her bottom lip. I think about reaching across the table and running my thumb over it. Instead, I sigh dramatically. "Fine, and a vanilla milkshake." The waitress returns a few minutes later with 4 shakes that each look big enough to feed a family. Then she takes the rest of our orders. Chicken fingers and fries for the kids, and for Blake, too. All 3 of them look at me again, expectant grins on their faces. "Absolutely not," I say. "I draw the line at chicken fingers. I'll have the club sandwich." They groan in unison, but I hold firm this time. Even though the 3 of them seem to be in cahoots against me, it does something to my chest to see the way Jack and Daisy smile up at Blake. "Did you know Uncle Logan's house is a certified bum-scratching zone?" Daisy says to Blake as we wait for our food. Blake snorts and then quickly covers it up. "No, I didn't," she says seriously. "But thank you for telling me." She glances over at me and winks, and heat colors my cheeks. I shrug. Throughout lunch, Blake and the kids keep up a steady stream of conversation. I try to stay engaged, but their chatter is so quick and so filled with pop culture references, things I have no clue about, that I can barely keep up. Unlike me, Blake has apparently seen Frozen and every other Disney movie out there. So instead, I find myself leaning back and watching them, taking it all in. For the first time since I walked in on her hovering outside my office, the day I first thought she was the muffin girl, dispatched to my office from the coffee shop down the street, Blake seems free of any hesitation or uncertainty. Her blonde hair hangs down over her shoulders, and though she twists it around her fingers once in a while, it isn't the nervous gesture I normally see her make. She's animated, dynamic, a whirlwind of energy and childlike enthusiasm that has Jack and Daisy absolutely captivated. Me too, if I'm being honest. I barely taste the food in front of me, even though it's perfect in a greasy diner sort of way. All I can do is watch Blake. The way she nibbles on those damn chicken fingers. The way she slowly licks off her fingers. The way she balls up her napkin and tosses it at Jack when he tells her that no one listens to Taylor Swift anymore. I'm almost disappointed when the waitress brings over the bill. But the diner is starting to bustle with the early dinner crowd, and there are people hovering at the door waiting for a table. So although I could stay and watch Blake entertain my niece and nephew all afternoon, I do the responsible thing and settle up our tab, then usher us all back out into the late afternoon sun. "Well, I should get back to the office," Blake says, glancing at the time on her phone. "Why?" I say quickly. Too quickly. I clear my throat again. "It's almost 5. And besides, your boss isn't even there." I flash her a look that's supposed to be smoldering, but actually just feels embarrassingly keen. She bites her lip. The sight of her teeth lightly pressing against that soft skin makes something rumble in my chest. But I hold back the growl and lean against the brick wall of the restaurant. I keep one arm wrapped around Jack, mostly to keep myself from reaching for Blake. "I don't know," she says slowly. "I have that scanning project to work on, and I'm way behind now. Her tone is playful, which turns me on even more. Fuck the scanning project, I growl. Jack gasps. Uncle Logan, you said fuck. Blake giggles as I pretend to smack myself on the forehead. Shit, so I did. That makes Jack giggle too. I cast my eye to Blake. What do you say? We could go to the Central Park Zoo? We spend the rest of the day in Central Park and grab a late dinner at a nearby pizzeria. I feel slightly guilty about feeding the kids pizza 2 nights in a row, but I figured this is a once-in-a-blue-moon kind of thing. By the time I call my driver to pick us up, Daisy's fallen asleep in my arms, Jack is about to fall over, and even Blake is fighting back a yawn. I hold the door open for Blake, then ease the kids into the back seat, then climb in myself. I hope you don't mind if we go back to my place first, I say, keeping my voice low so as not to wake my sleeping niece. I'll take the kids inside and have my driver take you home. Of course. Her voice is husky, but I don't know if it's fatigue or something else. Today was fun. I never thought butterflies would be part of my job description, but I liked it. I'm glad. At least you can't say working for me is dull. Oh, I never would have said that, even before today. A private thought turns up the corners of her mouth into a small smile. I ache to run my thumb over that bottom lip, to pull her to me, kiss her the way I've been thinking of doing all day. Between us, Daisy stirs, and I lean back against the seat with a sigh. I don't live far from the park, and it isn't long before we pull up in front of my building. Blake is biting her lip again. What? I ask. I can already tell when she wants to say something. Do you mind if I come up just for a minute? She adds hastily. I need to use the facilities. Another bathroom emergency? I tease. Her cheeks color. Something like that. Of course. Come on up. We ride the elevator up in silence. Daisy nestled in my arms, and Jack drooped against Blake's side. I show her to the powder room, while I get the kiddos set up in the guest bedroom. Daisy is completely dead to the world, and Jack's eyes drift closed as soon as his head hits the pillow. I doubt I'll hear a peep out of either of them until tomorrow. After I get them into bed, I pause for a minute at the door to watch them sleep. Such great kids. I actually enjoyed today, more than I thought I would. Some of that was Blake's presence, but a lot of it was Jack and Daisy, too. The kids are fun to be around, and it was such a different way to spend a Friday. Normally, I'm stuck in the office until well into the evening, and then it's off to some crowded bar or restaurant. Today, for the first time in a long time, I felt free. By the time I emerge from the guest room, I find Blake wandering through the living area. She spins around when she hears me. Quite the place you have, she says. Her eyes are wide as she takes in the open space, the modern furnishings. She's combed her hair, I think, and I notice a fresh sheen of pink on her lips. It's home, I say with a shrug. That's not exactly true, of course. It's where I live, but it's hardly home. I bought this place after Laura died, but it's never really been more than a spot to sleep and store my things. Blake is one of the only people to ever even set foot through the door, besides my immediate family. I don't exactly make a habit of hosting people here. Would you like a glass of wine? Well, so much for not hosting people here. Blake hesitates, twisting her hair over her shoulder. I insist, I tell her, already heading towards the kitchen, where a wine fridge is keeping a dozen of my favorite bottles at exactly the right temperature. All right, she acquiesces, but just one. Somewhere you have to be. I grab a bottle and open it. Well, no, not exactly. Good. I pass her a glass and then tap mine lightly against hers. The expensive crystal rings out in the silent apartment. Without taking a sip, Blake sets her glass down on the marble island. I have to tell you something. What? I take a long swallow. I lost Jack. You what? My heart knocks against my chest. Today at the museum, I lost him just for a few minutes, but oh God, Logan, I was so scared. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, she's crying, and the thudding in my chest surges into a fierce protectiveness. Not just of Jack, but of Blake. Come here, I say, pulling her into my arms. It's okay. He's okay. Everything turned out fine. I know, but he could have gone so differently. What if someone wanted to kill him and wear his skin? Blake, I don't even know what that means, but that's sick. She laughs, wiping away her tears. I know. Too much Criminal Minds. I'll take your word for it. I still have my arms wrapped around her. Her body is warm and soft against my chest. Her curves seem to fit against me perfectly. I pull her tighter. Blood is already starting to surge toward my cock. I should be used to the feeling since it's a near-daily occurrence around this woman, but it still fills me with the kind of desperation that takes my breath away. Blake laughs nervously as my arms tighten around her. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so emotional about this. She wipes at her cheeks again. You're right. He was fine. He was, I say, and I nuzzle my lips against the trail of her tear. And he's a smart kid, she says slowly. He is, I say, and run my tongue along the line of her jaw, tasting her salt and her sweetness. And you're going to kiss me, she says. I am. I don't smile as I run my lips over hers, softly at first, and then harder, claiming her mouth with mine. It's as good as it was last time, maybe better even. Her softness becomes mine, her innocence. I hold it under my thumb, but carefully, like a live butterfly. Blake moans softly, her breath sweet. Then she pulls away. Logan, we shouldn't. Oh, but we should. What about the kids? They're passed out so cold I think I could walk an elephant through that room and they wouldn't wake up. I'd like to see that, she giggles. You walking an elephant. Figure of speech. I run my fingers through her thick hair, and then my lips find hers again. Every part of my body pulses with need for Blake, for her touch, her taste, her skin against mine. The need to bury myself inside her again, the way I did the other day at my office. The need to feel her body taking me in, making space for me. I lift her up, planting her ass on the island. She immediately wraps her legs around me, pulling me even closer to her, already making space for me, already wanting me inside her. My dick is aching, and at this angle it would be so easy to just free myself, push aside her panties, and slip into her sweet, wet heat. Just like last time. Except we missed so much last time. In our rush to sate the ferocious need between us, we jumped right from kissing to fucking. There were so many delectable stops along the way, but we'd sailed right past them. I hadn't even had my mouth against her pussy yet. And tasting Blake Holloway is something I can't go another day without experiencing. You might even say it's the number one thing on my to-do list right now. I reach my hand up under the flimsy skirt of her sundress. Her skin is warm, as if she'd been baking in the sun, warm and soft as silk. I nudge her thighs apart, trailing my fingers along the tender skin of her inner thigh. Up, I bark. She obediently lifts her hips, and I tug at the hem of her panties, pulling them slowly down over her thighs. When I have them off, I stuff them into my pocket. Much better. Blake is panting already, her skin flushed, and I've barely even touched her. I like knowing I have this effect on her. I want to see her completely undone. I lean forward and kiss my way up her inner thigh, knowing my beard stubble is probably driving her crazy. Sure enough, she squirms underneath me. Her breath is already coming faster. I hook my arms under her knees and pull her thighs further apart, spreading her for me. The sight in front of me is like heaven on a plate. The most delectable meal I can imagine, served up right on my own marble countertop. Blake is all soft folds and secrets, crevices and kissable curves, a glistening mystery, a pretty pink puzzle. I breathe in her scent, as pretty and pink as she is. I watch her face as I reach out to touch her. Her lips are parted, and she sucks in a breath as I run my thumb over her damp skin. I watch her still as I bring my thumb to my lips, watch her eyes widen as I lick her sweet cream off my own skin. "Logan," she pants. "Shh. What about the kids?" "Trust me, they aren't going to wake up." "What if they do?" I raise one eyebrow. "Then I guess you're just going to have to be quiet." She laughs nervously, but then stops as I descend upon her. I stroke my tongue over her clit, feel it swell under my touch. I run my lips over her folds, feel her unfurl beneath me. I lick, suck, nibble, tease. Blake whimpers, whines, pants, tenses. I'm relentless. No matter how she squirms or writhes or begs, I pleasure her over and over, as if my life mission was to make Blake come, as if the sweet cream that drips onto my tongue was my one and only life source. In this moment, it feels like it is. With every lick, every flick, I'm writing something onto her body, something I can't express any other way. When her muscles start to clench, I hold her firm. I suck her clit between my lips at the same second that I finally slip 2 fingers into her channel. I want, no, need to feel her come, to feel her squeeze me the way she did in my office the other day. Blake's hips buck underneath me. She shoves her fist into her mouth to try to silence the moans that are falling from her lips. I want to take her hand away, tell her to scream as loud as she wants, but the last thing I need is one of the kids wandering out of bed. So I let her bite down on her knuckles, just to stifle the sound. Her whole body trembles as I pump my fingers in and out of her. Finally, her legs stiffen and jerk, almost as if she's been electrocuted. She collapses backwards onto the marble island, her hair spilling out behind her, her chest heaving. I kiss her thighs again, and then lean up towards her face. I kiss her so that she can taste herself on me, then run my tongue along her jaw. I've been waiting a very long time to do that. She doesn't say anything. She's still biting her knuckle and staring blindly up at the ceiling. Her lips are twisted into something that looks like a crazy smile. She finally props herself up onto her elbows so that she can look at me. She bites her bottom lip. God, does she have any idea what it does to me when she does that? And that's only the beginning, I tell her. I'm already imagining the 1,001 ways I'm going to fuck her tonight. I'll be bleary-eyed with the kids tomorrow, but it'll be worth it. Instead of answering, Blake scoots off the counter, landing with a thud on her soft white sneakers. She twists her hair. Actually, I should probably get home. She twists her braid, which is now a bit of a mess, I note proudly. My roommate will be wondering where I am, and she doesn't bother finishing the sentence. She doesn't need to. We both know it's just an excuse. I compose my face. Sure, I'll have my driver take you home. Oh, it's no problem, really. I can... Blake, it's not a question. Okay. At least she knows better than to argue with me about that. I text my driver and then see Blake out. I try to think of something to say, something that'll sound witty and composed and not like a teenager who just saw his first pair of boobs. But in the end, nothing comes to me, and I watch Blake step into the elevator without saying a word. After Blake's gone, and I've checked in on the kids, still sound asleep, I crawl into my own bed. It's a king-sized, and tonight it feels cavernous. The sheets too cold, the duvet too heavy. Blake's face doesn't leave my mind. Over and over I replay the moment she climaxed, the look on her face as she approached the brink, the bliss as I took her over the edge. Then I think about how quickly her bliss had turned to something else. Nervousness, maybe? Discomfort? Something I didn't like. I replay the moment she walked out the door, the heavy metal easing silently closed behind her. Why does it bother me? Because I'm usually the one who does the walking out? I turn over and punch the pillow beneath me, trying to get comfortable. It's more than that. More than being the one to leave. Blake's not the first woman I've made come apart at the seams, but she's the only one I've wanted to stick around and help put back together. At least since... I sigh. The darkness in the room is absolute, thanks to the light-blocking shades on the windows, and I blink against the inky blackness, trying to erase Laura's face from my mind. It's useless. And there she is, laughing. There she is, smiling serenely as I slid the engagement ring onto her finger. There she is in her hospital bed, hooked up to 100 machines. There she is dying. Once none of those 100 machines could do anything for her anymore. I flip over and turn on the lamp. The sudden brightness burns my eyes, and I blink furiously. The mental pictures disappear for a minute, and then flicker back as my eyes adjust. I reach over to my nightstand and slide open the sleek drawer. From inside, I pull out a picture, still in the same ivory frame. I wipe off the thin layer of dust. Heather's berated me several times for not keeping any photos of Laura around, but I always tell her the reminder is too painful, which is true. But she's wrong that I didn't keep any pictures. I kept this one. Just the one. Just enough to occasionally pull out and torture myself. The picture is from a ski vacation we took to Colorado one Christmas. In it, we're both red-cheeked and grinning at the camera. Laura is wearing a blue hat, her curly brown hair poking out from underneath. Her eyes look happy. I'm in a blue hat, too, and I'm smiling. But I'm still wearing my ski goggles. The lenses reflect yellow. I can't see my eyes. I was happy then. That's how I remember it. Laura and I were about a month away from being engaged, and I remember originally planning to ask her on that trip. I put it off for some reason. The ring wasn't ready yet, or maybe I wasn't. But it was a given that we'd get engaged. Our families had already sanctioned it. Mother was already discreetly phoning florists. I was happy then. I must have been. I stared down at the picture again, trying to see through the yellow reflection on the glasses, trying to see into the Logan I was then. I was happy, I'm sure of it. Yet, I don't remember ever feeling like this. I remember feeling satisfied, pleased that life was shaping up the way it was meant to. But that stomach-whooshing sensation I get when Blake walks into the room, the tightening I get in my chest when she walks out of it again. I must have felt that with Laura, too. I wouldn't have wanted to marry her otherwise, right? I wouldn't have gone so crazy after she died. Right? The dark room offers no answers. The picture in my hand remains unchanged. Laura smiling, her eyes happy, me smiling. My eyes, a mystery.
16. Blake. Come on, lazy bones. I thought we were going to go to the farmer's market this morning. Lucy pounds on my bedroom door, but I just pull the pillow over my head and roll over. Why did I ever agree to this farmer's market trip? Lucy's the one who gets excited about produce and weird organic teas. Give me an extra hour of sleep any day, especially on a Saturday. But Lucy is relentless. She pounds on my door again. If you don't get up in the next 5 minutes, I'm coming in there and dragging you out of that bed. Something in her voice tells me she's serious. I throw the blankets off and plant my feet on the old hardwood floors. A wave of nausea comes over me. I rest my elbows on my knees and take a few deep breaths, then force myself to stand up. The nausea gets worse. I stumble to the door and wrench it open. Lucy is on the other side. She's just about to knock again, but she grins when she sees me. Good. I was just about to barge in there and whack you with the pillow, and then we were going to be in a frat boy fantasy, and it might have got weird. She pauses, pursing her lips as she studies my face. Wow, you don't look so good. Are you okay? No. I cup my hand over my mouth just as the nausea gets unbearable. I make it to the bathroom just in time. I don't even get to close the door, and when I look up, Lucy is hovering there. There's a smug smile on her face. Fun night last night? No. I wipe my mouth with toilet paper. Heat flushes my neck, despite the fact that I just threw up. Okay, so maybe I did have a fun night last night. Just not the way she's thinking. No way is this a hangover. I didn't even end up drinking the wine Logan had poured me. I must have eaten something that was off yesterday. What did you eat? I think back. Chicken fingers, fries, pizza, oh, and a milkshake. Lucy laughs. Yeah, that'll do it. Want to take something? She's already opening the medicine cabinet, rustling up a bottle of Pepto that may or may not be expired. I reach for it gratefully. She helps me up and walks me to the bedroom, then magically reappears with a sleeve of salted crackers. I blink back a thankful tear. I just need a few minutes, I assure her. I shove a couple of crackers into my mouth and pull my hair back into a ponytail. Lucy shakes her head. No way. You should take it easy. If you have food poisoning, you're going to be miserable. But I promised you. She waves her hand. Don't worry about it. I'll call my friend Tess and see if she wants to go. And I'll pick us up something nice for dinner. How about that? Hopefully you'll be feeling better by then. I definitely will be. God, why did I have to eat all that crap yesterday? That's what happens when you spend the day with a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. You end up eating like them. Then again, maybe this is just the universe's way of punishing me for indulging in something else yesterday. Maybe I didn't have a bad milkshake. Maybe I'm just being schooled for letting my boss get me off in his kitchen. And if that's the case, I deserve everything I get. "Are you going to throw up again?" Lucy asks worriedly. "You look like you're going to throw up again." I bite back a laugh. "No, I think the worst is past. I'm just going to go back to sleep for a bit." "Sounds good. I'll be back in a couple of hours." Lucy disappears out of my bedroom, softly closing the door behind her. By the time I wake up, Lucy is back home and I can smell something baking. My appetite seems to have returned because whatever she's making makes my stomach growl. I wrap a light pink cardigan around my shoulders and shuffle out into the kitchen to join her. "Feeling better?" she asks when she sees me. I nod. "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm making scones right now, if you can wait another half hour or so. They had the most beautiful blueberries at the market." "Sounds delicious." I pour a glass of water and grab an apple out of the fridge to tide me over, then slip into a chair at our small dining set. "Get anything else?" "Tons of stuff. Some organic basil and heirloom tomatoes and fresh mozzarella. I thought we could have caprese salads for dinner." Man, how did I get lucky enough to have a roommate who likes cooking? "Baking, yes," she laughs. "But cooking, no. Caprese salad is easy because it's pretty much just assembly. No actual cooking required." "Well, then how did I get lucky enough to have a roommate who likes assembling?" "Just your lucky year, I guess." She opens the oven door to check on the scones, then closes it again in satisfaction. "Want to go see a movie or something later?" The thought of leaving the apartment exhausts me. I shake my head. "Maybe we can just watch a movie here. Kind of want to just chill this weekend." "Still feeling crappy?" "Yeah. I don't know what it is. Except, karma." I wander over to the fridge and rummage through it, trying to find something else to snack on while the scones finish baking. Why had I gone into Logan's penthouse last night? That was the major mistake. Spending a day with him and his niece and nephew was fine. With Jack and Daisy around, nothing was going to happen, and I had a surprisingly good time. But damn my tiny bladder. If I hadn't had to use the bathroom, none of this would have happened. I open the cupboard and pull out a box of muesli, then shove a dry handful of it into my mouth. Lucy raises an eyebrow but doesn't say anything. I shrug and eat another handful. I usually don't like the stuff, but for some reason it's really hitting the spot right now. "Come on," Lucy says, handing me a bowl. "Let's go put in a movie now, while the scones finish up." I spend the rest of the weekend alternating between my bed and the couch. No matter how much I sleep, the fatigue won't leave me. I feel worn out, wrung out, like I just ran a marathon or climbed a mountain or something. On Sunday, I throw up again. It's that damn milkshake, I'm sure it is. I wonder if Logan and the kids got sick too. I think about texting him, but decide that's just asking for trouble. It's not until Sunday night that Lucy's offhand comment changes everything. I'm sprawled on the couch and we're watching reruns of Criminal Minds, funnily enough. She comes in from the kitchen and hands me a can of Diet Coke. "Maybe you're pregnant," she teases. "Ha! Don't even joke about that. Definitely not possible." But ice water starts to run through my veins, because certain details are lining up in my mind. The night with Logan in his office, when we'd been too caught up in the moment to remember to use a condom. That was, how long ago now? 2 weeks? 3? And my period is due when? God, I don't even know. Why don't I keep better track of these things? Why am I so irresponsible about everything? My ribs clench around my pounding heart. "Move your feet," Lucy says, nudging my legs over so she can sit on the couch with me. She flicks the television over to Netflix and starts scrolling through the comedies. "We need something more cheerful than this gore fest, don't you think? Geez, how many weird ways are there to murder people?" "You can peel them like a grape," I mumble. Lucy looks over, her eyebrows raised. "Pardon?" "Nothing." I can barely focus on the screen, on her, because that single word is echoing over and over in the chamber of my mind. Pregnant. 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 I crack open the can of Diet Coke that I'm still holding. Startling at the loud sound it makes, I take a sip. But the sweet liquid tastes like battery acid. It can't be. It just can't. I'm on the pill. I've been on the pill since I was 16, and Mom found out I was dating an 18-year-old security guard who was named Scott and who worked at the mall. He used to bring me Orange Julius after his shift in an attempt to get into my pants, which at 16 I thought was the height of romance. Mom said she wasn't wild about the idea of me having sex, but that if I was going to do it, I had better be safe about it. I never did sleep with Scott, though I did drink a lot of orange smoothies and got into a religious lifelong habit of taking my pill every morning like clockwork. So no, I'm definitely not pregnant. Lucy laughs at something on the television while I sneak a look at the clock. It's too late to go to the pharmacy, and I'm not going to rush out to find a 24-hour place because, after all, I'm definitely not pregnant. But I'll go tomorrow and pick one up, I decide, just to be sure, just to put the horrible notion out of my mind for good. Pregnant? Nope. Definitely not. The next day, I force myself to get up and get dressed like a normal person. Like a non-pregnant person. This is just another Monday, after all. Nothing to see here, people. I ride the subway like a normal person and get a coffee and a muffin from Rocky Road Cafe like a normal person and throw up in the coffee shop bathroom like a normal person. I can't even look at myself in the mirror afterwards. I just rinse my mouth out with tap water and pop a couple of Tic Tacs and go on my merry and totally not pregnant way. I also don't go anywhere near Logan's office once I get in. I drop his coffee off at Kath's desk and ask her to bring it in to him, feigning an urgent meeting I can't get out of. She grumbles about it, but I just leave her with the coffee, and I know she'll take it to him rather than risk pissing him off. I throw myself into my work for the morning, like a completely normal person. I definitely don't keep one eye on the clock, counting down the minutes until noon, when I've decided I'll walk over to the pharmacy down the block and just pick up a few things, including possibly a pregnancy test. At 11:59, I grab my purse and practically run out the door. It feels like I don't even breathe properly until I'm under the fluorescent lights of the pharmacy, with the elevator jazz pumping through the speakers and the fake marble linoleum shining under my feet. I grab a basket and wander the aisles, throwing in shampoo and Band-Aids and a can of air freshener that smells like palm trees wearing perfume. Finally, I make my way over to the discreetly titled Family Planning section. Condoms, lube, and pregnancy tests, oh my! I scan over the light pink and blue boxes, but there are so many options that I have no idea what to choose. What's the difference, even? This one promises it can give you an answer before your period is even due. This other one claims it's the most accurate on the market. What if I want both those things? Maybe I should just get 2 tests to be sure. Blake, I thought that was you. I spin around. Oh, Georgia, hi! Fuck. The HR woman who'd I checked in with on the first day. What are the freaking odds? I'm just, buying some condoms. I frantically stuff the pregnancy test back on the shelf and dramatically throw a 6 boxes of Magnum extra larges into my basket to distract her. Georgia's eyes go wide, but she doesn't say anything. I can feel the flush of embarrassment creeping up my neck and into my cheeks. The lights in this place are way too hot. "How's the job going so far?" she asks. She's got a basket looped over her arm, and of course, it has nothing embarrassing in it. Just vitamins and gum and cough drops. "Oh, it's pretty good. Actually, I should probably be getting back. You know Mr. Cartwright?" I try to fake a laugh, and she grins. "I do. I was just heading to the checkout. I'll walk out with you." "Great." I grit my teeth. We walk to the front of the store together. I let her go ahead of me, hoping she'll leave after she's paid. But instead, she stands there waiting for me as I put box after box of condoms on the counter. I have to pay with my credit card. That many condoms are surprisingly expensive. And then we walk back to the office together. By the time I drop my load of condoms off at my desk, I'm so anxious that I can barely breathe. I wait until Kath is away from her desk, and then I dart into the elevator and head back down to the street. I have to get back to the pharmacy. Now. This time, I'm a robot of efficiency. I grab 4 different tests, better safe than sorry, and get the clerk to double bag it for me so that there's no chance of anyone seeing what's inside. I also get a big bottle of water and chug it as I rush down the street back towards the office. I don't even bother going to my desk, because going there only increases the chances of someone coming by and interrupting me. Instead, I go straight to the bathroom, locking myself in the extra-wide stall at the end. I rustle through the bags as quietly as possible, pulling out the test that promises to give the earliest results. I scan the instructions, and it all seems pretty straightforward. Open, pee, wait, rejoice. It's a bit awkward trying to angle myself so that I can pee on the stick and not, all over my hand, but I manage it. Mostly. I want to wash my hands after, so even though it's safer to stay locked into the stall, I venture out into the main part of the bathroom. I keep one eye fixed to the test the entire time. I know it hasn't been 3 minutes yet, but you never know. Maybe I'll be so not pregnant that it'll show up early. I'm just grabbing some paper towels out of the machine when the washroom door swings open. A Viking comes inside. Fuck. Kath. I freeze, like a criminal. Kath looks me up and down, tucking her strawberry blonde ringlets behind an ear that's roughly the size of my palm. I barely dare to breathe. Except, stupid me. I flick my gaze to the pregnancy test, which is still sitting on the edge of the sink. Kath's eyes follow mine. For a second, I stay frozen. Then I snatch up the test and shove it into my purse, and grab the shopping bag and the rest of my stuff, too. "Hello," I say hastily. "And goodbye. Sorry, late for another meeting." I brush past her before she can say anything. My heart doesn't stop racing until I'm back at my desk, and even then, it keeps up a steady tattoo. I flop down into my chair and fish around in my purse for the test. A lance of panic runs through me when I don't find it. I scrounge and scrounge, but it isn't there. It has to be there. I dump the entire contents of my purse onto the desk and breathe a sigh of relief when I see the now familiar white plastic. I snatch it up. "Blake, there you are. I've been trying to get a hold of you for almost an hour now. I expect you to monitor your calls, especially when they're from me." "Fuck, Logan." Without thinking, I drop the test into the half-drunk cup of tea that's sitting on my desk. I casually stir it around as if it was a stir stick and not a pregnancy test, and as if this was a perfectly normal thing to do. All I can do is pray Logan has no idea what he's looking at. "Right, sorry," I mutter. "I had an errand to run. What do you need me to do?" Logan squints, considering me.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine." I cross my legs, but as I do, I knock over the bag from the first trip to the pharmacy. 8 boxes of extra-large condoms come spilling out on the floor around my feet. Logan's eyes widen, and then a slow grin spreads over his face. "Stocking up, are we?" Heat colors my face. "My roommate asked me to pick them up," I stammer. "For, an art project." "An art project?" "Mm-hmm." God, why won't he just tell me what he wants and go away? This is excruciating. "What kind of art project?" "Oh, I really couldn't say. I don't really understand art. Sorry, what was it you said you needed me to do?" Logan is still studying me, but now he shakes his head. "Right. I need you to set up a meeting with the head of SynthGem, and whoever he wants to bring with him, for next week, here at the office, and keep your own schedule clear, please. I'd like you to sit in on the meeting with me." "Me?" I sit straighter in my chair. Logan's never had me interact with clients before. He always just has me running errands for him or doing boring office stuff. Maybe this means he actually trusts me, is happy with me as an assistant. "Yes, synthetic diamonds might be a modern trade, but the gents from SynthGem are very old-fashioned, and they love to see a pretty girl in the meeting taking minutes." Womp womp. Just like that, I deflate. "Of course," I mumble. "I'll get it set up right away." "Thank you. Are you sure you're okay?" The look of concern on his face is almost too much to bear. I force myself to smile broadly. "Of course. Just a bit tired, but I'll definitely get this done for you. Then I was going to spend the rest of the afternoon working on the scanning project, if you have nothing more pressing for me to do. I think by the end of the week I should be able to finish up the whole last year." He hesitates for a second, then nods. "Yes, that should be fine." When he finally turns and walks away, I let out a huge breath. I feel lightheaded, like I've been holding that breath for the entire time he was standing here. Slowly, I pull the white stick out of the cup of tea. I shoved it in the wrong way, so now the label is all distorted. But it doesn't matter. Because in the seconds before I panicked and dunked it in there, I saw what was on it. I'm pregnant. 17. Blake. I go through the next week in a daze. Nothing feels real. Time seems to pass too slowly. Everything moves slowly, like I'm living in a world of quicksand. The only time that things feel real are when I'm lying on the bathroom floor, hugging the porcelain bowl of the toilet. Somehow, those moments, with the cold tile bruising my knees, my vision swimming, my hair plastered to my forehead, those are the moments that all of this becomes truly real. I'm pregnant. It's Logan's, of course. There's no one else. Hasn't been anyone else since Kevin, and that was over a year ago. So unless I gestate as long as an elephant, well, it's Logan's. My boss. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I moved to New York City so that I could prove to everyone that I'm a mature and responsible adult. And instead, I ended up knocked up by my boss. For my next trick, I'll be losing my life savings to a Nigerian prince email scam and posting my social security number on Craigslist just for kicks. Those are about the only life choices I can think of that might top what I've actually done. How am I going to tell my family? My sisters? Oh, God, my sisters. They're so perfect and together. Both of them are in relationships. Emma is already engaged, and neither of them have even considered having kids yet. Because they actually plan these things. You know, do them with intention and deliberation and care. Not me, apparently. I skipped the whole falling in love thing and jumped right to the accidental pregnancy. Telling my parents might even be worse than telling my sisters. My poor, sweet parents. They were so supportive in letting me come out here. They only ever wanted the best for me. Worst of all, I know they'll support me in whatever I want to do. But it'll break their hearts a little bit to do it. They won't say it, but I know how disappointed they'll be. My dad has never been able to hide his emotions. They always show up in his eyes, and I can already picture how they'll cloud over when I tell him this. How he'll want to lock me up in my bedroom for the rest of my life, and then maybe murder Logan. Oh, God. Logan. Of all the people I'm going to have to tell, that's the one that scares me the most. How can I tell Logan that I'm pregnant, that he's going to be a father? I can't even imagine how furious he'll be. He's fired assistants just for having the temerity to develop a crush on him. What's he going to do about this life-altering transgression? One afternoon, when no one is around in the office, I Google adoption agencies. There are so many of them, more than I would have realized, and an overwhelming amount of information. I start to read through the stories from happy new parents, familiarize myself with the process, figure out what I would have to do, because adoption would make sense, wouldn't it? I can barely take care of myself after all. Why in the world would I think I could take care of a baby? A deserving family could give this baby everything. A real home, a real life. But as I test out the idea, my mind completely shuts down. I close the tab before I'm even done reading, almost as if out of instinct. Then I force myself to open it back up again, to read through testimonial after testimonial. This would be the right thing to do. Look how happy these new families are. I close the browser again, then force myself to open it up once more. Maybe I wouldn't even have to tell Logan. I could quit my job, have the baby in secret, and let a nice family adopt him or her. Maybe they'd live in Westchester, somewhere with a 2-car garage and an in-ground pool. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Sure, I'd be a terrible person for not telling Logan. But if it was the best thing for the baby, that would kind of even things out, wouldn't it? Ugh, no. There's no way I can get around it. I have to tell him. I stare at the screen for what seems like hours, playing out the possibilities in my mind, imagining what my life would be like with a baby, and without one. When no one is around, I fish my phone out of my purse. I pull up the phone number I'm looking for and dial, glancing furtively around to make sure there's no one to overhear me. Brooklyn Obstetrics Clinic, the bright southern voice on the other end of the line says. Hi, I need to make an appointment with an obstetrician, I guess. I'm pregnant, I add hastily. Ma'am, could you just speak up a little bit? Sorry, I'm at work. I need to make an appointment. I'm pregnant. This time I say it with slightly more confidence, because I am. I'm pregnant. This is the first time I've actually said the words out loud. Congratulations! Are you a new patient here? Yes. Well, let's see now. We have an opening with Dr. Gina Riviera. She's real nice. You'll like her. We can fit you in 3 weeks from now. Does that work? Yes, I say with relief. For some reason, tears are pricking my eyes. Yes, that will be great. Thank you. By the time I hang up the phone, I feel oddly light. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, but at least this feels like a practical first step. And I'm not ruling out adoption, I tell myself. Even if I decide to give the baby up, I still have to see a doctor and make sure we're both healthy and taken care of. I have plenty of time to make a decision about what to do down the road. Except later, in the quiet moments with my head slung over the toilet bowl of the extra-large stall at the end of the women's washroom on the 30th floor of the Cartwright Diamonds building, I know that I've already made a decision. There's no way I can give this baby up. It may be crazy and impractical. I may be disappointing every single person in my life. I may be the worst mother on the planet, and Logan might never speak to me again. But there's still no way I can let go of this baby. Somehow, even after just a week, I feel a bond with it. It's my baby. Mine and Logan's. And even if I'm fucking everything up by keeping it, that's what I'm going to do. Now I just have to figure out what to do about Logan. I'm not sure what it is, but that night, something prompts me to call my parents. As soon as my mother picks up the phone, I burst into tears. "Blake, honey, what is it?" "Nothing," I sputter, as I wipe frantically at my eyes. This conversation is already not going how I'd intended it. "Well, it must be something, sweetie. Now tell me." "It's just work," I lie. "My boss is kind of a hard ass." She tuts. "Is he giving you problems, honey? You know, you can talk to HR if it's an issue." "No, it's not like that. It's fine. It's just exhausting. I guess I didn't realize how easy I had it, working for you and Dad for so long." She laughs softly at that. "Well, I wouldn't say you had it easy, but I'm sure your new job has a bit of a learning curve. Are you sure you're still enjoying it? Maybe you should come home." No, the job is good. I just had to vent." "Well, you know you can always vent to me." She still doesn't sound entirely convinced. "My boss actually asked me to sit in on this really important meeting next week," I tell her, hoping that'll make her see that I'm doing okay here. Of course, I don't mention the fact that the only reason he wants me in the meeting in the first place is because I'm pretty and blonde. Not exactly the kind of job qualifications one brags about on their resume, or to one's parents. "Oh, that's nice. By the way, have you talked to your sister lately?" "Which one?" "Emma. We've been going over plans for the wedding flowers, and they're going to be so beautiful, Blake. Get her to show you the pictures next time." "Sure, I will." I force myself to smile. "I think we're having dinner sometime next week." "Lovely. Maybe your father and I will take a drive up some weekend, and you'll invite us to one of these dinners with your sisters." "Of course. We'd love to see you." I don't put much stock in her suggestion, even though my parents are only a couple of hours away. It takes a hell of a special occasion to get them into the city. Dad swears his blood pressure shoots up as soon as he crosses the state line. "Is Daddy there? I'd love to talk to him for a few minutes." "Yes, he's here somewhere. Hang on." She covers the phone with her hand, but I can still hear the muffled sound of her yelling out Dad's name. My parents have been married for over 30 years now, and they have the kind of relationship I can only dream about having someday. They get along brilliantly. Well, they'd have to, considering they live and work together, and therefore spend almost literally 100% of their time together. But even after all that time, Mom still giggles. Yes, giggles when Dad gently teases her, or when he touches her cheek. It's sweet, really, even though there's a certain element of grossness to it, too, considering they're my parents and all. That's what I want for myself someday. A relationship my kids can be equally proud of and sickened by. My kids. The notion punches me in the gut, and the reality of my current situation hits me like a shock of cold water. I'm actually going to have a kid soon. Well, in 8 months or so. And nothing about my relationship would make them proud. It's almost embarrassing, really. Someday I'll have to tell them that Mommy got knocked up by her boss. No. Just no. I'll have to lie. I'll have to tell him or her that their father was a war hero who died in a motorcycle accident while delivering a life-saving organ to a transplant patient after rescuing a puppy out of a tree. No, a whole litter of puppies. By the time my dad gets on the phone, I'm a sniveling mess again. "Princess," he says. What's the matter? Your mother says you're having troubles with your boss. Well, that's certainly one way of putting it. No, it's fine. It's just been an exhausting week, and it's only Wednesday. You say the word, princess, and I'll have him killed. That makes me giggle, although it's a sniffly, teary-eyed giggle. That's okay. I think I'm good. Well, the offer stands if you ever change your mind. Thanks, Daddy. He might just go ahead and kill him anyway, once he finds out about my situation. My father isn't old-fashioned per se. He, and my mom too for that matter, raised all three of us girls to be independent and strong and capable. He taught us how to drive and how to do our taxes and how to fix a leaky sink. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't bust a cap in the ass of anyone who hurt us. Oh, Blakey. Guess who was in the other day? At the shop? Who? Peter Lonnie. I sputter a laugh. Another dozen red roses? 2 dozen. Oh, crap. He must have screwed up big time. Peter Loney is one of our frequent flyers at the flower shop. He fancies himself a god of home improvement, but his actual skills are closer to Homer Simpson's spice rack. Every time he screws something up, which is often, he comes in to buy his wife a dozen red apology roses. The last time he bought 2 dozen was when he dropped and shattered the custom-made $8,000 chandelier he was attempting to hang over their dining room table. Oh, yeah. They decided to get one of those old clawfoot tubs for the bathroom, but I guess he forgot to account for how heavy those suckers are. Crashed right through the bathroom floor and into the kitchen below. Oh, my God. I'm surprised he didn't buy more than 2 dozen. Well, I suppose they're short on places to put them right now. Dad and I both giggle at poor Peter's misfortunes. It feels so comfortable and familiar to be laughing with him that soon tears are pricking my eyes again. How's the new intern working out? I ask, to distract myself. That had been part of the arrangement when I decided to come to New York. Since Mom and Dad needed the help at the shop, they decided to take on an intern from the floral design program at the local college. The deal was that if I decided to come home, I could have my old job back. In 6 months, if I was still happy here in the city, they'd hire the intern permanently. Oh, she's no Blake, let's put it that way, Dad says after a breath. But she's working out okay, right? It's not too much pressure on you guys. Oh, no, we're fine. Don't you worry about a thing. I should have known I wouldn't get a straight answer out of my dad. I should have asked Mom before she got off the phone. Dad wouldn't let on if his hair was on fire, I think with a smile. I miss you, Dad. On the other end of the line, my dad is quiet for a beat. Then he says, I miss you too, sweetie. I hear the hitch in his voice when he says it, that low grumble that comes from saying the kinds of things he isn't too used to saying. Mom says you might come up for a visit soon, I say. Well, you know what? We just might. I'd like that. Me too. I'll tell you what, we'll talk real soon and make a plan, okay? Okay, I smile. Love you, Daddy. Love you too, Blakey. I collapse backwards onto my bed, letting the tears fall freely from my eyes now. I've been so lucky to grow up with a father who loves me so ferociously. I want my baby to have that too. I want him or her to have a father who's going to teach them to ride a bike, who's going to take them to see their first PG-13 movie, who's going to hide a tear when they come down the staircase all dressed up for prom. A father who's going to protect them and teach them and help them grow up. Can Logan be that man? That father? I have no idea. But I owe it to him, and to our baby, to give him the option. Except, right now it feels like I'd rather go head-to-head with the skin wearer than admit to Logan what's happened. 18. Blake. Every day for the next week, I go into the office, intending to tell Logan about the baby. And every day for the next week, I chicken out. I'll tell him first thing in the morning, I promise myself, when I bring him his coffee. But every morning, the scent of the rich cappuccino triggers my gag reflex, and I end up running out of his office, just grateful I didn't hurl all over his $1,000 shoes. After I've put it off for the entire week, I kick myself into high gear. Today, Friday. I have to do it today. I don't want another weekend to go by. Except when I get to Logan's office that morning, loaded up on Dramamine and carefully holding his coffee cup far away from my nose. He slams his laptop closed and nearly shoves it off his desk. What's wrong? I set the cup down gently, and then take 2 big steps backwards, both because of the smell and because of the look on his face right now. Nothing, he grumbles, even though it's clear it's most definitely something. Do you want to, talk about it? He looks up at me, his eyebrows slightly raised. He isn't smiling, but he has the look of stoic amusement about him again, if such a thing is even possible. Not particularly. Well, I was just offering. It's nothing, really. Fine. Then maybe, if you have a minute, it's just Synth Gem. The people you're meeting with this afternoon? Yes, I just found out they met with Tiffany and Co. earlier this week. Ooh, Tiffany! Clearly, this is not the appropriate response, because Logan glares at me. That means they're considering other partners right now. Right. And that's not good? No, it's most definitely not good. I don't particularly like synthetic diamonds, but if they get Tiffany on board, their cash is going to shoot way up. That means today's meeting has to go spectacularly. He looks me up and down, taking in my bare legs, my gray skirt, and my white button-down. Undo a few of those buttons before we go in, and maybe let your hair down. I frown and reach instinctively for my braid, twisting the tip of it around my fingers. The heat from his gaze is warming my skin, but I don't need a reminder that I'm only being invited to this meeting because I happen to be blonde and perky. My hair will be staying as it is. Thank you. I expect him to argue with me, but he only flashes me that same enigmatic quarter smile again. Fine. He picks up the coffee I'd left on his desk and takes a sip. Your coffee skills are improving. My lips twist in irritation. Yeah, well, it's just coffee. I don't know why I suddenly feel so irritated with him. It seems like he can tell because he sets the cup down with a sigh. Blake, I'm trying to pay you a compliment. I'm saying that I notice and appreciate your efforts around here. Oh. Well, thank you. My tone is grudging, but I have to admit it's reassuring to hear. Of course, that's not going to stop him from firing me when he finds out what I have to tell him. Was there anything else? He asks. I take a deep breath. I could do it right now. Just tell him and get it over with. But his eyes flick to the screen of his laptop, which he's opened up again already. A frown comes over his face. He's distracted now, and unhappy. Probably not the best time to tell him. Probably I should just put it off for another day, or another year, whatever. I'll be at my desk if you need me for anything, I say, and slip out of his office. I don't see Logan until just before the meeting with Synth Gem. I'm almost hoping that he'll forget he even asked me to attend, but no such luck. My inbox pings with a message from him, telling me to meet him by the elevators. We ride down the 3 floors together to the large conference room on the 27th floor. I haven't been down here since my first day, when I met with Georgia in the HR department, and that day I was hardly in the right frame of mind to absorb anything about the place. So now I spin my head around as we walk. There are offices with deep mahogany doors lining the hallway, and the floor bustles with people moving about from office to office, and the sound of phones ringing and photocopiers whirring. The executive floor, where Logan and I work, is so quiet. I almost forgot that there were about 1 million other people who work for Cartwright Diamonds. Okay, maybe not 1 million. How many people actually work here? I ask Logan as we walk. In this building? About 1,200, 15 floors. We rent out the rest of the office space to other small businesses. We have another few hundred people working out on the West Coast. Then we also have satellite offices, a couple in Canada, one in Bangladesh, 3 across Africa. Probably another 500 or so people work across the outposts. Wow, that's a lot. That's not even counting our subsidiary companies. All totaled, we employ over 20,000 people. We've grown significantly in the last 5 years. Since I took over from my father, I've put a lot of effort into expanding the business. Did he retire? Died. Oh, shit. I clapped my hand over my mouth. Sorry. It's okay. It was almost 10 years ago now. Heart attack. Here we are. Logan pushes open the door to a massive conference room. There's a huge table in the center, with leather chairs surrounding it. Enough space for at least 24 people. Most of the leather chairs are already filled. A homogeneous group of jowl-necked, beady-eyed, pasty old white men. All eyes turn to face Logan and I suddenly feel uncomfortable and very glad that I trusted my gut and wore a perfectly professional outfit. Still, the men in the room are all eyeing me now, and I feel hot and slightly ill. I slip into the closest chair, pulling it up to the table quickly before anyone gets any further opportunity to eyeball my legs. There's a chuckle from the room, and I look up to find Logan standing at my arm, smiling. One glance around the room, and I realize I've sat in the only free chair, the one right at the head of the table, the one clearly meant for Logan. "Oh, God, sorry," I whisper, starting to stand up. Logan's hand on my arm stops me. "Don't worry about it." He grabs one of the slightly less fancy guest chairs that are lined around the far end of the room and drags it over to the table. It doesn't even have wheels, so it scrapes loudly against the shiny wooden floor. But no one dares to say a word about it to Logan. I shift my fancy leather chair over so he can pull his up to the head of the table. "Gentlemen, this is Blake, my new assistant. She'll be taking notes for us today." I look down at my hands in horror. My empty hands. I didn't even think to bring a notepad. Oh my God, I'm such a dope. Can I blame this on pregnancy brain? My face is completely hot now, but I force myself to stand on shaky legs. "One moment, please." My voice sounds high-pitched. I flee the conference room and beeline to the office across the hallway. An Indian man with round spectacles and a navy suit blinks up at me. "Paper!" I screech. "And a pen, please, now, ah!" The last part is more of a gurgle of humiliation than actual words. He wordlessly turns and yanks a small stack of paper off the tray of the printer behind him, then gestures to the mug on his desk that says, "I work numbers, not miracles," which holds an array of pens and highlighters. I pluck one out and then grab another 4 to be safe. With the paper and pens safely in hand, I hurry back to the conference room. I'm hoping they'll have already started the meeting. But instead, I find them sitting in relative quiet. Logan speaks in a low voice to the man sitting on his left-hand side, but otherwise, the room is silent. Everyone looks up when I walk in. I wave the paper around. "All set." "Excellent." Logan smiles, somehow still suave and totally in control. "Let's begin then, shall we?" Thankfully, from that point on, the meeting goes smoothly. I get a little distracted here and there, watching Logan present and taking in the way the rest of the room seems to bend towards him, like flowers to the sun. There's something magnetic about him, something that even men are compelled by. Is it any wonder I fell into bed with him? Half the men in here have probably thought about it at some point. The thought makes me snort, which I quickly turn into a cough. I take as many detailed notes as I can, though it's hard without knowing anyone's name. I write bald guy and blue tie and Mr. Polka Dot and mouth breather, and just pray that Logan doesn't ask me to scan and email these notes directly to him later. I'll correct the names and type up everything properly as soon as we're done here. Before I know it, the meeting is over. Logan is reaching past me to shake hands with mouth breather and Mr. Polka Dot, and they're smiling enthusiastically, despite the fact that he just negotiated them down by 20% and convinced them not to take any further meetings with Tiffany. That's the power of Logan Cartwright. He can fuck you over, and you still find yourself smiling about it. Logan stays talking with Mr. Polka Dot while most of the other suits file out of the room. I hang around nearby, not sure if I'm expected to wait for him to finish here, or if I should head back upstairs to my desk so that I can start cleaning up my notes. I spend a couple of minutes hovering awkwardly near the boardroom door, trying to catch Logan's eye so that I can tell him I'm going upstairs. While I'm hovering, Mouth Breather approaches. "You're new, aren't you?" The mouth breathing, it turns out, goes hand in hand with some hair-curling halitosis. I smile politely while trying not to inhale. "Yes, just a few weeks now." "I'll hand it to Logan," he says, shaking his head with a chuckle. "He always manages to find the prettiest little assistants." Yeah, well, I don't finish my sentence because what exactly am I supposed to say? "Thank you. Your objectification is most appreciated." He leans in closer and I grimace. His graying hair is brushed into an unappealing comb-over, and up close, I can see a dusting of dandruff covering the no doubt expensive wool of his suit jacket. I must wonder, though, if you're as generous as some of his previous assistants. My eyes widen as his narrow. What a lech. I look around nervously, hoping Logan will come striding out of the boardroom, but he's still deep in conversation with Mr. Polka Dot. "I have no idea what you're referring to," I say. My voice is clipped but still polite. "But I should be getting back to my desk. Nice meeting you." Before I can duck out of his range, he puts his hand up, resting it against the wall beside my head and effectively blocking my escape. "So soon?" he rasps. Now I'm really starting to panic. I know he likely won't really do anything, not here in the open like this, but I'm still in an uncomfortable position. I can't exactly tell off one of Cartwright Diamond's clients, especially not after they just agreed to a big deal. I hesitate for another few seconds, weighing the distance between here and the elevator, debating ducking back into the boardroom just to get away from him. In that time, Mouth Breather apparently decides to take things a step further. He reaches up and strokes one bent finger against my cheek. "Don't touch me," I grit, turning my head. "Oh, play nice," he murmurs. "What's going on here?" Logan's voice booms from behind me. Both Mouth Breather and I spin around in surprise. A moment of panic rushes through me when I see the mask of fury on his face. At least until I realize it isn't me he's angry with. "Hello, Logan. Just having a chat with your new assistant. Is it just me, or do they get prettier and prettier?" Before I can even process what's happening, Logan is striding forward, his fist closing around Mouth Breather's neck, shoving him up against the wall. "You do not speak to or about my staff like that. Do we understand each other?" His voice is cold as ice, and if it wasn't for the slight redness in his face, you'd think he was still in that boardroom, calmly debating tariffs and shipping fees. My heart pounds. Mouth breather twists, but Logan's grip is firm. "Let go of me," he pants. "I asked you a question. Do we understand each other? I won't ask you a third time." Again, he's as calm and cool as the leftover ice in his scotch glass. Yes, hell, now let me go." This time, Logan releases his hold on Mouth Breather. The man rubs his neck, where a bright red handprint is already blooming. Logan turns to face me, the first time he has since he came out of the boardroom. "Are you all right?" His voice has softened, just a fraction. It's such a small shift that I'm probably the only one who notices. "Yes, thank you. I'm sorry." I'm clutching my papers of notes in my hand, and I realize I've completely crumpled them. "Blake, you don't have to apologize for a thing," Logan says firmly. "Oh, yes, she does." Mouth Breather is back now, rubbing his neck where Logan had twisted his shirt collar. "I'm an important client here. I don't expect to be spoken to like that by your assistants, or by you for that matter." The rage, which had started to dissipate from Logan's face, settles back into place. His brow furrows into a tight knot of lines and creases. The color rises up the back of his neck, into his hairline, and then forward through his face. His hands clench at his sides. But when Mouth Breather casts another lecherous glance over at me, Logan loses it completely. His fist flies out before I even realize what's happening. I can't say that I've ever heard the sound of nose cartilage breaking before, but I know as soon as I hear that awful crunching, that's exactly what just happened. Mouth Breather's hands fly to his face, but not before I see an ooze of blood start from his right nostril. Logan shakes off his fist and mutters a curse under his breath. I'm the only one close enough to hear it, especially over the much louder sounds coming from Mouth Breather. His breath sounds wet and raspy, and he's shouting a litany of expletives that would make a biker gang blush. The commotion draws people from their offices. The accountant I'd stolen the pens and paper from earlier, a woman in a pink suit who pushes her glasses up her nose as if to get a better view. And, shit, Georgia. I smile wanly at her as she peers over at us. Then she's jostled out of the way by an older gentleman who comes hobbling out of the office behind her. Logan stiffens. "Ed, what are you doing here?" The older man frowns, his fluffy gray eyebrows coming to a concerned point. "I was meeting with Christine. What's going on here?" "Just showing these folks out." Logan's mouth is a grim line. I've never seen him this upset before, but it seems to have more to do with Ed's presence than the fact that he just punched a client in the face. The man named Ed looks disbelievingly at Logan, but he doesn't say anything else. Logan nods once at Mouth Breather and his crew, and they begin marching towards the elevators, muttering angrily amongst themselves. Once they're gone, Logan seems to regain some of his usual composure. "Georgia, you'll want to take a statement from Blake. Ed, why don't you join me upstairs in my office?" Ed hesitates a minute, but then nods. "Sure, Logan." Georgia motions for me to follow her into her office, and I go with her. I don't dare risk a look back at Logan, not in front of all these people. But I can feel his eyes on me the entire time, until the door of the HR department finally swings closed behind us.
19. Logan. Ed and I ride the elevator in silence and then cross the executive floor towards my office without saying a word. Once he's seated across from my desk, I pour us each a couple of fingers of scotch without bothering to ask if he wants any. I set the crystal tumbler down in front of him, and then slip into the seat behind my desk. "Logan," he starts, but I hold up a finger, swallowing a couple of mouthfuls of the ashy amber liquid before I feel ready to talk. "What are you really doing here, Ed?" It's his turn to draw out the moment as he sips on the scotch. "I told you, I had a meeting." "About what?" "Oh, just this and that." I lean forward. "You met with my HR department, Ed? I think I have a right to know why." "Christine was going over the talent management strategy with me." The words come easily enough. But then again, Ed has always been smooth. It's one of the reasons I always liked him. Not so much if he's using that against me. I still can't put my finger on what's going on. Does Ed really have my best interests at heart? Or is there more to the story? Talent management, I muse. I could have told you anything you wanted to know. You should have called me. He shrugs. "You're busy. You were supposed to call me about dinner weeks ago." Right. That drops a stone of guilt into my stomach. But Ed seems nonplussed. He takes another sip of scotch and then says casually, "That new assistant you got sure is a pretty one. Best-looking man I've ever seen, I'll tell you what." Here we go. I stare him down, refusing to give anything away. I'm used to men like Ed. I was born into this business and raised every day of my life to be driven, focused, ruthless. I can handle myself around just about anyone, except these days Ed is the closest thing I have to a father. And the way he's looking at me now is like a father who's disappointed in his son. "We hired her by accident," I mutter, "and I figured it would look worse to fire her than just to keep her on." "I won't ask if you're sleeping with her," Ed says. Good. Something unspoken passes between us. Ed's fingers tighten around the glass, and he sighs. "Thank you for the drink. I still owe you a dinner. If you can find the time, give me a ring." "I will. And dinner is on me." He waves off my offer and shuffles out of my office. I rub my temples and finish off the scotch. I think about pouring another, but Blake's face is tickling my mind again, and I feel the need to see her as soon as possible to make sure she's okay. I ride the elevator down to the 27th floor again and stride over to HR. George's door is closed. I knock once and then open it without waiting for a response. Both Blake and Georgia spin around to face the door, and I catch Blake dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Oh, fuck. Something primal and angry twists inside of me. "Georgia, I need to borrow Blake. Can you two finish up tomorrow?" Georgia looks questioningly at Blake, who shrugs. "Of course, Mr. Cartwright. I think we're just about finished here anyway, right, Blake?" Blake nods. I see she's already shoved the tissue into the pocket of her jacket. Her eyes are still red, but otherwise her face is a perfect mask of composure. We walk towards the elevator. When I hit the down button instead of the one to go back upstairs, Blake frowns. "Where are we going?" "Out of here." "What should I do with these notes?" She waves the sheaf of papers at me, the ones with her small, neat handwriting all over them. I shrug. Throw them out. We'll not be doing business with SynthGem going forward. "Wait, but didn't you just close the deal back there? What was the point of that meeting?" "We did, but I don't want to work with anyone who would treat my staff like that." "Oh." I point to the recycling bin near the elevator. "File your notes there, please, and thank you." With a small smile, Blake lets the pages slip into the recycling bin. They make a fluttering noise as they fall, and then they're gone. Even though it's still bright outside, the lights are dim inside my favorite Thai restaurant. Blake's head whips around wildly, taking in the hanging jasmine, the velvet drapes, the scents and the colors. It's a magical place, more like an opium den than a restaurant. "Have you ever been here?" I ask, even though I can tell by how wide her eyes are that she hasn't. "It's the place we got delivery from the other day." "Never." She bites her lip. "I'm from Connecticut, you know. We don't have places like this there." I smile. "I remember." "You remember?" "From your resume. Executive assistant to the CEO of Bloomer's Flower Shop in Highfield, Connecticut." "Oh, right." Her cheeks color. "That's actually my parents' store," she admits. "I know." "You do?" "I looked it up after I hired you. I was curious about what kind of executive assistant didn't know how to work a coffee machine." Blake's cheeks are still red, but now she laughs. "I might have exaggerated a tad." "A tad." There's something charming about her precociousness. In the past, I would have fired an assistant for less, but there's something charming and, I don't know, kind of ballsy about Blake. I like it. I like her, I realize. "Did you like Connecticut?" I ask, because it seems an easier thing to say than anything else that might come shooting out of my mouth right now. She looks thoughtful. "I did. It's quiet and, I don't know, homey." "So what made you move to New York?" She shrugs. "I guess I just wanted to see what else was out there. My sisters both live here, and they always seem to have these glamorous, fabulous lives, you know? Cool careers, amazing boyfriends, busy social calendars. I was working for my parents, and my social life was getting smaller and smaller, to the point where a lively Friday night was when Netflix got a new season of Orange is the New Black. Plus, when you live in a small town, the dating pool gets really incestuous really quick." I laugh at that, a genuine laugh that seems to take Blake by surprise. Her cheeks color softly, and a small smile spreads over her lips. "I'm pretty familiar with that, actually," I tell her. "I grew up in Connecticut." "You did? I didn't know that." "Born and raised. My sister Heather and her family still live out there." "Heather, that would be Jack and Daisy's mom?" "That's right, yes. She had no interest in relocating to New York. She owns shares in the company, but she had no interest in the day-to-day management of it. So she attends the annual general meeting, and that's about it." "And you took over?" "Pretty much. It was always kind of a given. I've been working here since I was, well, legally too young to even be working." I flash her a grin, and she laughs. "Child labor? Lovely. I'm surprised you haven't put Jack to work yet." I chuckle. "Now there's an idea." A silence descends between us, but it isn't awkward or tense, just comfortable. Blake sips her soda water and gazes around the restaurant, and I admire the sleek lines of her profile, the way her braid falls softly down over her shoulder. God, she's really, really beautiful. And the strange thing is, she doesn't even seem to realize it. She's so unself-conscious, the way she twists the end of her plait, the way she gnaws at her bottom lip. It's more tantalizing than the raunchiest striptease, more stirring than a great work of art. She turns to face me again, her chin resting in her hands. Her blue eyes sparkle in the dim restaurant lighting. "Do you ever think about having kids of your own? You know, to shore up the Cartwright labor forces?" The question catches me off guard, and I shake my head before I even have time to truly consider my answer. No way. I love my niece and nephew, but that level of responsibility isn't for me. Blake gnaws her lip again. This time she isn't smiling. "But you were so great with them. You'd be a great dad." "That was a weekend. Kids are a lifetime commitment." "I know, but don't you sometimes think it might be nice to have something, I don't know, more?" I chuckle. Not particularly, no. I try to keep the tone light, but the truth is, this line of questioning is starting to get uncomfortable. Right now, Blake sounds a little too much like Heather and my mother. I think of Heather's word the other day, stunted. Maybe Blake thinks I'm stunted, too. The thought bothers me more than I'm willing to admit. She twists her lips so hard, I swear she's going to bruise it. And I could think of a much more satisfying way to bruise those plump, beautiful lips of hers. When she finally flutters her lashes back up to look at me again, her face is serious. Who broke your heart, Logan? The question stops me cold. Blake's blue eyes seem to bore into me. My ribs tighten. I could tell her, I think. Tell her about Laura, and about what we went through, and about how I'm afraid I'm permanently broken on the inside now. But then I imagine the piteous way she'd look at me. And I can't take Blake's pity. So instead, I fix her with a frozen glare. No one, I say with a half grin, half sneer. I do the heartbreaking around here. You should know that by now. Right. Blake blinks. Once, twice, 3 times. Her eyes look glassy, but that must be the reflection from the candlelight. Suddenly, I feel desperate to turn this evening around. Do you want to get out of here? I turn my sneer into what I hope is a charming grin. And go where? Blake is leaning back in her chair, folding her napkin, her bottom lip nestled under her teeth again. I don't know. Don't really care either. But if you keep chewing on that lip like that, you're going to drive me criminally insane. Blake gives me a weak smile. Actually, I should probably get home. I'm feeling pretty tired. It's not the answer I'm expecting. Frankly, no is not an answer I'm ever expecting. Is everything okay? Fine. Like I said, just tired. Then let me take you home. Blake laughs softly. Logan, I'm fine, really. I'll take a cab. I want to argue, but I know from experience that there's no point arguing with Blake. Well, you'll put her on the company card, at least. Of course. A brief smile flits across her beautiful face. I always do. Let me just settle up the bill then, and I'll walk you out. Okay. As I hail our server over, I catch Blake eyeballing the table next to us. It's an older couple, maybe twice my age, and they're finishing up their meal with what looks like the world's most decadent chocolate cake. Blake rubs her thumb over the corner of her mouth as she watches them eat. You want that cake, don't you? She turns to me in surprise. Oh, no. Blake, you just wiped away a spot of drool. She touches her mouth again, embarrassed, but laughing. Oh, God, I did, didn't I? Yes. Let me at least get you some cake to take home with you. Well, come on, don't fight me on this one. Okay, if you insist. 10 minutes later, I put Blake and 3 pieces of cake, safely nestled in plastic to-go containers, into a taxi. I stand on the street until long after the cab is driven out of sight, until the chill of the evening air cuts through my suit jacket, and I call my own driver to pick me up. We drive aimlessly around Manhattan for a while, because I can already tell that sleep won't come easy tonight, and I'm in no hurry to get back to my empty penthouse.
20. Blake. When Lucy finds me the next morning, it's sprawled on the couch, surrounded by 3 empty containers of takeout cake. She closes the door of the apartment behind her, dropping her purse on the hall table and regarding me with a bemused expression. I sit up, rubbing my eyes. Did you sleep at Lou's last night? Lou is Lucy's boyfriend, supposedly, although I've never met him. All I know is that he works in insurance or something. Yeah. I see you had a fun night. She's smirking at me, so I smirk back. Probably not as fun as yours. I stifle a yawn as if to prove my point. "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that," she mutters. Lucy and Lou have been together for 3 years, I think, but I can't say I've ever heard her get all gushy about him. Then again, maybe that's just what happens when you've been together with someone for that long. I smile sympathetically, even though I still think she probably had a better night than I did. Dinner with Logan had started out so promising, but any inkling of hope I'd held that maybe we could have something real, that maybe this baby could bring us together somehow, had been well and firmly dashed. Logan is who he is. I'd been an idiot to think that I, or a baby, could change that. Lucy disappears into the bathroom, so I stagger to my feet and bring the empty takeaway containers into the kitchen, rinse them out, and dump them into the recycling bin. Just that small amount of motion, or maybe it's the whiff of leftover chocolate, is enough to trigger my nausea. I lean against the counter and take a few deep breaths while I wait for Lucy to finish in the bathroom, then groan when I hear the shower start up. "Okay, Blake, you can do this. Deep breaths." I pour myself a glass of water and take small sips while I try to ignore the rocking in my stomach. I will not throw up. I will not. Nope, I'm definitely going to throw up. With one hand covering my mouth, I beeline toward the bathroom and throw the door open. Lucy shrieks. "I'm sorry," I manage, before I hit the tile in front of the toilet. When I can look up again, Lucy is peeking around the edge of the pink gingham shower curtain, frowning at me. "Are you okay?" "Fine." I wipe my mouth with toilet paper and flush. "I guess I shouldn't have eaten 3 pieces of cake last night." "You've been sick a lot lately." "Sensitive stomach. I've always been like that." I can't meet her eye as I wash my hands and rinse out my mouth, but I can feel her watching me. "All done," I announce. "You may now return to your regularly scheduled programming." I slip out of the bathroom before Lucy can say anything. Once I'm in the safety of my bedroom, I flop down onto the quilt. I'm going to have to tell Lucy eventually, I realize. I won't be able to blame my growing stomach on the cake, at least not for too long. But I should tell Logan first, right? That's the only fair thing to do. Except now I'm dreading that more than ever. Not having anyone to talk about this with is killing me a little bit. I need advice, perspective. Because when it comes to Logan, I seem to have lost mine. Just as I think that, my phone rings. Rory, I see, when I glance down at the screen. I almost cry in happiness. "Hi." My voice is as bouncy as Tigger. You'd never know that less than 5 minutes ago I was puking my guts out. "Well, hi to you too. You're chipper this morning. Just being my natural perky self." "Right. Listen, Emma and I were thinking of going out for drinks tonight. Do you want to come? The guys are going to some post-golf tournament drinking thing out at the country club, and neither of us feel like going with them." "Yes!" I almost screamed the word into the phone, then I forced myself to calm down. "I mean, yes, that sounds lovely." "Are you sure you're okay?" Rory asks, after a slight pause. "Super." Never mind that she's the second person to ask me that so far this morning. "Okay, well, we'll pick you up tonight around 8. Bring Lucy, too, if she wants to come." "Sure. That sounds great. Thanks, Rory." "No problem," she says, though the tone of her voice is surprised. By 8 o'clock, I've had about 13 mini breakdowns, mostly over the fact that all my clothes are horrible and scratchy and tight, and I don't want to wear any of them. Remind me why I agreed to this again. I rifle through my closet one more time, as if the perfect outfit might magically appear. All I want to wear is pajamas. Why isn't wearing pajamas to a bar more socially acceptable? Because you're a vibrant, single woman living in New York City, and going out is what you're supposed to do? Lucy, of course, looks ridiculously cute in a pink dress and strappy sandals. I'm not even showing yet, and I already feel like a beached whale. What the hell am I going to feel like when I actually have a basketball for a stomach? I can only imagine that once I get to that point, I'll have given up on what's socially acceptable and fully embraced the pajamas as clothes thing. Your sister's going to be here any minute, Lucy so helpfully points out as I fling dress after dress onto my unmade bed. I'm sure whatever you wear is going to be fine. I don't want fine. The Sex and the City life I imagined for myself when I moved to New York didn't involve looking fine. It involved looking fabulous at all times. I reluctantly fish some leggings out of the drawer. I opt for a pair that's at least black and has a strip of leather running up the sides. That makes it somewhat cool, right? Paired with a stretchy jersey tunic, it's almost as comfortable as pajamas and almost as fashionable as clothes. This is the closest to a win I'm going to get tonight. Ready, Cinderella? Lucy smirks. Joke's on you. I'm not Cinderella. I'm the pumpkin. Oh, please. She rolls her eyes, then takes my arm and leads me out into the hallway. The bar my sisters have chosen is loud and crowded and abuzz with sexual tension. I really do feel like a pumpkin now. I think longingly of all the hot dresses in my closet. Will I ever wear them again? Once I'm a mom, especially a single mom, I won't have the time or energy to do things like go out dancing anymore. I watch a girl in a black satin dress kick it up on the dance floor and sigh wistfully. That was me once. Not so long ago, actually. Thinking of switching teams? My sister Rory shouts. She wears a wicked grin. Huh? You're practically drooling over that girl out there. Oops, busted. I was just admiring her dress. I can't tell Rory that it wasn't really the girl I was ogling, or even really the dress. It was my former life, the one I dreamed of for myself. In a blink, it disappeared, thanks to one stupid mistake. I know the baby is too small, that it's barely more than a zygote, but still I swear I feel it punch me in the kidneys at that. I rest my hand lightly on my stomach and blink in surprise. You okay? Rory frowns. Absolutely. I force a smile. Come on, let's go get a drink. I let my sister lead me up to the bar, where we find Emma and Lucy already waiting in line. Emma and Lucy were friends first, and I know they're still close, so when I see them huddled deep in conversation, I get a twisting in my gut that has nothing to do with the little zygote. Would Lucy say anything to Emma about how strange I'd been acting lately, or maybe about the throwing up? Surely not, right? Isn't that the roommate code or something? What happens on Tremaine Street stays on Tremaine Street and all that? Emma sneaks a glance over at me and smiles. My nerves ratchet up another notch. Is that a knowing smile or just a friendly one? Ready to get your drink on? Emma shouts. I relax, at least a smidge. Definitely. But when we get to the bar, I catch the bartender's eye and ask for a cranberry and soda. What? Rory and Emma eye me simultaneously. Come on, have a real drink. Not tonight, I shrug. I'm not feeling it. Come on, Emma protests. Live a little. How often do we all go out together anymore? I know, but we don't need to drink to have fun, right? God, I sound like a goody two-shoes preacher's daughter or something. Emma rolls her eyes and laughs. No, but it helps. Come on. I'm getting you a real drink. She flags down the bartender again. Make sure you add some vodka to that cranberry soda, she shouts. The bartender glances over at me for confirmation, but I shake my head. No, thank you. Just the soda is fine. Blake, since when do you not drink? Seriously. She turns back to the bartender. She'll have the vodka. I grab her arm. Emma, stop. I'm not drinking tonight. My stomach's been a bit off lately, and I don't want to push it. Emma rolls her eyes. She's so stubborn sometimes. Blake, come on. What are you, pregnant? Her lips quirk up at the end of the question. Yes, I blurt. Everything stops. The music in the bar is still thumping, but a cavern of silence has grown between the four of us. Emma and Rory stare at me in horror and confusion. My face flushes. Excuse me? Emma's face is pale. Did she just say she's pregnant? Rory looks back and forth between Emma and me. You're joking, right? Emma's whole body is rigid. I knew it, Lucy smirks. Nobody gets food poisoning that often, and nobody eats that many pickles for no reason. The bartender returns and sets our drinks in front of us. Cosmos for Emma, Rory, and Lucy, and a cranberry soda for me. I take my drink and sip from it, just so I'll have something to do with my hands. Everyone is still staring at me. I honestly can't tell whether they're happy or mad or disappointed or what. I think the only emotion anyone is feeling right now is shock. Which I get. I'm feeling more than a little shell-shocked myself these days. Are you okay? Rory asks, finally putting her hand gently on my arm. This is... wow. Tears prick my eyes. I honestly don't even know. I'm still trying to adjust to this new reality. You're going to keep it? Everything she says has a note of hesitation to it, like she isn't even sure of the right way to talk about this. I take a deep breath, and then nod. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. It feels crazy and like I'm probably ruining my life. But in a weird way, it feels right too, you know? It feels right? Emma's lips twist. Blake, you barely have your own life together. How do you think you're going to be able to take care of a baby? You can't just go live with Mom and Dad forever, you know. I know, I snipe back. I wasn't planning on it. I have a job, remember? Yeah, one Tyler had to help you get. The tears that had been pricking my eyes spill over now. I swipe at them with my sleeve, more embarrassed than anything else. Rory shoots a glare at Emma. Can you cool it? She hisses at our sister. I think Blake is stressed enough right now. I give her a wan but grateful smile. I know this isn't perfect, I admit, and it's not how I'd ever planned to do things, but it happened, and I'm going to try to make the best of it. Good for you. Rory puts her arm around my shoulders, and I slump against her. So, can I ask who the father is? I let out a shaky breath. Well, that's where it gets complicated. Like it wasn't complicated already. Emma rolls her eyes. It's a simple gesture and one that's not altogether unexpected from my more perfect-than-perfect sister, but it still cuts like a knife. Emma! Rory hisses again. This time she looks genuinely pissed. Seriously, leave her alone. Emma looks as if she's going to say something else. But when she looks around at all of us, she clamps her mouth shut. Is the father going to be involved at all? Rory chooses her words carefully again when she turns back to me. Well, I haven't exactly told him yet. Oh, Blake. Rory's face falls. You have to. I know, and I'm going to. I didn't exactly come here tonight planning to tell you guys, you know. I had always planned to tell him first. I shoot a glare at Emma, since it was her pressure that caused me to accidentally spill the news. That's good. You should definitely tell him as soon as possible, Rory says with a decisive nod. So, can I ask who it is? I didn't even know you were seeing anybody. I'm not. Really. I admit. I glance over at Lucy and her mouth falls open. She almost drops her cocktail. I can tell by the stunned expression on her face that she's just figured it out on her own. After all, she's the only person who knows about Logan. Is it? She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't need to. I nod. She winces. Oh, Blake. What? Rory looks back and forth between us. Even Emma looks curious. I take a deep breath. It's my boss, I admit. I slept with my boss, and now I'm having his baby. Saying the words out loud for the first time makes me feel like I just started the downhill part of a crazy roller coaster ride. Yet, strangely, at the same time, it fills me with a deep sense of peace. This is my truth, such as it is. There's a certain power in owning that. Or at least that's what I'm going to keep telling myself. Logan Cartwright? Emma spits. She doesn't need to say anything else, because the look on her face says it all. It's a look of downright horror, and my newfound sense of peace swirls away, like water down the toilet. Yes. I hold my chin out defensively, daring Emma to say something. She looks like she's about to, but Rory shoots her a killing glare. Emma snaps her mouth shut. It's Rory that speaks next. Have you told Mom and Dad yet? More of my inner calm goes flushing down the toilet. I shake my head. Like I said, I wanted to tell Logan first. I pause, gnaw my lip for a second. What do you think they're going to say? Rory and Emma exchange a glance. I'm not sure. I think they're going to be pretty shocked. To say the least, Emma mutters. I set my drink down on the bar. The tart smell of cranberry is making me feel nauseous. You don't look so hot, Rory says, holding on to my elbow. Are you okay? Do you need to sit down? I'm fine, I'm just hot. I pull my hair up off the back of my neck and try to cool myself down, but it's no use. My face is burning up, and having my sisters and Lucy swarm nervously around me isn't exactly helping. Suddenly, the bar feels claustrophobic, too hot, too crowded, too loud. You know what? I think I'm going to call it a night. I'll come with you, Lucy says automatically, setting her drink down on the bar next to mine, but I wave her off. It's fine, I'm just going to get a cab and go home. Blake, not by yourself, Rory insists. Emma, I notice, is silent. I shake off Rory's concern and head for the door. It feels like I can't get out of that bar fast enough. But I don't go home. There's something else I have to do first, and if I leave it any longer, I'm going to lose my nerve. So I direct the cab driver to Park Avenue. To Logan's place.
21. Logan. The country club is crowded and noisy and pretty much the last place I want to be right now. I take a small sip of the beer in front of me and nod at the old fossil whose name I can't remember. My family has belonged to the Kinsman Country Club almost since the day it opened, all the way back in the late 1920s. I'm sure the place has changed a lot since the days my great-grandfather sipped smuggled scotch here during Prohibition, but sometimes I think it hasn't changed enough. Still way too many stuffy old white guys, strutting around like they run the world. I don't know if I hate them, or if I'm just afraid I'm turning into one of them. Take today, for example. The Kinsman Annual Golf Tournament. Stuffy old white guys love golf. Fucking love it. I'm sure half these guys blow a bigger nut over a hole-in-one than over a beautiful woman. And that's just plain wrong. At least I differ from them in that regard. I wouldn't have even come out tonight except for the fact that Cartwright Diamonds has always been one of the golf tourney's sponsors. It's expected that I at least put in an appearance. I should have come out this morning, when I could have shaken a few hands, hit a couple token drives, and then been done with the whole scene. Unfortunately, I put it off all day, and now it's evening. Everyone is in off the green, and the bar is jam-packed with braggarts and pompous assholes lying about their scores. Fun. I give a nod to another fossil with a shock of silver hair and an apple-green polo. I'm sure I know him from somewhere, but I can't be bothered calling up his name. I wonder briefly if this is the future I have to look forward to. A wardrobe that belongs in a Crayola box and a Viagra dealer on speed dial. I take a longer swallow of my beer and pray that I can get out of here as soon as possible. Logan! Good to see you, man. I cringe at the sound of my name, but as soon as I turn around, I relax. Tyler Grant, I have to say you are a welcome sight right now. Tyler gives me a grin that's half grimace. Yeah, quite the senior crowd tonight. I chuckle. The old fart brigade is out in full force. Maybe you should stop giving away free Viagra and BlackBerry holsters in the gift bags. He grins again. Logan, you remember my buddy Wes, don't you? I do. I shake the hand of the other man with Tyler. Westlake, right? That's right, he says. A pleasure. You guys want to join me? I gesture to the empty stools beside me. And by that I mean, please God, join me so I can have an excuse not to go make the rounds. Tyler and Wes exchange a glance, and then wordlessly slip onto the rattan bar stools next to me. I flag down the bartender and order them both pints. Cartwright sponsoring the tournament again? Tyler asks, once he's sipping from the foamy head of his beer. I nod. Not sure I have a choice at this point. Dad did it every year, and it's kind of expected now. Yeah, they're pretty big on tradition here. I'll say. I move my glass around the bar top. How's work going? For a while, we chat about business. Tyler recently took over his father's media conglomerate, Good Grant Media, and Wes is one of the city's preeminent property developers. Both are smart and savvy businessmen, and I enjoy shooting the shit with them. Always interesting to hear what's going on in other industries. And needless to say, it beats the hell out of circulating the bar and making asinine small talk. By the way, I meant to ask you how Blake is working out, Tyler says, after we've exhausted all the industry gossip. I choke. My throat feels tight suddenly, like I swallowed something painful, and now my muscles are closing protectively. Not bad. Tyler raises an eyebrow. You don't sound too sure. If she's not working out, please, man, tell me. Emma asked me to put in a good word, but if you can't keep up, I'd rather know that. I shake my head quickly. It's not that. As an assistant, she's excellent. Beyond excellent, really. Tyler's shoulders relax. That's great news. I wasn't sure. I know she can be a bit flighty. Flighty? I raise my eyebrows. I don't know about that. Maybe just irreverent. That's one way to put it. Yeah. Tyler squints at me. You okay, man? Fine. Just tired. It's been a long week. I hear you on that. We order another round and shoot the shit for a little longer. But now that he's brought up Blake, I find that she's all I can think about. I have a hard time following the conversation, even though it's just your usual crap talk. If the Knicks have a shot this season, whether the new microbrewery over in Park Slope is any good, how long it'll be until virtual reality porn goes mainstream. You know, the usual. But my thoughts aren't there. They're on Blake. Does she like basketball? Does she drink beer? Does she ever watch porn when she's home alone and feeling frisky? That thought in particular sends me down a deep, dark rabbit hole. Do you remember when I got engaged to Laura? I asked Tyler suddenly, interrupting his rant about online pirates and how much they're cutting into his profit margins. He stops, surprised. He blinks a couple of times, sneaks a glance at Wes and shrugs. Sort of, yeah. 8, 9 years ago now? It'll be 10 years next month. He whistles. Time flies. It does. I move my glass around on the bar now. It's been empty for a while, but I'm not interested in ordering another one. Tyler looks around the room like he isn't sure what to say next, so I save him the trouble. I was just thinking about how, when Laura and I got engaged, it was so predictable. What was? Just everything. She knew I was going to do it that night. It had been in her calendar for weeks. Who puts that in the calendar? Tyler grins, but he still seems unsure. Yeah, that's weird, I guess. Our whole relationship was like that, you know? It wasn't an arranged marriage or anything, but in some ways it might as well have been. You met at Yale, right? We did, yes, but our families were already acquainted. Laura's father had been heavily involved in the import-export business. Still is, I suppose, unless he's retired now. We haven't really kept in touch. From the moment we started dating, it was like we were working from a script. Dated through college, engaged a year later, arm in arm at every damn gala and charity fundraiser. Then she got sick. The only damn unpredictable thing either of us ever did. How do you like that? I chuckle, like it's funny, even though it's anything but. Yeah. Tyler is wearing the nervous smile of someone who thinks they might be dealing with a sociopath. What would have happened if she hadn't gotten sick? I muse, more to myself than to Tyler and Wes. We'd be married, of course. Probably have 2 kids by now. Maybe 3. She wanted 3, I think. God, I'd probably already be wearing apple green polos, wouldn't I? Apple green. Tyler shakes his head. I don't know. I can't picture that. I can, I say grimly. Then I run a hand through my hair. This train of thought is dangerous. I'm not saying I'm glad she died, obviously. God, no. Losing her just about ruined me. It did. We would have been happy together. I know we would have. My words convey more sureness than I actually feel. I turn my glass again, now wishing I had ordered another one. Man, are you okay? Am I? I have no idea anymore. I look over at Tyler and Wes. I guess lately I've just been thinking a lot about how predictable life is, how nice it might be to not always know what's going to happen next. Saying it makes me think of Blake, because with Blake, I never know what's going to happen next. Blake is the very definition of unpredictable, a firecracker with a blonde braid, a mystery wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a sexy little pencil skirt. I picture myself saying that to Tyler and chuckle at the thought. Would he punch me? Blake is his fiancée's sister, after all, and I'm her boss. Instead, I push back the bar stool and stand up. Thanks for the company this evening. It was great seeing you both. I head for the exit. I pass apple green polo guy in the lobby as I go, just in time to see him pull his BlackBerry from the holster clipped to his belt. I shake my head. I can't get out of this place fast enough. By the time I stroll through the opulent lobby of my building, all I want to do is get up to my penthouse and crash. Maybe I'll savor a scotch in the library, listen to a little Vivaldi. Just something to take the edge off the day. Then again, maybe I'll just hit the sack. All that changes when I happen to glance toward the windows on the far side of the lobby, to the woman leaning against the glass, blonde hair spilling over her shoulders. Blake? I stop in surprise, my heart lurching in my chest. She hastily wipes at her cheek. A tear? Logan. Were you looking for me? Stupid question, buddy. Why else would she be in your building? Sure enough, she nods.
I have to talk to you.
That's good, I say, surprising myself, because I have to talk to you too. She blinks once, twice, then a third time. Finally, she nods. She follows me to the elevator and up to my penthouse.
22. Blake. My heart thuds the entire elevator ride up to Logan's apartment. It's so loud that I swear he can hear it. It echoes off the mirrored walls of the lift, a persistent, hollow percussion like a marching band. What did he mean when he said he wanted to talk to me? Does he want to fire me? Tell me that our relationship has to remain strictly professional? I don't know which would be worse right now. I try to keep my anxiety under control, but the time the elevator doors open into the luxurious foyer of his penthouse, there are tears stinging my eyes again. Damn hormones. Logan leads me into the living area and gestures to the couch for me to sit. Would you like a drink? Just water, please. Sure you don't want anything stronger? I shake my head sadly. I'd actually kill for something stronger right about now, but I can't tell him that. Do you mind if I have a scotch, then? He smiles, sort of, and those tears that were pricking my eyes threaten to spill over. God, he has a beautiful smile. It's so rare, but every time I see it, it stops me cold. It's like the northern lights, precious and majestic, a natural wonder that only a few are lucky enough to ever experience. Now his smile disappears, replaced by a frown of concern. Are you sure you're okay? I will be, I think. Logan disappears into the kitchen. The same kitchen where he made me come last time, I remember with a flush. Part of me wants to follow him in there, to beg him to lift me up onto the marble countertop again, to bury his face between my legs again, to work that magic tongue that he uses so well, anything to avoid thinking about the real reason I'm here. But I can't. Because if I go down that road, I won't want to tell him about the baby, and if I don't tell him now, well, I'm afraid I won't get the courage ever again. Logan reappears a couple of minutes later. In his hand is a crystal tumbler, filled with about an inch of amber. When he passes by, I get a whiff of the peaty aromatic scent of the scotch. God, I'd kill for some liquid courage right about now. I'm hoping that Logan will sit down on the couch beside me, but instead he sinks into the leather wingback chair across from me. Even though he's less than 8 feet away, it feels like 1,000 miles. The cavern between us stretches out to impossible lengths. I forgot your water, he says, suddenly, jumping up. It's okay. No, I'll be right back. Is it just me, or does he look nervous? Logan disappears into the kitchen again and returns a moment later with a bottle of water. He twists off the cap and hands it to me. He looks so helpless, so eager to please, that I find myself smiling encouragingly at him. Thank you. I take a long swallow while Logan slips back into the chair across from me. There's a moment of silence, and then I take a deep breath to steady my nerves. I wanted to talk to you tonight because... Blake, is it okay if I go first? I blink in surprise. Sure, but this is pretty important. So is this, he says with a sigh. Okay, then. Maybe a 5-minute reprieve isn't such a bad thing. Plus, I have to admit that I'm dying of curiosity. You asked me the other day who broke my heart. Logan takes a slow sip of scotch and then sets his glass down on the table next to him. The crystal makes a gentle clinking noise against the wood. The truth is, I used to be engaged. Oh. I blink in surprise. I'm not sure what I was expecting him to tell me, but it wasn't that. Okay. She died. For a second, my heart seems to stop entirely. Just completely stops beating. Everything in the room is still, like we're inside a black hole, a vacuum. Oh. It's about the only word I can manage.
Yeah.
What happened? I twist the top of the water bottle, forgetting that the cap is already off. I stare at it in confusion while Logan gathers his thoughts, his words.
Ovarian cancer. One day she had an abnormal pap smear, and a biopsy later, she had cancer. 8 months later, she was gone.
My hand flies to my mouth. The sudden shock of what he's telling me hits me like a punch to the gut. His fiancée died. I know people who have died, of course. Our grandmother died when I was 7. That was my first time going to a funeral. And when I was in high school, a guy in the year above me, a guy named Aaron who played basketball and was in a band, got hit by a train and died. It was sad, of course, and the guidance counselors came to our school every day for a week, and all the popular girls would run to the bathroom to cry and touch up their lip gloss. And of course, working at a flower shop, we do tons of funeral arrangements and see death in all its shapes and flavors. But for Logan to lose his fiancée, that just feels like a whole other level of grief. One I could never even begin to touch the edges of, never mind grasp completely. Logan is watching me, and I clench my hands in my lap so that they won't go to my mouth the way they want to. Tears are threatening to burst from my eyes, and this time, it's definitely not the hormones. Logan, I'm so sorry. I finally manage, even though sorry doesn't even come close. I wish there was something I could say or do that would magically heal the hole in his heart, but words seem so trivial. But thank you for telling me. He doesn't say anything, just takes a swallow of scotch. He's slumped in that chair now, and even though he's in a nice jacket and a crisp shirt, he looks nothing like the imposing man I see at the office every day. He looks like a man who's been through something and hasn't yet figured out a way to come out the other side. What was her name? I ask, because I'm suddenly intensely curious about the kind of woman who could have this effect on a man like Logan.
Laura Eccles. We met at Yale.
How long were you together?
4 years. 3 years together and then a year engaged. She had just started planning for the wedding when the diagnosis came, and then we put everything on hold while she tried to fight it. For whatever that was worth. Sometimes I think we should have gotten married right away, as soon as we found out. Then at least I'd have been a widower instead of this. There's no name for it when you lose a fiancé, you know. There aren't any books, no greeting cards. He looks surprised at the words coming out of his mouth, and then immediately picks up his glass again and drinks from it. I get the feeling he doesn't talk about this very much, and now the words that he's held back for so long want to come pouring out. As much as it's hard to hear about this, part of me is honored that he would trust me with it. Thank you for telling me, I say again, twisting the water bottle in my hands. I wish I had a scotch to sip, too. It might make this moment easier. Then again, is there really anything that would make this moment easier? A time machine? I wanted you to know because...
Logan stops. His face looks hollow, thinner than it usually does. I realize he looks scared, or maybe not scared exactly, but nervous, tense, like a man who's driving along the sharp edge of a cliff and is incredibly focused on just making sure he doesn't go over the brink. He sets his crystal glass down.
I wanted you to know because I've come to care about you very much, Blake. Since Laura died, I've filled my days and nights with women who mean nothing to me. Now, there's someone who means something to me, and it's all a little new.
He sighs deeply. He doesn't look any less nervous now that he said all that. I'm not really sure what I'm doing.
The silence fills the room again, with only the hum of the central air. He looks so alone sitting there, and suddenly, I can't stand having all of this distance between us. I set my water bottle down on the stone coffee table and cross the room. Logan's eyebrows raise a fraction as he watches me, but that's the only reaction he gives. When I get to his chair, I straddle his thighs and crawl into his lap. I run my hands through his thick blonde hair, trace my fingers along his jaw, his treacherous cheekbones. His face is beautiful, like a stone sculpture, like something out of a Greek mythology textbook. To see him hurting like this is killing me. All I want to do is make him feel better. And there's only one way I know how to do that. I lean in and let my lips graze his. For a second, he doesn't return the kiss. My heart thuds in my chest, but I keep kissing him, moving my lips against his and tasting the essence of him, mixed with the sweet peatiness of the scotch. His body is tense under mine, but then I feel him shift, his hips moving to accommodate me better, his hand sliding up around my ribs. I push my tongue past his lips and explore the shape of him, the taste. He moves against me now, finally, kissing me back, letting his lips work against mine, finding my tongue with his own. It's everything, this kiss, precious and sweet and fiery and life-giving. His hands move from my ribs to my breasts, massaging them through the t-shirt I'm wearing. It feels like ages ago I was at home with Lucy, agonizing over what to wear to that bar with my sisters. Now, in Logan's lap, what I'm wearing doesn't seem to matter at all. Only that I can remove it as quickly as possible. I lift my hands away from Logan's face long enough to hold them up over my head, so that he can strip away the t-shirt. Then I'm on him again, holding his face between my hands, leaning in to kiss him, to try to take his pain away. He unhooks my bra and lets that fall to the floor, too, and then he's pulling me to him, crushing my breasts against his chest. "Blake," he says into my hair as he kisses the side of my neck. "How do you do this?" "Do what?" I ask, breathless. "Be so amazing." I laugh lightly, but I don't answer, because answering means talking, and talking means not kissing. And I don't want to do anything that's not kissing right now. I lose track of how long we stay there for, but it's a long time. Hours, maybe, years. I would stay there forever if given a choice, but eventually Logan stands, lifting me with him. I wrap my legs around his waist and let him carry me to his bedroom. 23. Blake. Logan lays me down on his sprawling bed. I've never been in here before, and normally I'd be nosing around, trying to suss out all his secrets. You know, important stuff like what kind of books he keeps on his nightstand, or exactly how many pairs of shoes he owns. But this time, my eyes are glued to Logan's. I couldn't tear them away even if I wanted to. He's incredibly gentle with me. Nothing like the other times we've been together. He peels my leggings off one leg at a time, kissing my skin, running his tongue over the fields of goosebumps. We're both silent, focused. I unbutton his shirt, slide it off his shoulders, run my nails down the hard planes of his chest. His beautiful chest. My hands can't get enough of him. My mouth either. We strip off the remainder of our clothing, such as it is, and explore each other's bodies in a slow and languorous way. Again, so different from the other times we've been together.
The moonlight streams in from the giant windows beside his bed, bathing us both in pale luminescence. My pussy throbs, aching to feel him inside me, but I like this slow thing, too. It feels right. For a second, I let myself imagine that I have a lifetime of this to look forward to. A lifetime of Logan and his hands and his tongue and his heart. I blink back the tears that want to fall, because I don't have a lifetime. I might only have tonight, especially once I tell him the truth. I roll onto my back and pull him with me. I want to feel the weight of him on top of me, the heft, the hardness. He cups my face in his hands and grazes my lips with his. "Blake," he says between kisses. He seems like he wants to say something, but instead he just shakes his head and kisses me again. "Blake." I put my hands over his. "Logan." Nothing but names, but maybe they say more than that. A name is who you are, all the different parts of you. There are 1,000 different pieces of me, and somehow Logan seems to know them. There are 1,000 parts of him, too, and I'm starting to know them. Once he was just a heartbreaker. Now, I know he's the heartbroken, too. Both at once. Funny how that works. "Please," I say to Logan, when I can't wait any longer. He nods once, then reaches towards his nightstand. When I see him pull out the slim silver packet, guilt ricochets through me. But this hardly seems the time to tell him we won't be needing that, so I clamp my lips shut and wait. When he's poised above me again, I press my fingers to his jaw, forcing his eyes to stay on me. They're dark blue now, almost navy. As dark and unfathomable as the ocean. Logan presses the head of his cock against my entrance. For a second, I feel poised on the brink of some great chasm. Then he's pushing forward, filling me with his length, his thickness. I curl around him, my arms wrapped around his shoulders, my legs around his waist, the walls of my pussy hugging his cock. Every part of me trying to bind him to me somehow. We move together like that, skin to skin, heartbeat to heartbeat. The only lovers left on an empty planet. I whimper as the sensations get to be too much. Logan kisses my eyelids, then my lips, then slams his hips against me again. Tender, yet unyielding. Just like Logan. I can't hold on any longer. I wrap my legs tighter around him, pulling him to me. My hips buck underneath him. Everything inside me clenches and then loosens. Liquid pools through me to the pads of my fingers, the tips of my toes. I realize I'm chanting his name over and over. Logan kisses me again, silencing me, pinning his name against my tongue. He grunts once as he pummels into me, and then he's collapsing on top of me, kissing the side of my neck, the hollow under my ear. Somehow, I remember to breathe. I remember to blink and to swallow and to take air in and out of my lungs. Thank God for autonomic nervous systems. Logan's head is on my chest, and I trail one finger along his jaw. He doesn't look at me. I see the cord in his neck tense. I swallow again. Nothing autonomic this time, pure nerves. I want him to look at me. I need him to look at me. "Hey," I say. Even though I speak softly, my voice sounds like a gunshot in the silent bedroom. For a minute, Logan still doesn't move. Then finally, he tilts his face up, meeting my gaze. His eyes are sad, haunted almost. The way he peers up at me from between those dark lashes. Something in it cuts me. I realize in that moment that he wants to love me, He really does. I just don't know if he can. If he'll ever let himself. The thought fills me with the deepest sadness I've ever known. Sadness for me, sadness for the little one growing inside me, and most of all, sadness for Logan. For this shining man who's gone so dim, who doesn't let anyone see the flame that still flickers inside him. Anyone, that is, except me. I've seen glimpses of it. His face when he enters me, the tension that seeps out of his shoulders when he's kissing me, the way he bites back a grin when I deliver one of my oh-so-hilarious comments. I've seen it. I know it's there, those sizzling embers, that briefest flicker. But I don't know how to fan it into life for him. I don't know if I can. His chest rises and falls. He hasn't looked away from me yet. Maybe that's good. Maybe this is... He rises up out of the bed. The sheets slip from his naked frame. He doesn't say anything, just walks into the bathroom and closes the door behind him. Everything in me deflates. Because this is too hard. It's just too hard. For me and for him. And what's going to happen when he finds out about the baby? If even loving me terrifies him this much, then how is he going to feel about adding another life to the mix, especially a life that's so tiny and fragile and tender? A loss like the one Logan experienced, it changes you, hardens something inside you. It has to. And maybe it's just been too long for Logan. Maybe it's just too hard. I pull my knees up to my chest, wrapping the sheet around me as I wait for him to come out of the bathroom. It seems to take forever, but finally, the door cracks open and he pads back to the bed. This time he sits beside me, knees up just like mine. We don't touch, and the 6 inches between us might as well be a mile. I take a deep breath. I'm going to tell him. I have to tell him. This is far from a perfect moment, but I doubt I'll ever get a truly perfect moment. The truth is, there isn't one. And even though tonight has been hard, it feels like there's a connection here. A fine golden line that goes straight from my heart to his. Logan, I pause. I want to do this, and I've thought about doing it for so long, but somehow I never stopped to consider the actual words I might use. Do I just blurt it out? Logan must be able to tell that something is bothering me, because he reaches out and squeezes my hand. The touch is comforting, even though we started out this evening with me wanting to be the one comforting him. God, what if I screw this whole thing up? What if this makes it so much harder for him? Blake, what's going on? You look like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. I smile grimly. I kind of feel like I do. If it's what I told you earlier, I don't want you worrying about it. I didn't tell you because I wanted to upset you. No, I assure him hastily. God, why does he have to be so sweet sometimes? This man seemed so cold and unfeeling when I first met him. He isn't, though, not at all. He's just buried everything in him that was soft, that could hurt. Now I understand why. And here I am, about to present him with something that's the ultimate invulnerability. I've only been in the role for a few weeks now, but being a parent already feels like it might be the equivalent of carving your heart open every day for the rest of your life. Logan, I don't get a chance to finish my sentence. From in the hallway where I dropped my purse earlier, I hear a familiar chirping. Is that your phone? I think it is, but it's so late, it's... After midnight? My sister, maybe? My mind races. What if something had happened to them at the bar, or on their way home? It's Friday night, after all. There are bound to be all kinds of drunks out there. I fight to kick Logan's sheets off from around my legs, and I almost fall flat on my face in the process. Logan grabs my arm to keep me from stumbling and then vaults out of bed. "I'll get it." He bounds naked into the hallway and returns a moment later with my bag. I'm too worried now to even admire his form. I fish the phone frantically out of my bag, praying it doesn't stop ringing. When I look down at the screen, it's not Rory or Emma or Lucy's name that I see there. It's my mom's. I frown. My hands tremble as I hit the answer button. "Hi, Mom. What's up?" I look over at Logan as I'm saying it, as if he can somehow make this all turn out okay. "Oh, honey," Mom sobs into the phone. Everything inside my chest crunches up, like a used napkin. "It's Daddy, Blakey. Daddy had a heart attack." 24. Blake. Everything that happens in the minutes after I hang up the phone takes place in a blur. I think I managed to tell Logan what's happened, even though I'm not sure how, since it feels like words are impossible. He does a sweep of the room, gathering up all my clothes and his own, and the ones from the living room, too. We get dressed silently. I pull up the train schedules on my phone, jabbing this button and that, trying to figure out when the next train to Connecticut is. I groan in frustration as the stupid page refuses to load. "What's wrong?" "I hate this train schedule. Just tell me if there's a fucking train." I yell at the piece of plastic in my hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that." Siri answers belligerently. The bitch. "Don't worry about the train," Logan says, putting his hand on my shoulder and kneading the tight muscle there. "I'll drive you." I look at him in surprise. "You will?" "Of course I will." "But it's far, and it's my family. You've never even met them." "I'm sure I can handle it. I hardly think they're going to be focusing on me anyway, don't you think? I'll just blend right into the background." I don't tell Logan that I don't think it's even possible for him to blend into the background. Right now, I'm just too grateful, not to mention terrified, to do anything but nod my acceptance. "Thank you. That would be great." I have just enough time to pull on my leggings and t-shirt, and then we're on the road. I call Rory and Emma from the car. They were both home already as well and are getting ready to hop into cars of their own and drive down. I tell them I'll meet them right at the hospital. When I hang up the phone, some of the adrenaline starts to wear off, and I just feel sick. It's almost 1 a.m. now, and my body wants to be sleeping, but my mind is on fire. Mom didn't know how bad Dad was, just that she'd called the ambulance after he'd collapsed, and that he was still unconscious in the ICU. I know that people survive heart attacks all the time, but lots of them don't, too, or they need massive, life-changing surgeries. "Your father died of a heart attack, didn't he?" I say suddenly. Bile is creeping up the back of my throat. Logan glances over at me, keeping his hands at 10 and 2. His fingers curled tightly over the leather. "Yeah, I wasn't going to bring that up." "Oh, don't worry. My mind brought it up for me." My mouth is a grim line. "It's going to be okay, Blake. He's going to be okay. My dad had a family history of heart disease, lived on scotch and blood-red steaks, and worked 80-hour weeks. To be honest, I'm surprised he made it to 60. It doesn't mean it's going to be the same for your father." I don't even realize I'm clenching my fists in my lap until Logan reaches over and puts his big hand over mine. His touch calms me immediately, at least a little bit. I won't really relax until I get there, until I can see and talk to my dad and know that he's okay. "Do you think you can drive any faster?" I ask. Logan gives me a quarter grin. "Oh, I think we could go a little faster." When we get to the hospital, I call Mom, and she directs us to Dad's room. He's on the 4th floor, and the hallway leading to his room is quiet. I guess in the ICU that's a good thing. At least there are no crises going on at the moment. Logan and I don't say a thing to each other as we make our way down the hallway. It feels like 100 miles, even though it's probably not more than 100 feet. When we come upon the door, it's closed. I knock softly. It swings open, and Mom appears. Her face crumples as she sees me, and my knees almost give out as she wraps her thin arms around my neck. "Mom, what is it?" I choke. "Is he—" She sobs. "He's okay. He's just— Oh, Blakey, I was so scared. I really thought we were going to lose him." "It's okay, Mom." I pat her back, breathing in and out as slowly and evenly as I can. "It's going to be okay." When I can get her to pull away again, I squeeze her arm, then turn to the bed. To the deathly pale figure lying there. To my dad. He's my dad, but he's not. His skin is waxy and pale, more like a cheap sculpture than his usual robust self. There's a tube running out of his nose, and his chest rises and falls in slow, even heaves. He looks small lying there, not at all like the fierce father I remember. I stifle a sob. "Tell me what the doctor said." Mom doesn't answer me right away, and when I look over, I see her eyeing Logan. Heat colors my cheeks. "Sorry, Mom, this is Logan. He's my boss." Mom's eyebrows shoot straight up into her hairline, a gesture that my sister Emma definitely inherited. I can tell she wants to ask why in the world I'm in Connecticut with my boss. But she's polite enough not to say anything. Or hell, maybe she's just too distracted. Logan smooths things over. "We were working late when Blake got the call. I offered to drive her down. I'm so sorry about your husband. Is there anything I can do?" Mom seems charmed by him, despite the circumstances, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know if I should be concerned about how easily we were both able to pass our relationship off as nothing more than that of boss and employee, but I'll worry about that later. "Mom, tell me what the doctor said," I say again. This time she perches on the edge of Dad's bed. He doesn't notice. His eyes don't even twitch. "They think he'll be fine. He might need surgery. We'll need to wait another day to find out." I let out a breath. "That's good, right? That's good." She nods, but there's some hesitation in it. "It's good. The surgery isn't without risks, but—" Tears are pricking her eyes again. "It's the best we can hope for right now." I ease onto the bed next to her and take her hand. For a long minute, no one says anything. I just hold her hand. "Would you two like some coffee?" Logan asks finally. "I'd love some, but the cafeteria is closed. There's a machine downstairs, but to be honest, it kind of tastes like ass." I snort a laugh. "Mom? What? It does." Logan has the ghost of a grin on his face. "Well, I don't think this is the time to be drinking ass coffee. There's got to be a place around here somewhere. Why don't I run out and pick you up something?" My heart swells 6 sizes as Mom nods. Logan is so good. He's so good. I wish he could see himself the way that I see him. "Thanks, Logan," I whisper. He nods and then disappears from the room. Mom and I sit there. The room is silent except for the gentle beeps of the machines surrounding Dad's bed, and even those are soothing in their monotonous regularity. Soon, though, there's a loud scrambling from the hallway, voices, thudding footsteps, and then the door to Dad's room bursts open. They all pour in, Emma and Tyler, Rory and Wes. The room feels full suddenly, and loud and warm. We're all hugging, and Mom's crying again, and Rory and Emma are crying now too, and Tyler and Wes are just doing the best they can in the situation. "How did you get here so fast?" Rory asks me when we've all calmed down and Mom's given everyone the update on Dad's condition. I shrug. "I don't know. I guess Logan just drives fast." "Logan?" Emma hisses. "He's here?" "He went to get coffee." "Did you—" She doesn't finish her question, just waggles her eyebrows in a way that's very much like Mom. I know that what she wants to know is if I told him yet. No. That's all I say, and I say it curtly, because the last thing I want to do is have this discussion here, now, in front of everyone. Thankfully, a nurse comes in and interrupts our conversation to check Dad's blood pressure. We're all silent when she does. And after, as she makes some notes on his chart, she gives us a reassuring smile. I don't know if that means the results are actually good or she just doesn't want us to worry, but right now, I'm going to choose to believe the former. After she leaves, it isn't long before Logan returns, holding aloft a tray with 3 takeaway coffee cups. He stops in surprise when he reaches the room and sees my entire family crowded around Dad's bed. "I guess I should have brought more coffee." He flashes a charming enough grin, but I can tell that he's uncomfortable. He hands a cup to Mom, and then to me, and then he greets Tyler and Wes. Right, I keep forgetting they all know each other. Emma tries to catch my eye again, but I ignore her. Probably just going to say something else bitchy to me, this time telepathically. I try to take a sip of my coffee, but it tastes sour in my mouth. Not because there's actually anything wrong with it, but because it's past 3 a.m. now, and I'm so wired with adrenaline that it feels like battery acid is running through my veins. The thought makes me think of Dad, of what it must feel like to have your heart stop beating. I choke back a sob, and everyone in the room stares at me. "I'm fine," I mutter. Logan crosses the room toward me and puts his hand gently on my arm. It's a sweet touch, tender, but not over the top. Still, I can feel all eyes in the room on us. I need to get some air. I make a beeline for the door, taking my coffee with me, only because I have nowhere else to put it. Out in the hallway, I look around for a trash can. A second later, Logan emerges from Dad's room. Even under the fluorescent lights, he looks absolutely beautiful, like a Greek god under bad lighting. "I'm sorry," I say, waving the cup at him. "I don't think I can drink this." That's when the tears come. It's so stupid. My dad just had a heart attack, and I'm crying because I feel bad about not drinking the stupid coffee Logan went out to get me. I sputter a laugh when I realize how ridiculous I'm being. Logan cages me in his arms. The feel of his chest against mine is all I need to set the tears off again. God, I feel like a faucet lately. Logan runs his hands through my hair, and then brushes it back off my cheek. His touch is so gentle, so tender, that it sets off another fresh wave of tears. Great. Logan only pulls me tighter to him. His chest is a rock wall, yet it's somehow the most comfortable thing I've ever laid my head against. His arms are just as warm and solid, and his breath on my neck is enough to curl my toes a little. Not that my mind is going there right now. Just then, the door of Dad's room swings open. I jump back about 20 feet, as far away from Logan as I can get. Both of us look towards the door guiltily. It's Tyler. He squints first at Logan, then at me. How much did he see? If he saw anything, he doesn't say so. He just tips his chin towards the room. Your dad's awake. I gasp and then bolt for the door. Logan is quick on my heels. 30 seconds later, 2 nurses scurry in as well. Lord knows how they knew so quickly, but they did. Dad is sitting up in bed, blinking. His face is still pale, but he manages to grin when he sees me. All my girls are here, he chuckles, or tries to. Of course, Daddy. We had to come. I throw myself into his arm and give him a tight hug, or as tight as I can, given the IV coming from his arm and the electrode still hooked up to his chest to measure his heart rate activity. We hover for a while until the nurses finish, until the doctor comes in and proclaims him doing well considering. A cautious relief rushes over all of us. Eventually, Dad's eyelids start to droop again. "Your father must be exhausted," Mom says, clucking over him. "And you kids must be too, after driving all the way down here. Why don't you go back to the house and get some sleep? Blake, you still have your key, don't you?" I nod. I do, but I don't know if I'm ready to leave yet. Seeing Dad here like this, I stifle a yawn. Maybe I really am exhausted. After all, I'm carrying around precious cargo and all that. Okay, that cargo is literally the size of a legume, but still, it's a lot of work. I catch Rory in Emma's eye, and Rory gives me a quick nod. We all hug Dad and then Mom, and then find ourselves out in the hallway. I can breathe a little easier out there, it seems, and not just because it isn't so crowded. We take a moment. Emma sags against Tyler. Rory snuggles into Wes's arms. I stand awkwardly next to Logan. I ache to go to him again, but he's shifting his weight from foot to foot in a way that says he's deeply uncomfortable right now, and the last thing I want to do is make it worse. I get that this is probably a lot right now, but it's a lot for me, too. He looks over at me and then quickly looks away, and all of a sudden, I want to cry. Can today just please be over? You can get home with your sisters, right, Blake? Sorry? I can feel Emma and Rory's eyes on me. I try to look cool, which is not easy, even under the best of circumstances. He runs a hand through his burnished blonde hair. I mean, your family's all here now. You don't mind if I go back to the city? Oh. I blink a couple of times. Of course not. What I really mean by that is, of course I do. I want you to stay here and hug me and tell me everything's going to be okay and just be with me. My mouth doesn't seem capable of forming any of those actual words, though, so I settle for a petulant pout. That'll show him. Great. Well, good night. It's morning. That's the best jab I can manage, apparently. Right, morning. His lips don't even twitch into a smile. He just turns on his heel and walks away. I watch him the entire way, until he reaches the elevators and hits the button. He doesn't look back once. We all stand in silence, watching him disappear at last into the lift. Come on, sweetie, you can ride with us. Rory touches my elbow lightly. And a minute later, we head down that same hallway, towards the elevators, and then to home.
25. Logan. I curse myself the entire way to my car. Trust me, whatever horrible things Blake is thinking about me right now, I'm thinking them about myself twice as hard. I almost go back up there. Almost. I get to my SUV, and I sit there in the driver's seat, and I call myself every name in the book. Tell myself that if I was a real man, I'd be able to be there for Blake. But I don't go back up. I just sit there, feeling angry and bitter and sorry for myself. Sorry for the whole damn situation. It was the smell. The oh-so-familiar hospital smell. Bleach and sickness and sweat and despair. A smell like the taste you get in the back of your throat when you've been awake for so many hours, staring at the ceiling. I swallow. That taste is there now. I can't escape it. So I drive. I try to outdrive the past. The memories. That fucking taste. The roads are relatively quiet this time at night. The highway unspools beneath me, cold and black and endless. How fucking metaphorical. I feel marginally better as soon as I get back to the city, but with it comes a host of new problems. Namely, guilt. I really left Blake there. Her father had a heart attack. That's a fear and grief I know all too well. And still I chose to abandon her there. Alone. Okay, not alone. With her sisters, but that's no excuse. I mope around my penthouse for a while. Was it really less than 24 hours ago that Blake was here, that I was telling her about Laura? I almost told her I loved her. The words were on the tip of my tongue as we laid together in bed, tangled up in each other. She had looked like she wanted to tell me something, too. And then fate intervened, the same way it did with Laura. One minute you're happy. The next minute, the universe drops a bomb in your lap. How can a person be expected to live that way? How can you stand to get your hopes up, to plan for the future, to try to have any kind of life at all, when the rug can be yanked out from under you like that? I don't have answers to these questions. I wish I did. Running out on Blake certainly doesn't feel like the right answer, especially not now, in the cold light of day. But maybe it was. It's better not to risk it, isn't it? People are vulnerable, and love makes you even more so. I learned that the hard way. I never thought anything bad would happen to me. And then the worst thing happened to me. Better not to even put yourself in that situation to begin with, right? None of these thoughts calm me. I stalk the apartment like a caged animal. Even though I've been up all night, I don't bother going to bed, because I know I won't be able to sleep. I try a shower, but that doesn't relax me either. When I get out of the steamy bathroom, I yank on a pair of jeans and a sweater, and then I go back downstairs and get the building valet to bring my car around again. The drive is less than an hour, but it's one I almost never make. Once a year only. I'm not prepared this time around, but I hate to go empty-handed. When I get to Scarsdale, I try to find an open flower shop. That, of course, makes me think of Blake and her family's store in Connecticut.
The next part of the story is waiting. But first, take this pause to rest and recharge your spirit. This audiobook is yours, freely and fully.
So instead, I pull into the parking lot of a 24-hour grocery store. This'll do. I pick out the nicest bouquet they have, which is surprisingly nice for a grocery store, actually, even if it does have carnations in it. 20 minutes later, I'm at the Mount Pleasant Cemetery. Yeah, the irony of the name isn't lost on me. It's not a mount, nor is it particularly pleasant. Although this morning, with the chill in the air and the sun over the horizon, it isn't unpleasant either. It's quiet at this time of day. There's no one here but me and a groundskeeper, and he's way over on the other side of the cemetery, half a mile away. I walk along the main paved path, toward the southeast corner. Laura's family had a plot here. Her parents had bought space for themselves, in the anticipation of their eventual deaths. They'd wanted to be prepared. I'm sure they never expected to be using one of the spaces for their only daughter. I find the stone easily enough. Even though I only come here once a year, the pattern of the place is imprinted on my memory. The grass is clipped neatly, and the stone still looks pristine even after 8 years. There's a bouquet already sitting in front of the headstone. White blue hydrangeas. Laura's favorite. From her mother, no doubt. She must still come every week. The flowers are a bit limp from the overnight chill, but otherwise look fresh. I'm sorry about the carnations. My voice in the early morning air sounds husky. I set the flowers down next to the others. Despite the carnations, the arrangement is cheerful-looking. Pink roses, yellow lilies, something bright and red and bursting. And, of course, the carnations. Relatively unobtrusive in the grand scheme of things. Laura would have laughed. The sound of a weed whacker kicks up, and I glance over to where the groundskeeper is working. He sees me and lifts one hand in greeting. I do the same. Then I sit, my back propped up against Laura's headstone. For a while, I don't say anything. I've never known what to say. Even when Laura first got sick, I didn't say much. I couldn't. I channeled all my energy and questions into work. Work was something I understood, something I could control. After she died, I got quieter still, and for the last few years all those voices inside me have been deadly silent. I became even more driven, even more ruthless, even more closed off to everything and everyone around me. And then Blake Holloway waltzed into my life. Muffin girl, with her short skirts and her blonde braid and her incessant arguing with me. It came back. That voice. The desire to actually talk to someone. To let someone in. And now there's only one thing I want to say. One thing I need to say. And it isn't to Laura. I just wish I felt ready. We were happy, weren't we? I say to the cold morning air. We were happy, I say again, more decisively this time. Then I think some more. Maybe it's just that I'm a different person now than I was then. You made me a different person, or at least losing you did. And so what felt like happiness back then doesn't have quite the same flavor now. Does that make sense? I pause, as if I'm actually waiting for an answer. But there's only the rustle of the breeze through the flowers on the ground beside me. Only the distant buzz of the weed whacker. This is pretty corny, huh? I chuckled to myself. See, the old Logan never would have done this. I would have just put my head down and gone straight into the office, channeled this all into work. But maybe I don't want to do that anymore. Maybe I want to be better. For her. And I'm sorry I wasn't that man for you. God, believe me, I am. But I think I want to be that man now. I wait for some kind of sign, something, anything, to tell me that I'm doing the right thing, that it's okay to finally let go of Laura and move on with my life. With Blake. But real life isn't like the movies. You don't get signs. At the end of the day, you just have to man up and make a choice. A choice to be happy, or a choice to keep on dying slowly. And after 8 years of choosing the latter, I'm beginning to feel that it isn't really a choice at all. Dying slowly is a default setting, one most people, including me, are all too happy to slip into. Maybe that's what drew me to Blake, I think. I like the way she grabs life by the balls. There's probably a lot I could learn from a woman like her. A lifetime of lessons, really. If only I'd figured that out before I left her alone at the hospital. I fished my phone out of my pocket and scanned through the recent texts and emails. Nothing from Blake. But what did I expect? I scrolled to her name in my contacts. I think about hitting it, letting it ring through so that I can hear her voice again, so that I can tell her all this stuff I'm thinking, even if I don't have it all quite sorted out yet. But what would I really say? I love you, but I'm afraid that loving you is always going to be tinged with guilt. I'm sure that's exactly what she needs to hear right now. With a couple of choice curse words, I shoved the phone back in my pocket. I need more time, I think. That's all. I just need a little more time. And at least we have that. Blake will be back at the office soon enough. Maybe not Monday. I know she's going to want to spend time with her family right now. But she'll be back. And then maybe we can figure this all out. Together.
26. Blake. Corn Pops or Trix? Rory's boyfriend Wes waves 2 boxes of cereal at me. I rub my bleary eyes. This whole scene is surreal. Rory, Emma, Wes, and Tyler sitting around my parents' breakfast table in their tiny, sun-drenched kitchen, eating cereal out of the same bowls my sister and I used when we were kids. Tyler's bowl has Bugs Bunny on the side of it, and Emma has her Smurfette bowl. Figures. That one was always her favorite. She used to scream blue murder if either Rory or I ever dared to touch it, which of course we did with regularity. Once, I stole it out of the cupboard and hid it in my bedroom for almost 3 months before she found it. I almost laugh, remembering the sheer fury in 8-year-old Emma's face. But nothing feels funny right now. I barely slept last night, except when I managed to stop crying long enough to close my eyes for a few minutes. This morning, my eyes burn, my throat hurts, and my stomach feels like I ate a pint of curdled ice cream. And for once it has nothing to do with morning sickness, which finally seems to have passed. Thank you, baby Jesus, for at least that small favor. No cereal for me, I say, shaking my head. Wes looks disappointed, but he sets the boxes back on the counter. I open the fridge and stare into it, trying to figure out if there's anything I do feel like eating. Everything looks exactly as it did last time I was here. The cream Dad likes to take in his coffee, Mom's obsession with coconut-flavored yogurt, the same cheeses, the same sandwich meats, the same half-eaten loaf of sourdough. Okay, not the same loaf, but you know what I mean. I close the fridge and slump against it. You okay? Rory asks. She slurps up a spoonful of what looks like Cocoa Puffs. I have no idea why my parents have this much children's cereal in the house. All my mom eats is all-bran, and Dad's more of a bacon and eggs kind of guy. Probably why he ended up having a heart attack, I think, with a sniffle. Rory is still looking at me, her brow etched in worry. Emma is purposefully staring down at her bowl, as if she doesn't want to meet my eyes. Fine. If she wants to be a bitch, she can be a bitch. I expected judgment from Emma. We don't call her Emma the Perfect for nothing. But this level of spite is surprising, even for her. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, it's about 84th on my list of current concerns. I'm fine, I eke out, though Rory looks far from convinced. We should go back to the hospital soon. She nods. We're just going to finish eating, and then we thought we'd all drive over there. I texted Mom, and we're going to pick her up a bagel and some coffee on our way. Oh, good. I manage a smile. Leave it to Rory to take control of this situation, the quintessential older sister. We all dress and then head over to the hospital in Wes's car, stopping only to pick up Mom's breakfast order. A sense of dread washes over me as we walk down the hallway. Panic lines my throat with acid. I get the strangest sense that something is wrong. What if something happened to Dad? What if he's worse than last night? My legs wobble and I barely make it down that long corridor. But when we get to his room, we find Dad sitting up in bed, propped against a bunch of pillows, while Mom spoon-feeds him something that looks like glue but is probably scrambled egg whites. "You have to keep your strength up, honey," she coos. He chuckles. "Janine, I think I have enough strength to feed myself." "I know, but I want to do this." "All right, darling." This exchange is so typical of my parents that it makes my throat knot up. I catch Rory's eye, and we share a smile. Even Emma looks touched. It almost seems a shame to interrupt them, but Dad sees us standing there. "Janine, I think your breakfast has arrived." "Oh, the kids are here." Mom jumps up off the bed. Even though she's obviously exhausted, she looks better than she did last night. The lines of worry in her face have eased, and her eyes are bright. "How are you feeling?" I direct my question to Dad while Rory gets Mom set up with the breakfast we bought her. Mom tries to slip her a $10 bill, and Rory looks mortified. "Absolutely not," I hear her hiss. Dad is watching the scene play out, and he laughs. "Janine, I think you can let your daughter buy you breakfast." "Well, I'm just saying the money is here if you want it." She sticks the bill on Dad's little nightstand, which makes Rory roll her eyes. That's also typical of Mom. She sometimes seems to forget or ignore that her children are actually grown-ups now. Dad finally turns his attention back to me. "I'm feeling better, sweetie. Thank you for asking. The doctor says I should only have to spend another couple of days here. I'll be back at the shop before you know it." "That's great." Mom frowns. "Yes, she said you could come home, but she also said you need to take it easy, Tom." "I plan to." That means no going to work, no golfing, not even any gardening. You're to embrace the life of the layabout. Nothing but naps and lounging in the living room, watching daytime television. Dad pretends to roll his eyes. "If you think I'm going to spend my time watching Days of Our Bold and Beautiful Hospital or whatever..." Rory and Emma and I exchange another laughing glance. "I think you'll like it, Dad," Rory teases. "The stories are very captivating on Days of Our Bold and Beautiful Hospital." Dad makes a harumping noise while Mom chomps down on her bagel, laughing. There aren't enough places for everyone to sit down, so Wes and Tyler go steal chairs from the room next door, and then we all hang out with Mom and Dad. Not really doing anything, just talking and laughing and trying to stay distracted from the reality of why we're all here. Because that reality is enough to gut me every time I stop laughing long enough to remember it. And even though the doctor said Dad's doing better, it doesn't change the fact that a heart attack is a life-altering event. He's going to have to completely overhaul his lifestyle once he gets home. It isn't going to be easy. Not for the first time, I find myself wishing I was still living here in Connecticut. I could be here to help Mom, to support Dad, to take over the extra work at the flower shop so that they wouldn't be too overburdened by it. "You look thoughtful, Blake," Dad says. It draws everyone's attention to me. which is the last thing I want. So I sit up straight and smile. I was just thinking, how are you guys going to manage at the shop if you can't work? He and Mom exchange a look.
Don't you worry about that, Blake, he says finally.
He rubs his hands together as if something's been decided.
We'll manage. They can't keep me down for long. Now, how long are you girls in town for?
He says it as if we've just popped down for a visit, as if we weren't just talking about the repercussions of his health crisis. I have to get back tonight, Rory admits. I have a board meeting in the morning, and Wes also has a meeting he can't get out of, but we're thinking we'll head back down next weekend. I'm going to stay all week, Emma announces. Tyler has to go back to the city tomorrow, too, but I have my laptop and can stay for the rest of the week, at least until Rory is back.
And what about you, Blakey?
Dad turns to me. I'm not going back. The room seems to still. Dad's eyebrows are practically into his hairline, which is particularly impressive given how much it's receded in recent years.
What do you mean you're not going back?
I cross my arms defensively, even though no one said anything. I mean, I'm not going back. Moving to New York was a mistake. I'm moving back here, and I'm going to help out at the shop.
Blake, you don't have to do that.
Dad looks appalled and guilty. I realize he thinks it's his fault that I want to move back. I almost snort. If only he knew the truth. Don't worry about it, Daddy, I assure him. I know what I'm doing. This is what I want. Emma and Rory are both looking at me, but I can't bear to see the pity in their eyes, so I look at a spot on the floor instead. Around me, I can feel everyone exchanging glances, but finally, Dad just nods.
Okay, sweetie, if you're sure that's what you want. I know we certainly won't turn down the help.
Mom murmurs in agreement. Especially after we lost that intern. What? What happened to the intern? You never told me this. Oh, well, she turned out to be allergic to just about everything under the sun. She couldn't touch any of the plants. Kind of a requirement when you run a flower shop.
Don't forget she was allergic to milk, Dad adds.
And cats.
And mosquito bites.
And wool.
And all soaps.
Cigarette smoke.
Even porcupines. Not too sure how she found that one out. I didn't ask.
Anyway, the point is, she didn't really work out. Mom folds her hands in her lap. So yes, Blake, it would be great to have you back, just till your dad gets back on his feet. Absolutely, I say agreeably. Just till then. Guilt is rocking my stomach. I wish I'd known about the intern. I don't know how they've been handling the workload on their own. A few minutes later, I excuse myself and take my purse out into the hallway. Once I'm alone, I lean against the wall and take a few deep breaths, trying to steady my nerves. A part of me can't believe I'm doing this, that I'm already willing to give up on New York, but another part of me knows it's the right thing to do. My family needs me right now. And to think, just a few days ago I was thinking about crawling home and letting them take care of me. I let out a sharp breath. God, I can't ask my parents for help now. Not with Dad out of commission and Mom stretched to her limits. They should be enjoying their golden years, or at least their silver years, and living it up now that their child-rearing days are over. Supporting their knocked-up daughter and her eventual kid is probably the last thing they want. Not that they wouldn't love their grandchild, but there's a difference between once-a-week babysitting and full-time caretaking. No, I can't ask that of them, not anymore. But without my parents, who else is there? Emma's made it clear she doesn't support my decision. Rory seems a little more understanding, but between her marketing company and her board position, plus Wes and their dog, I doubt she has heaps of free time. Logan? I rub my temples. A week ago I had hoped that maybe, Just maybe this was something we could do together. If not as a couple, then at least as, I don't know, co-parents. But last night made it clear that I can't count on him. He doesn't have the stomach for the tough stuff. I can't say I blame him either, not after what he told me about losing his fiancée. I get it. But it doesn't mean I have to accept it. It doesn't mean I can't want better for my child. I rub my palm absently over my belly, which is barely more than a small mound at this point. "I'm sorry, baby," I whisper. "It looks like I'm all you've got." And if that's the case, then so be it. I'll step up. It's the least I can do after the glorious way I've managed to fuck everything up so far. I give myself one single minute, just 60 seconds to feel sorry for myself, to let the tears come. Then, after I've collected myself, I dig my phone out of my bag. I run my fingers over the rhinestone heart on the back of the case, and then take a deep breath and hit the contact number. Logan picks up on the second ring. "Blake." He sounds breathless. "I was just going to call you." "Right." I don't know if that's true or not, but it doesn't matter anyway. I know now what needs to be done. "Logan, we need to talk. And I don't want to do it over the phone. Do you think you can come back down to Connecticut?" "Sure." "You owe me this, Logan. And you..." "Wait, what?" I had been prepared to have to argue with him, to make my case, to tell him that he owed me this after ditching me here last night. His simple acquiescence takes me by surprise. I said, "Sure, of course I'll come, Blake, whatever you need." "Oh, well, great, then. See you soon." "Blake." He catches me before I can hang up. "What?" There's a pause, and I can picture the way he'd be running his hands through his burnished blonde hair. "I'm glad you called." I sigh. "I'll see you soon, Logan. Text me when you get into the city." I hang up and think about what he said. I wonder if he'll still say that after he hears what I have to tell him. 27. Blake. Logan texts me an hour and a half later to tell me that he's just crossed into the city limits. I give him directions to a little spot called the Green Street Cafe, which is, confusingly, not on Green Street but on Lilac Boulevard. It takes a bit of back and forth, but I think Logan finally figures it out. I beg Rory for a ride, and she drops me off while she's picking up lunch for everyone. "You going to be okay?" She purses her lips as I grab the door handle. "I'll be fine," I say breezily, even though my gut feels anything but. "Hey, Rory?" "What?" I almost ask her for advice. After all, she's my big sister. Surely she could tell me what to do. But I suck back the words before they can spill out. Even though she hasn't been bitchy like Emma has, she probably still thinks I'm an idiot for getting myself into this situation. "You're not going to get Dad that burger he asked for, are you?" I say instead. Before we'd left, Dad had pleaded with Rory to pick him up a smothered bacon burger from his favorite diner. He claimed the scrambled egg whites he'd had for breakfast were not a sufficient source of nourishment for a man of his stature. "Oh, hell no," she laughs. "He's getting a spinach salad. Hold the egg and hold the bacon." So basically just spinach. She considers this, then grins wickedly. "Maybe I'll ask them to put some tofu on it." We both snicker at the thought of Dad eating tofu. He can't walk past it in the grocery store without calling it tofu-y. It's one of his all-time favorite dad jokes. "I'm glad you guys are all here," I say to Rory now, and she squeezes my knee. Of course. Rory hesitates for a minute. "Are you sure you want to come back here full-time? What about New York? What about Lucy?" Fuck, Lucy. I'm going to have to call her and sort that out as soon as possible. If it comes to it, I'll pay her a couple extra months' rent. Logan has been paying me very generously, so I have enough saved to cover it if I have to. But God, I'm going to miss her. And not just because of the never-ending supply of baked goods. Okay, well, if you're sure about this, we support you. Whatever you want to do. Thanks, Rory. Now I should probably get going. I think Logan's already here. Actually, I know he's already here, since I saw his car when we pulled in, but I'm trying to sound casual here. Rory wishes me luck, and I head into the cafe. It's lunchish, so the place is busy, but I spot Logan right away, sitting at a small booth in the back. He's impossible to miss, really. His broad shoulders are unmistakable, and the light catches his blonde hair in a way that looks almost like a halo. How fucking ironic. His eyes are laser-trained on the door, and he sees me right away, too. He stands, and the way his face lights up cracks something open in my chest. Be strong, Blake, I tell myself. You know what you have to do. How are you doing? He asks as soon as I'm near. And how's your dad? He's doing better, thanks, I say, ignoring the first question since it has no easy answer. The doctor says he'll be able to come home in a couple of days. That's great. Really, Blake, I'm glad. Thanks. Did you want to get some coffee? They have the best spice cookies in all of Connecticut here. Sure, yeah. Anything you want. Logan looks nervous, and again, something shifts inside my ribs. I know I have to be strong, but the kind way he's looking at me right now isn't making that easy. We get coffee, well, herbal tea for me, and spice cookies, then return to our seats. Logan sits across from me, and even though the booth can't be more than 2 feet wide, it feels like he's an ocean away. He still has that hopeful look about him. A look that's more golden retriever than lion. Somehow it's just as sexy as the wild animal look. For a second, I wonder if I'm completely wrong about this. God, I would love to be wrong. Finally, he runs his hand through his hair and lets out a nervous breath. Blake, I'm really glad you called. There's something I have to tell you. Hope runs through me, but I hold up my hand. Wait, I have something to say too, and I'd like to go first if that's okay. If I don't do it right now, I may never get the nerve. I try to crack a smile. And besides, you went first last time. Right, of course. He still looks optimistic, but there's something much more guarded about it now. Instead of saying anything, I blow on my tea and then take a sip, break off a piece of cookie and nibble on it. Logan is still staring at me expectantly. Okay, Blake, no more stalling. Logan, I quit. He blinks in surprise. Sorry? I quit my job, I add when he still looks confused. I can't be your assistant anymore. Oh. He purses his lips. Oh. Why? I thought you enjoyed working for me. I do. I did. But I've decided to move back to Connecticut, at least for now. My parents are going to need the help while my dad is recovering. His expression darkens. I understand they might need the help, Blake, but you know I'd be perfectly willing to get someone for them. A nurse, perhaps for your father, and if they need help in the store, I can send down someone from operations. I have excellent people, you know. He's rambling, trying to grasp control of a situation that feels out of his control. I shake my head. It's not about that. Not entirely, anyway. I just think Connecticut is a better place for me to be. For a variety of reasons. Funny, because I think the best place for you to be is with me. I hold my breath. If he can say it, I think, if he can tell me that he loves me, maybe that's a sign that we can bridge this gap together. But he doesn't say anything else. Just stares down into his coffee, at his untouched cookie. So I force myself to press on. But first, I shove another bite of spiced cookie into my mouth. They really are absolutely to die for. There's something else I have to tell you. My skin starts to tingle. Logan is sitting with his back rigid against the seat. He already looks like he's bracing for the worst. I'm pregnant. Logan looks like he just got punched in the stomach. His shoulders slump, and he lets out a breath that's more like a whoosh. You're pregnant? About 10 weeks now. And it's mine? I scowl at him. Of course it's yours. But we used... Not the first time, I remind him. Fuck. You're right. He runs a hand through his hair. His face seems to be processing 1,000 emotions a second, each one flitting across his face like flecks in a prism. Yeah, I purse my lips. So, I'm sorry. He shakes his head absently. Don't apologize. This is great. Are you sure? You don't exactly sound sure. I don't know why I'm giving him a hard time. I've had weeks now to adjust to this new reality when Logan's had all of 20 seconds. The least I could do is give him a few minutes. I take a deep breath and force myself to smile. Anyway, I want to keep it. I understand this wasn't in your plans, so I want to make it clear that you can have as much or as little involvement in the baby's life as you want. Involvement? He shakes his head, still looking like he hasn't quite come out of the days of shock. Blake, I don't want to be involved. Okay, then. My stomach plummets. I expected Logan to struggle with the news, but I didn't expect him to bow out of it so boldly. He shakes his head. No, that came out wrong. I mean, I don't want to be involved, like some deadbeat dad who shows up for one baseball game every summer. I want to raise the baby with you, Blake. I want to be all in. Oh. Warmth buzzes through me. Maybe this can actually work. Okay, good. I want that too. We'll get married, he announces, as if he's just decided that we'll get Thai instead of Indian. My brain does a record scratch. Say what? He looks at me as if I'm 5. Of course, Blake, we'll get married. What else would we do? I'm not marrying you, Logan. Never mind that this is the world's most unromantic proposal. I don't like the fact that he's just assuming this is a done deal. Blake, don't be silly. We're having a child together. Don't you want him or her to grow up in a home with 2 parents? Wait, do you know if it's a him or her yet? For a second, he looks so positively delighted that I actually smile. No, not yet. Not until 16 weeks. I turn my smile into a frown. And now back to the subject at hand. I'm not marrying you. Is it because I don't have a ring? I'll get you a ring, Blake. You know I have access to the world's most in-demand pieces, right? I'll get you the biggest, nicest ring you've ever seen. How many carats do you want? I throw my hands up into the air. It's not about the ring, Logan. I seriously don't care one way or another about the ring. I can get it here before you know it. Don't you worry, he says, as if I haven't spoken. He's already pulling his phone out of his jacket pocket. I'll have it put on a prop plane. Be here in half an hour. Logan, I don't want the ring. 40 minutes tops. You are infuriating. I'm not going to listen to this anymore. I stand up, then wrap the rest of my cookie in a napkin and shove it in my purse. Because I might be pissed at Logan right now, but there's no way I'm going to walk away from a perfectly good cookie. Let's just be practical here for a second. Where are you going? Logan truly sounds befuddled. I'm going home. You should come back to New York with me. We can talk about the marriage thing. But Blake, we need to be in this together. I shake my head. We're not in this together. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I want us to both be involved for the baby's sake, but not together. Do you hear what I'm saying? He does. I can tell by the look that crosses over his face. His beautiful face. Shock and sadness and loss. Probably exactly how I looked when he walked out on me at the hospital last night. "Is this because of what I did last night?" he says. His voice is even, but his jaw ticks, belying his calm demeanor. "Is this because I left you at the hospital?" "No. Yes, sort of." "Tell me, Blake. Tell me why you won't marry me." "Because you don't love me," I burst. People in the cafe turn to stare at us, and I slump back into the booth, if only so that I can hide from their eyes. "I'm sorry, Logan, but look at this from my perspective. You're trying to push me into marrying you when you haven't even said that you love me. You're just trying to control this situation the way you couldn't control things with..." His face turns to ice. "Go on, Blake. Say it." "The way I couldn't control things with Laura when she got sick." I feel terrible. More terrible than I think I've ever felt in my life. Logan's face looks so broken. The same way my heart feels right now. I force myself to nod. "Yes. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but it's true. You don't love me, Logan. I'm not even sure if you can." For a minute, we just stare at each other. I wait for him to tell me that I'm wrong, that of course he loves me, that he wants to be there for me the same way that I want to be there for him. But he's silent. Stoically, maddeningly, heartbreakingly silent. I push myself out of the booth again. If it was just me, maybe I wouldn't be so quick to walk away. Maybe I'd be more willing to go along for the ride. But it's not just me anymore. I have a baby to think about. A baby that doesn't deserve to have to ride the Logan Cartwright seesaw. So, even though I want to turn and throw myself into Logan's arms, even though I want to let him cover me with kisses, even though I want to ignore the fact that I might never get anything more from him, I don't. I force myself to be strong. I'm the only one I can count on when it comes down to it, and I'm the only one my baby's going to be able to count on too. It's time to finally grow up. At least that's what I tell myself as I turn around and walk out of the cafe. But as I cross through the parking lot, he's right behind me. "Blake, wait." There's a note of command in his voice that is so like the first Logan I met. Logan, who was always so firmly in control. Logan, who liked things the way he liked them. Logan the boss. Logan the lion. I stop. My body tenses as he approaches. Even though I can't hear him, I can feel him. Can feel his breath on the back of my neck. Can feel the very essence of him, hovering just a foot away from me. He almost seems to vibrate. "Blake." His voice is a hoarse whisper. My body is frozen in place. Logan brushes the blonde hairs off my neck, and then I feel his lips there, running across the fine skin of my nape. The tiny hairs stand up on end. Everything in my body seems to stand up on end. I wait for him to do it, to say the 3 words that could make me stay. "Don't do this." I choke out a sob. Then I shake my head, and I walk away. 28. Blake. "Blake! I didn't know you were working here again." "Hi, Mr. Lonnie. Yes, I'm back, just helping out while Dad's out of commission." He grumbles something and shakes his head. "I heard about your dad's heart attack. Damn shame. Your father's a great man." "Thanks. He really is." I've had pretty much this exact conversation with about 100 different people in the last 3 weeks. Being back at the shop is both agonizing and soothing, like putting cream on a burn. It stings, being back here in Connecticut, walking away from the New York life I thought I wanted. But it feels right, too. The pale green walls on the flower shop feel like home. I hadn't realized how much I missed it until I walked back through those front doors. The smell hit me like a tidal wave. The heavy perfumes of the roses, the gardenias, the springy scent of the daisies, the lilacs, and beneath that, the loamy smell of the soil from the potted plants we sell. Half expected the melange to make me nauseous. After all, just about everything does these days. But instead it just made me feel calm, peaceful. "What can I get for you, Mr. Lonnie?" "A dozen roses." He takes off his tweed cap and presses it to his chest, chuckling to himself. "Had a little incident installing the new dishwasher." Oh dear, dishwashers can be tricky. I tap the side of my nose knowingly. "I'll say. Course it helps if you hook the thing up right, so that when your wife turns it on for the first time, the water actually goes into the dishwasher instead of gushing all over your brand new kitchen floors." Ouch. How are the floors? "Being replaced next week." Double ouch. Want to make it 2 dozen? "Yeah, maybe you better." He sighs, but it's not bitter. It's the contented sigh of a man resigned to playing out the same dynamic in his life over and over. I guess those dynamics aren't so bad, if they're ones that are warm and comforting. Logan and I, what kind of dynamic did we have? He'd always have all the power, would always have to be in control. I'd always be the one with no power. Blake the fuck-up, the baby. Well, I'd managed to break that dynamic, didn't I? I finally stood on my own 2 feet, even if it cost me everything. "Where'd you go there, Blake?" Mr. Lonnie is looking at me with concern. I shake my head and give a small laugh. "Sorry, a bit spacey these days. We'll get those roses done up for you right away." "Appreciate it. Give my best to your father, too, won't you, Blake?" By the time I get back to my parents that night, I'm ready to collapse. My feet are aching. Even though my baby is still the size of a grape, I feel like I've been lugging around a 20-pound bag of potatoes all day. A bag of potatoes that gives me heartburn and makes my ankles swell. Oh, and makes me have to pee all the time. This pregnancy defies the laws of physics. Dad is sitting on the couch in the living room, watching Jeopardy! I can hear the shower running upstairs. That'll be Mom. She was at the shop late, too, and only left about half an hour before I did. I'd offered to stay and tally the day's receipts and lock up so that she could go home to Dad. "Hiya, Pumpkin. There's leftover meatloaf in the fridge," Dad calls out as soon as I close the kitchen door behind me. "Well, lentil loaf, that is. I'm not sure what your mother was thinking with that one." I drop my bag, cross into the living room, and bend down to kiss his cheek. She was thinking that she didn't want you to have another heart attack. "Don't you girls worry about that," Dad says gruffly. "I'm just fine now. I should be going into the store, you know." "I know," I smile. "But you know what the boss says." Dad's been off work for almost 4 weeks now, and it's driving him crazy. His doctor said he could go back to work a couple of days a week, but Mom's insisted he stay home for at least another week. And we all know she's really the one he needs to listen to, so here he is, housebound until she gives him her blessing. I hobble back into the kitchen and grab the lentil loaf out of the fridge. I poke at it with a fork. It looks gray and kind of like it's disintegrating. I can't say I blame Dad for not wanting to eat this. On the other hand, I'm starving right now, and even this gray lump loaf looks better than nothing. 2 minutes later, I yank it out of the microwave and inhale half of it on my way back to the living room. Dad wrinkles his nose. "Even the smell is off-putting." His eyes flicked to the television. "Who is Marilyn Monroe?" I blink in confusion, then remember he's watching Jeopardy! Dad may not have gotten into Days of Our Bold and Beautiful Hospital, but he did discover a passion for the game show network. His particular favorite is quiz shows. I forgot how much my dad loves trivia. "I don't care," I say with my mouth already half full of lentil loaf. "I'm famished." Dad frowns, peeling his eyes away from the television. "You're working too much, Blakey. You need to take it easy." I'm fine. Honest. I'm not exactly fine, though. I'm exhausted. I go into the shop every day at 7 a.m., and I don't get home until after 8 in the evening. Mom is putting in almost as many hours as me. When it used to be the three of us, we could split the work between us. Dad worked the front of the shop, and Mom spent most of her time in the back, working on the arrangements and dealing with the major greenhouses we work with. I would alternate between the two, covering for Dad in the front and helping Mom in the back when I could. I wasn't a floral designer like she was, but I could cut stems and ribbons and unwrap the deliveries as they came in. It worked well with the three of us, but now that we're down to just two, it's exhausting. I'm not sure how they managed without me when I was in New York, and the thought fills me with an agonizing guilt. "I just don't like to see you working yourself to the bone like this." Dad's hand-wringing is the same every day, so I'm starting to get used to it. I just smile and nod as I finish off my lentil loaf. Imagine how much worse he'd be if he actually knew I was pregnant. Yeah, okay, I haven't told them yet. I know I'm going to have to tell them eventually, but I haven't figured out how. It's going to kill my dad, and I just can't bear to see that look of disappointment in his eyes. It's getting harder to keep it from them, too. I'm starting to show a tiny little bit, but with baggy tops and leggings, it isn't really obvious. But last week, I went for my first appointment with an obstetrician here in town, and a follow-up with my old family doctor. I had sworn them both to secrecy, and while I trust their professionalism, I also know the realities of small-town gossip. It's only a matter of time before the wrong person asks Mom if she's excited about her impending grandparenthood. "Mr. Lonnie was in today," I tell Dad, because it's something to think about other than everything else. "Oh?" He raises his eyebrows. "What this time?" Faulty dishwasher installation. Ruined kitchen floors. 24 roses? Yep. His wife must be just about ready to walk out. "Are you kidding?" Dad chuckles, one eye still on the television. "I've met her a couple of times, and trust me, that woman has the patience of a saint. The roses aren't really because he needs to buy her forgiveness. I think they're just an excuse for him to dote on her. What is lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels? "Aw, that's cute. He told me to send you his best." Dad grunts. "I don't need anyone's sympathy, you know." "No one's feeling sorry for you, Daddy." I roll my eyes. "They just miss seeing you around the store." "Well, don't you worry. I'm going to be back on my feet before you know it, and you'll be back to your glamorous life in New York." "Right." I pick at an invisible piece of lint on my oversized t-shirt. I also haven't told them yet that I have no intention of returning to the city. The Connecticut life suits me just fine. I'm going to have a bath. "What is Mount Rushmore?" Dad calls back. I laugh and shake my head. Upstairs, Mom has already emerged from the bathroom and is in her bedroom with the door closed. I grab a fluffy blue towel out of the linen closet, and then shut myself in the bathroom. It's still steamy and smells like Mom's lavender soap. I turn on the shower first so that I can rinse off. Is it just me? Or is it disgusting to get into a bath when you feel really gross? It's like sitting in a stew of your own sweat. No, thank you. Plus, it's virtually impossible to wash your hair properly in the bath. I soap up my hair and my skin and let the water pound down on me a minute. My eyes are already starting to fill with tears. Okay, so that's the real reason I like to shower before I get into the bath. The sound of rushing water provides a perfect cover for my nightly sob fest. I don't even have to think about it now. As soon as the hot water starts to pelt my back, the tears come. I've cried every night that I've been here, ever since I walked away from Logan. Every time I picture him sitting across from me at Green Street, I cry. Every time I think about his lips against the back of my neck, I cry. Every time I think about lying in bed with him, or about drinking coffee with him in the morning at the office while he dictated the day's to-do list to me, or about the time we traipsed through the city with Jack and Daisy, drinking milkshakes and talking about dinosaurs and butterflies, I cry. Sometimes I think I'm an idiot for walking away from him. Did I say sometimes? I mean pretty much every minute of every day. It nags me like the worst kind of obsession. The notion that I screwed up. That I could have just said yes and had everything I ever wanted. Logan, a baby, a family. But if I'd said yes, wouldn't I always be wondering how long it could possibly last? Wouldn't I always be tiptoeing around, waiting for him to decide he couldn't do this, wondering if he could ever love me the way I wanted him to? Doesn't my child deserve better? Don't I deserve better? I did the right thing. I think. I hope. God, I hope. By the time I'm done showering, I no longer feel like having a bath. Instead, I step carefully out of the shower, wrap myself in the fluffy blue towel, and pad down the carpeted hallway to my bedroom. Nothing's changed since I left here a few months ago. My room is exactly the same as it was when I left. I pull a pair of cat pajamas out of my drawer and tug them on, then crawl under my familiar striped duvet into my narrow twin bed. I dig my battered copy of What to Expect When You're Expecting from its hiding place under my bed. Despite being exhausted, it takes me forever to fall asleep, and I read long into the night. I'm bleary-eyed at work the next day. I'd kill to be able to have a coffee. Instead, I drink herbal tea and rub my stomach every time I yawn. "This is for you," I mutter to my grape in utero. "I hope you appreciate it." The chimes over the front door tinkle, and I stand up straight. A woman enters. She's wearing a caramel-colored coat and has gorgeous hair that falls down over her shoulders. It's blonde, but it's got so many rich highlights and lowlights that it almost looks gold. It looks so good that I want to secretly snap a picture so I can bring it to my hairdresser once I can finally get my hair colored again. She looks around the shop a bit, pausing in front of the ready-to-go bouquets for a minute and selecting one that Mom made up this morning. Pale pink peonies and deep burgundy ranunculus. She brings it over to the counter. "Great choice," I say with a grin. "I absolutely love peonies." "Me too." She smiles. Her eyes are dark blue, the color of denim. There's something so familiar about her face. I purse my lips, thinking, as I ring in the bouquet. "You recognize me, don't you?" I look up, blinking in surprise. "I have no idea who—" I stop. I was going to say I have no idea who you are, but in that second, I know exactly who she is. The burnished blonde hair, the dark blue eyes, the sardonic half-smile. "You're Heather, Logan's sister. And you're Blake." "Yes." Her eyes go immediately to my stomach, and I realize she knows. Of course she knows. Logan would have told her. My hand flutters protectively over my barely there bump. "Blake, I love my brother." I don't respond. She obviously came here because she has something to say, and I want to hear what it is before I play my own hand. Not that I have much of a hand to play. She sighs, fingering the soft petals of the peonies. I love him. But he's hard to love sometimes. I get that. I want to tell her that he's not. That it's easy to love him, the easiest thing in the world, really. It's just hard to know where you stand with him, and that's the problem. How can you ever know where you really stand with a man like Logan Cartwright? A man who keeps everything tucked up nice and neat inside him. I'm very protective of him, as I'm sure you can understand, Heather continues. And I want to make sure you understand that this baby is part of the Cartwright family. You can't keep it from him. From us. Her lips are firm now, the half-grin long gone, replaced by a look of determination. I know, I say again, but this time I push my shoulders back and force myself to meet her eye. And I have no intentions of doing anything like that. I made it very clear to Logan that he was welcome to be as involved with this baby as he wanted. Heather deflates slightly. I know. He did say that. It's just that it's not just about the baby now. He can't think about that baby without thinking about you, Blake, and that's what's killing him. I don't say anything in response. I feel like every cell in my body is holding its breath. Heather shakes her hair out. It catches the light and seems to glimmer. Okay, seriously, would it be inappropriate for me to snap a covert picture right now? It would, wouldn't it? Logan has lost a lot, you know, more than any man his age should have to lose, and yet I realized then that I actually am holding my breath and let it out in a whoosh. Heather gets a funny half-smile on her face. It reminds me so much of Logan that my knees go wobbly. Yet, I've never seen him like this, she finally admits. Even after Laura, he was in shock then and he had a lot of anger that I'm not sure he ever really dealt with. But God, Blake, I've never seen him like this. He's missing work, moping around his apartment. I don't think he's shaved in 3 weeks, and trust me, that's not like my brother at all. Really? There's a gleeful note in my voice. I clamp my mouth shut when Heather side-eyes me. Yes, Blake, really. I don't know why you turned him down, but if for some reason it was because you didn't think he really cared about you, you should know you were wrong. Very wrong. Right. I stare down at the counter, at the bouquet Heather had picked out, and blink back tears. Don't punish him, Blake. He's lost so much already. He didn't get a choice when he lost Laura. That was just a cruel trick of the universe. But this is just stubbornness. It's stupid, it's... Heather breaks off, and when she dabs at the corner of her eye, I realize she's actually crying. She shakes her head again, composing herself. Anyway, he'd kill me if he knew I'd come here. I just couldn't sit there and watch him suffer. I did that for too long. I won't do it again. Not when you're both alive and well and actually have a chance at happiness. I manage a half-smile, but my stomach is rolling with 1,000 twisted emotions. Did you still want these? I say, nudging the bouquet. Oh, of course. They're beautiful. Heather smiles. I ring up her credit card and watch her leave. That familiar burnished blonde hair swishing over her shoulders as she goes.
29. Logan. The walls press in on me. The tall windows, with their view of the Manhattan skyline, feel cold and stark, more like ice than glass. This office, which once felt like my sanctuary, now feels like my prison. "Your coffee," Georgia says timidly, placing the cup carefully on my desk. She's armed with a 2-inch stack of napkins, probably remembering the last time she was in my office, when she spilled coffee all over the floor. Joke's on her this time. I couldn't give a shit about the coffee. I don't even bother saying thank you, just wave her away dismissively. Everything about being here at the office reminds me of Blake. Every time I hear a pair of women's heels clacking on the lacquered floor of the hallway, there's a brief moment where I can believe that Blake's perky face, her messy blonde braid, is going to appear at my door. Then some other woman walks by, laughing in a high-pitched way or glancing nervously towards me as she picks up the pace. Every time it's not Blake, my mood plummets. And since it's never going to be Blake again, let's just say my attitude's been in the shitter. Christine had offered to find me another assistant, an actual guy this time, the way Ed had directed me to do in the first place, but I'd brushed off her suggestion. I don't want another assistant. I want Blake. Only Blake. Always Blake. Instead, I got Georgia. Georgia, who seems to be afraid of me and can't even look me in the eye. Georgia, who still always smells vaguely of menthol. I can hear her outside my office now, noisily unwrapping cough drops. I run my hands through my hair and try to focus on my laptop. I've barely been in the office these past few weeks, although I've still managed to get a few things done. All things that the board will be monumentally pleased with, no doubt. I've closed the deal with the government of the Northwest Territories, bought out a mining company in Botswana, one everyone said couldn't be bought, secured a government partnership in South America, a new avenue for us. 6 months from now, Cartwright Diamonds is going to be rolling in profits. More profits than the board could have dreamed about. And I don't give a fuck. Not a single solitary fuck. There's only one thing I care about right now. One person. Well, two, really. Blake and our baby. Every day I wake up thinking that today is the day I'm going to feel like my old self again, but I'm still reeling from her revelations. And so, every day, I'm still sitting across the table from her, in that little cafe where the air was too hot and everything smelled like cinnamon. My life changed in a heartbeat once before. I never expected it to happen a second time. But in the blink of her pretty blue eyes, Blake changed everything on me. Of course I'd asked her to marry me. I would have asked her anyway, even without the baby, probably in a few months' time. I know deep down that I'm in love with her. There's no coming back from that kind of love. I'm finished. But then she'd said no. And I couldn't bring myself to say the 3 little words that might have made her reconsider. Why couldn't I just tell her that I loved her? I wanted to. The words were there, bubbling up inside me. But every time I tried to say them, they stayed stuck in my throat. To be honest, I'm fucking terrified. From day one, things with Blake have been different. I never feel like I'm on solid ground when I'm with her, but rather like I'm being shot into the deepest recesses of the known universe. Maybe while riding in a mangled cardboard box with fuel canisters duct taped to the side. I feel unmoored when I'm with her, and the way I love her is like the universe. It's like the stars in the sky. It's deep and terrifying and unknowable. The way I'd loved Laura wasn't anything like that. It was simple. I was in my early 20s when we met, already being groomed to take over for my father, and love meant finding someone compatible, someone of the right pedigree, someone I could show off at fundraising dinners and at the country club. I would never dishonor her memory by saying I didn't love her, because I did, in my way. I'm sure of that. As much as I was capable of loving someone when I was that blithe golden boy, untouched by tragedy. But what I felt then is nothing compared to what I feel now, to the unfathomable skies of my love for Blake. How can I tell her I love her when I barely understand it myself? How can I tell her I love her when I have no idea what's at the edges of this universe? Her news had shocked me to the core. And in that moment, the universe rippled. I was back there again, hearing some hook-nosed doctor tell us that Laura was dying. A baby is nothing like finding out you have cancer, of course. When I step back to think about it, I'm downright delighted at the thought of being a father. But that isn't the point. The point was the shock of it. I wanted my control back. But there's no controlling Blake. There's no controlling life, it seems. Which is why everything feels different since I got back from Connecticut. It's like walking on land after being in zero gravity for weeks. My legs don't feel acclimated to solid ground. Everything seems too hard, too landlocked. Stunted. I think of Heather's word for me. I guess she was right. I keep thinking that if I could just talk to Blake, I could make things right. Make her see that I'm at least trying to do the right thing. I've tried calling, texting, emailing. 3 days after I got back to the city, I got her work phone FedExed to me here at the office. All of my messages were still marked as unread. The handwriting on the envelope was hers. I still have it, tucked into the top drawer of my desk. How fucking pathetic is that? Things haven't been pretty since then. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not the kind of guy to spend my time moping, but damn if I haven't been watching a lot of the Shopping Network and eating cold cereal, drinking too much scotch, and sleeping too late. Not working. Ed called me earlier this week and told me it was time to get back to work, that the board was getting nervous about my extended absence. That's the only reason I'm here now. I might not know what to do about Blake, but I definitely know how to handle my board. This time, though, I'm not going through Ed. I'm going straight to the rabble-rouser himself. Georgia pokes her head into my office. "Ray Kellerman is here to see you." Perfect timing. "Thank you, Georgia. Send him in." She looks relieved at having escaped her encounter with me unscathed. She nods furiously and then disappears again. A minute later, Ray strolls into my office. "Logan, good to see you." He reaches a hand out, and I ignore it. I'm in no mood to make nice. He's the reason I'm in this mess in the first place. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But if it wasn't for him, I might not have accidentally hired Blake, thinking she was a guy. Like I said, it's a stretch. But I'm pissed, and Ray seems like an easy target for that anger. I've never liked the guy, or his stupid face. Too jowly. Too much like a bulldog. Ray quickly withdraws his hand, trying to brush off the slight. "Busy man, I get it. What is it you wanted to see me about?" I pin him with a glare, one that probably makes his dick sweat turn to ice. I run this company, Ray. I run it well. If you have a problem with that, I will gladly relieve you of your position on this board. Ray throws his hands up, a look of surprise on his face. "Hey, no arguments here. Love what you're doing with the place. Profits are at an all-time high. What the hell would I have to complain about?" "That's what I was wondering." Ray looks truly confused. "Logan, I'm sorry. I really have no idea what you're talking about." "Really? That's not what I heard. I heard you were whipping the board into a frenzy, telling everyone that my personal life was going to get the company in trouble." Ray scratches his head. "Why the hell would I care what you do with your personal life? As long as the quarterly reports look good, I'm a happy man." It's my turn to look confused. Ray isn't the most trustworthy person I know, but he's also not the best liar. Right now, the way he's rubbing his jowls, I don't know. I believe him. I slide down into my chair, my anger temporarily abated. "So you weren't threatening to leave? Take half the board with you?" He chuckles. Hell no. Who the hell cares what you do in your spare time? Who indeed? I rub my chin. I'd shaved for the first time in weeks before coming into the office, and the nearly bare skin catches me by surprise. I blink up at Ray. Who indeed? I muse again. When I get to Ed's place, I have the doorman ring me up. I ride the elevator up to the 12th floor, already mentally rehearsing the shit-talking I'm going to give him. I'll make him tell the truth. I don't know how yet, but I will. Ed opens the door right away and ushers me in. He's wearing a silk robe of some kind, and seeing his bare legs makes me feel strange. Guilty somehow. They're the legs of an old man, partly bowed, knobby at the knees. Before I even say anything, half the fight has gone out of me. What can I do for you, Logan? He thrusts his hands down against his sides, but the robe doesn't have pockets, so his hands just hang there limply. Why did you lie to me about Ray? He freezes. What? You lied to me. I talked to Ray today, and he claims he never had any intention of stepping down from the board. Said he didn't give a shit, in fact, who I slept with or how I handled my personal business. Isn't that interesting? Logan, calm down. Let's talk about this. He glances nervously around the apartment and then ushers me down the hallway and into his den. He nudges me towards the deep brown leather Chesterfield, but I don't feel like sitting down. Too much pent-up anger. I want an explanation, Ed, I caution him. Ed is already pouring out 2 crystal tumblers of scotch. He hands one to me. Thanks, I say grudgingly. Macallan's? Of course. Is there anything else? I manage a grim smile and take a swallow, then a seat. I've known Ed so long, and this whole situation is so unexpected that I'm willing to at least hear him out. Satisfied, Ed sits down across from me and crosses his legs. I avert my eyes. That robe is seriously way too short. I suppose I owe you an explanation, he says eventually. He sighs. It never felt right to me, you know. What does that mean? It means, honey, what in the world is keeping you? A woman's voice comes from somewhere in the apartment, and my face flames red. No wonder Ed's in his robe. I must have interrupted something. I almost, crack a smile. Are you coming back to bed? The female voice purrs before the woman herself comes around the corner. Mom! I catapult myself off the sofa. My mother is standing there wearing a robe nearly identical to Ed's. Her normally perfectly coiffed hair is all mussed up, especially in the back, like... Oh, my God, I think I'm going to pass out. I sit back down on the couch in a huff. Mom's hand flies to her mouth. Her eyes dart nervously between Ed and me. Does someone want to tell me what the hell is going on here? I'm sorry you had to find out like this. Mom flutters her eyelids at Ed, and he wordlessly gets up and pours her a drink. Gin and tonic, her favorite. How exactly does he know that? My mother takes a hearty drink. With the aid of the liquid courage, he finally turns to face me. I wanted to tell you, Logan. I really did. We both did. But then I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, if it wasn't anything. And then when it really turned into something, it felt like it had been going on for so long, and it might be awkward to tell my children, and... Mom, I cut her off. Please, can you just tell me what's going on? It's Ed that answers instead. Well, we've fallen in love, Logan. Your mother and I. I nearly spit out my scotch. Wait, you... What? It's true, Mom agrees. She wraps her hand around Ed's. I never thought it would happen for me again. You know how I loved your father so. But Ed has been so good to me over these last months, and my goodness, I feel like a girl again." She actually giggles. And when she and Ed look at each other, I can see that it's true. She's in love with him. They're in love with each other. It's obvious in the secret smile they share, the way he runs his thumb over the back of her knuckles. "Are you terribly upset, Logan?" Mom says, worriedly. "We really didn't mean for you to find out like this." "I'm not upset," I say, testing out the words and finding that, yes, it's true. I'm not upset. I'm glad my mother's happy, and Ed is a good man. Except for... Wait, we were talking about Ray Kellerman? Why did you lie to me about him leaving the board?" Ed and my mother exchange another glance. What the hell is going on here? Ed starts to speak, but Mom cuts him off. "That's my fault." "What?" I stare at her incredulously. "What are you talking about?" "I was worried about you. You seem to be wasting your life, flitting from one floozy to the next. You didn't seem to be happy. I wanted you to have something more. So I made Ed go see you." I push myself off the couch. "Are you kidding me? This is insane. You let me think the company was in jeopardy? Why didn't you just talk to me?" "We tried talking to you," she says plainly. "Your sister and I both. You didn't want to hear it. It seems like the only way to get your attention was if it affected the business. That's the only thing you care about." "It's not," I say, but the energy has left me. I let myself sink back down onto the couch. It's not the only thing I care about. At least not now. And then, even though I don't mean to, I find myself telling them everything. About Blake, about the baby, about how I'd managed to ruin everything. It feels good to talk about it, even if they don't do anything but make sympathetic murmuring noises. I can tell Mom is excited about the idea of another grandbaby, although she's tactful enough to not let it show just yet. By the time I finish, we've all reached the bottom of our drinks, and Ed gets up to prepare another round. "You know, after your father died, I told myself I'd never be with another man," Mom says. She pulls a robe tighter around her. It's dark out now, but there's a fire crackling here in the den, and it's rather pleasant. "Mom, you don't have to." "No, Logan, listen. I thought I'd never be with another man. I thought I'd never want to. I loved your father so much. But life is a very long book. Well, if we're lucky, it's long. You don't stop reading just because you didn't like how one chapter ended. You can't judge it until you've reached the very end of the story. You have so many chapters left, Logan. So many pages left to fill. And the story can be so wonderful if you let it. I thought my whole story would be written with your father. But it turns out life had a couple of surprise chapters in store for me." Mom pauses to dab at her eyes. "Just promise me you'll keep reading to the end. Please, Logan. Promise me you will." My throat feels tight. "I promise." We sit in silence, watching the fire die out and sipping our drinks as the pages turn, blown away like leaves in the wind. That night, at home, I drown my sorrows in scotch. Too much scotch, probably, if we're being honest here. So when Heather calls, I'm already quite a few sheets to the wind. "I talked to Mom," she says, instead of a greeting. "Oh," I grit my teeth. "She told me about her and Ed." "Right," I let out a breath. "That. She said you caught them together this afternoon." I can hear her trying not to laugh. That must have been horrible. I managed to laugh myself. It could have been worse. Still, seeing our mother with sex hair was definitely something I could have lived without. "Oh, God!" Heather squeals, a very un-Heather-like sound. "I can't even—" I know. "Well," she says after a minute, "I'm glad she's happy." "Did she seem happy?" "Yeah, she did," I muse. "And I'm happy for her, too. She also told me what happened with the board. I'm sorry she interfered that way, Logan. I think she feels terrible." "Yeah, well, what else is there to say to that?" "Are you going to see Blake?" "Go see her? Why would I do that?" "Because you're madly in love with her?" "Yes, well, she's made her feelings on that perfectly clear. I over-enunciate the words to the point that I sound like a real twat. But I don't care." "Logan, she's just scared," Heather huffs. "Scared?" For a second, I'm genuinely surprised. What would she have to be scared of? I could give her everything. "That's what she's scared of, dummy." "Hey now," I chide, but my mind is turning her words around and around. "Can you elaborate on this, please?" God, for such a smart man, you can be so slow sometimes. On the other end of the phone, Heather sighs. "She's scared of you, Logan. You have everything, including a dead fiancé, I might add. No disrespect to Laura, of course, but it's hard to compete with a dead fiancé. And then when you do something like accidentally get pregnant, I don't know. I just think, if I were in her shoes, I'd be burying my head in the sand, too." "When have you ever buried your head in the sand?" "You know what I mean. She's just overwhelmed. She needs to know you're all in with her, that all that other stuff doesn't matter, that you love her enough to make all that other stuff irrelevant." My mind is reeling. My feelings for Blake terrified me, but it had never occurred to me that she might be scared too, which seems incredibly stupid now that Heather has pointed it out. Pregnant and alone, and me too wrapped up in my own personal tragedy to be there for her. Of course she'd be scared. It's just so hard to picture Blake as anything less than the firecracker she normally projects. Somehow, I'd let this pint-sized pixie become my rock, without being man enough to do the same for her. The thought fills me with a wordless shame. "You still there?" Heather asks. "I'm still here. I'm just thinking." "Well, I hope you're thinking about how to make this right." "I am. Got any brilliant ideas for me, since you seem to be so smart all of a sudden?" Heather chuckles. "Well, you're on your own for that one. But I think if you speak from the heart, you might figure it out."
30. Blake. There you go, I say, depositing the huge bouquet into Peter Lonnie's arms. We'd offered to have it delivered to his wife, but he'd insisted on coming to pick up the flowers himself. "Ah, geez, they're beautiful, Blake. Your mom do these up?" "Yep, just for you." I think Mom has a soft spot for Mr. Lonnie, or maybe his wife, because she always does his arrangements with extra care. This time, she's added clusters of white bouvardia, sprigs of Italian ruscus. It's truly stunning. "She's got a real gift," he says with a shake of his head. "You tell her thank you for me, will you?" "Of course. I hope your wife likes them." "How's the dishwasher?" He rubs his forehead. "Well, wouldn't you know it, we ran into an issue with the pipes that run up to it. Had to rip out that whole wall, and now we might be looking at replacing a whole whack of piping. Isn't that the devil?" "That's the devil, all right," I grin. "So I guess we'll see you again soon?" He chuckles. "Yes, I think you probably will." He tips his cap and then disappears out the front door. The chimes above the big green door tinkle and then fade. The store is empty again, except for Mom, who's in the back sorting out arrangements for an upcoming wedding. I flop down onto the stool I've taken to keeping behind the counter with me and take a big swig from my water bottle. The door chimes again. "Did you forget something, Mr.?" I stop mid-sentence. Because it isn't Mr. Lonnie standing there at the entrance of Bloomer's, it's Logan. "Hi, Blake." He's so tall and broad-shouldered that he seems to take up half the space in the shop. He moves carefully between the tiny aisles, past the display of ready-to-go bouquets and the Thanksgiving centerpieces we're promoting right now. I can't tear my eyes away from him. Everything about him is magnetic, even now. Even after everything. His eyes roam over my face as he comes towards me, only darting once or twice down to my stomach, which is still well hidden beneath a baggy t-shirt and the well-worn green apron that I wear when I've been handling the inventory. "You look good," he says when he arrives at the back where I'm standing. There's a 2-foot-wide counter between us, but it might as well be the Grand Canyon. It feels completely impassable. "Thanks, so do you." God, my mouth is dry. I swear I really am standing at the edge of the Grand Canyon. All I need now is a pack mule and a postcard. I take another desperate swig of water. "I was hoping we could talk. Do you think you can get away?" My eyes dart towards the back. "It's just me and my mom here right now, and she's busy getting a big order together, and—" "Blake, you can't get rid of me that easily. I'm not going anywhere." "But maybe at 5 when we close?" I say at the same time. "Oh, great. Okay. 5 would be great." Logan tries to smile, but the expression is strained. Now that I look closer at his face, there are fine lines around his eyes that I'm sure weren't there before. Although he's shaved, his cheeks look hollow. He looks like he's been through hell. So maybe I'm not the only one. "There's a Dunkin' Donuts down the street. If you want to wait somewhere." "I'm okay. My car's right outside. I'll just wait here." "Okay, I should be out at 5. Logan nods, then turns and walks out of the shop. I watch him go, then peek out the window as he walks to his car. For the next hour, I'm at that window every spare second I get, almost like I have to reassure myself that he's still there, that this is really happening. He came for me. That's good, right? That's what I wanted. I feel so confused that I don't even know anymore. I count down the seconds until 5 o'clock. One slowly, agonizing second at a time. At exactly 5 minutes to 5, Mom emerges from the back room, untying her apron as she walks towards me. "Ready to call it a night?" I cast another glance out the window. "What?" Mom follows my gaze and sees the SUV. She frowns. "Is that your old boss?" "Yeah." "Huh." She smiles. "Did he come to beg you to take your old job back? He must miss you." "I'm not really sure why he's here," I say honestly, "but I should probably talk to him. So, are you okay to lock up here?" "Of course, go. Do you need me to pick you up anything for dinner?" No, I'm fine." I'm already untying the green apron and finger-combing my hair. There's nothing I can do about the bags under my eyes, or the fact that I'm wearing the world's frumpiest t-shirt, but I can at least put on some lip gloss and pop a breath mint. After a couple of minutes, I realize Mom is staring at me. Okay, I guess that's enough killing time. "I'll be home soon," I say, grabbing my sweater and planting a kiss on her cheek. I can feel her gaze on me as I leave the store, and I'm sure if I turned around, I'd see a whole bunch of questions in her eyes. So I don't turn around. Logan is out of his car before the shop door even swings closed behind me. "Ready?" I nod. I want to hug him, or kiss him, or do something, but his hands are stuffed in his pockets, And there's still that matter of the yawning canyon between us. Where are we going? I don't really know, he says. Just somewhere we can talk. Okay. There's a picnic area down in Leaside Park. It'll probably be quiet there since it's too cold to picnic. That sounds great. Think you can direct me there? Sure. He tries to help me into the car, but I brush away his hand. It isn't because I don't appreciate the offer, but because I'm afraid that if I touch him right now, I'll never want to stop touching him. Logan is an addiction, and his touch is the strongest drug of all. He looks like he wants to say something, but instead he just hovers while I climb in, and then goes around to the driver's side. Take a left at the first light, I instruct. He nods without saying anything, and we drive in silence. I give out instructions, but that's it. It doesn't take long to drive there. Highfield isn't exactly a big town. I hated it when I was growing up, but now it seems so comforting and familiar. There's the street everyone wanted to trick-or-treat on because they gave out the best candy. There's the house my best friend in elementary school lived in. There's the bowling alley where I kissed Tommy Bleecker at his 9th birthday party. Every road has a memory attached to it. Every square mile feels like home. Why did I ever want to leave this? When we get to the park, Logan stops the car. I hop out before he can come around to help me, and then we start walking. Still silent. I notice he's carrying a bag, but I don't ask any questions about that. The picnic area, as I expected, is deserted. A few squirrels dart through the fallen leaves, probably scrounging for winter nuts or whatever it is squirrels do when the seasons change. We watch them for a couple of minutes, sitting side by side on the bench seat of a picnic table. It seems neither of us wants to be the first to speak, but the silence keeps stretching on, and on, and on. It goes on so long that it stops being weird and just starts being funny. Before I can stop it, a giggle escapes my lips. Logan arches an eyebrow. What? This is just a bit ridiculous, don't you think? I get a half smile for that. It is. A bit. So, what did you want to talk about? I love you. Say what? The words stun me. My heart knocks against my chest. I thought he'd at least ease into it, but it seems like the silence was just Logan's way of readying himself to say what he really needed to say. I'm in love with you, Blake. I might have been scared to admit it, but now I don't care. I thought I knew what love was before, and then I met you, and everything I thought I knew about love, about myself, you turned it all on its head. Logan, No, I'm not finished. He clears his throat. Sorry, but I have to finish. I thought a lot about what I wanted to say to you on the drive down here. And what I want to say is this. I want to marry you, Blake. Not because you're having my baby or because I want to put you in a box I can control, but because I can't imagine being with anyone else, because I want to be your husband. I want to be your everything. I try to keep it together, but tears are pricking my eyes. How long have I waited to hear this? How long have I dreamed of hearing those words on Logan's lips? But there's a part of me that still hangs back. I hate to admit it, but I'm still scared to trust him. To trust this, to trust us. Don't say anything yet. Logan holds out his hand. I have something for you. Logan, if it's a diamond, I told you I don't want... It's not a diamond. He sets the bag on the picnic table and carefully pulls something out. It's a picture of some kind, gleaming in an aged wood frame. My mind whirs, trying to understand. Even once he hands it over to me, I still don't understand. There's a diagram on it, a bunch of numbers, and a poem. I blink at him in confusion. Remember when you got my mother that star for her birthday?
Oh, yes, of course.
I smile. One of my early triumphs in working for the impossible Mr. Cartwright. Well, I thought the gesture was very touching. But I wanted to give you more than a star, Blake, because you're more than a star to me. You're my entire universe. They wouldn't let me buy the whole universe, though, so a galaxy was the best I could do.
You got me a galaxy?
I blinked down at the picture, understanding finally dawning. It was the best I could do, he says again. He watches me expectantly, trying to gauge my reaction. I laugh. I can't help it. A freaking galaxy. I laugh until tears are streaming down my face. You think it's stupid, Logan says quietly. No! I jump off the bench and turn to face him. I don't think it's stupid at all. I look down at the frame again, feeling my heart swell with the kindness of his gesture. I think it's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Yeah? His mouth quirks up into a half-smile. Yeah. I step between his thighs until I'm as close to him as I can get without actually touching him. The smell of his cologne, or maybe it's just the scent of him, nearly knocks me off my feet. I love you, Blake, he says seriously. You are my whole world.
I love you too, Logan.
I let him take me in his arms, pull me down onto his lap, the frame still clutched against my chest. I let him kiss me. I let him crush my mouth with his. I let him take my breath away. The way I want him to do for the rest of our lives. His arms around me are strong and powerful, and even in my bloated state, I feel positively petite and completely cared for. I curl my body against him. I was so scared I'd never feel this again. So scared. I pull away as a sob threatens to choke me. Logan's eyes are worried. I give him a watery smile. I'm sorry. Just overwhelmed. I lean against him for a minute, then look again at the frame I'm still holding. I trace my fingers over the gold embossing, the coordinates of the galaxy. Somewhere out there that belongs to me. To us. For the first time, I read the words printed beneath the diagram. Doubt thou the stars are fire. Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar. But never doubt I love. William Shakespeare. It's perfect, I whisper. I trace the words with my fingers. It really is perfect. Logan wraps his arms around me again, pulling me to him. I still want to marry you, he says, but it's up to you. I'm perfectly happy to live in sin with you. Lots and lots of sin, he adds with a wink. I laugh and then, just as suddenly, stop. I clap my hand over my mouth. What? Logan's face creases. I bite my lip. My stomach is flip-flopping in a way that makes me want to throw up. Before we make any big decisions, there's something I need to tell you. 31. Blake. Blake, what is it? Logan runs his hands through his hair. His face is racked with worry. I gnaw my bottom lip. I'm so terrified to say it. Not after everything he's just done, everything he's just said. Not now that we're so close. I don't want to go back to New York, I blurt. Logan's face collapses. His shoulders sag. Oh, God, Blake, you scared me. I thought it was something serious. This is serious, Logan. I want to have the baby here. Raise it in Connecticut, near my parents with... He silences me with another kiss. I know it's serious, he says when he finally pulls away again. I'm saying it doesn't matter. We can live wherever you want. Oh. I clamp my mouth shut, surprised. Your job, your whole life is there. Not my whole life, he says. His eyes twinkle. If you and the baby are here, then here is where I want to be. Besides, my sister's just an hour away, and I'd love to be able to see the kids more. As for work, he shrugs. Lots of people commute into the city. I can work from home sometimes and take the train in when I need to. It'll work, Blake, I promise you. Thank you, I say, leaning into him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God, I love you. I kiss him again, just because I can, and because it feels like I've been waiting forever for this. For him to be mine. Well, if I'd known all I had to do to win you over was move to Connecticut, I'd have done it a long time ago, he jokes. Then he sees me shivering. God, Blake, you're freezing. Come here. He wraps me in his arms again and then slips his jacket around my shoulders. Thanks. I didn't realize it had gotten so cold out. The sun is starting to sink, and the park has turned a magical golden color. Let's go. Do you want to get some dinner? Sure. We start walking back to his car, our hands linked. They fit perfectly together. Together. What do your parents think about the baby? Logan asks as we walk. I sneak a guilty glance at him. Well, I haven't exactly told them yet. What? He stops walking. Blake, you have to tell them. I know, there just hasn't been a good time. Mom's been so busy, and I don't want to stress out my dad, and... Logan just frowns at me. Clearly he sees through my excuses. I sigh. I know. I'll tell them soon. Why not now? Now? As in... now? He chuckles. Yes. Now, Blake, we can do it together. I stop. You'd do that for me? Why wouldn't I? Because there's a fair chance my dad might go for the shotgun. I'm sure it won't be that bad. I look at him askance. You weren't there the night in high school when Rory stayed out all night with Wes. I thought my dad was going to feed him his own fingers. Logan's face goes slightly green, but he forces a smile. Well, we're going to have to do it sooner or later anyway, and the longer we put it off, the worse it's going to be. Not necessarily, I point out. We could just wait until they die. Get in the car, he says, since we've now arrived back in the parking lot. He holds the door open for me and then closes it gently behind me before climbing into the driver's seat. Now, tell me how to get to your house. Your funeral, I mutter, and off we go. When we get to my parents' house, the first thing we see are the two sleek SUVs parked outside. Shit. Emma and Rory must have come into town. I turn to Logan. It's okay. We can reschedule. Blake. Logan pins me with a sort of glare. We're doing this. You're going to feel so much better when it's over. I'd feel even better if I didn't have to do it at all. Come on. When I push open the front door, we're greeted with a blast of warmth and laughter. We follow the noise down the hall to the kitchen, where we find Mom and Dad standing around the island with Rory, Wes, Emma, and Tyler. Great. The whole crew is here. Everyone is drinking from wine glasses, except Dad, who's grimacing over a bottle of what looks like kombucha. Apparently Mom isn't buying into the thing about red wine being good for your heart. Blake! Rory squeals when she sees me. Everyone turns in greeting. And then Logan walks in behind me. The room goes silent. Hello, everyone, he says easily. I wish I had half his confidence. You remember Logan, I mumble. I take a deep breath. Logan squeezes my hand. Somehow the touch conveys some of his confidence over to me. Last time you met him, I introduced him as my boss. But he's more than that. I trail off. I look up at Logan, and he flashes me one of his rare smiles. It lights up his entire face, making him look 100 times more beautiful than any man has any right to look, really. I squeeze his hand back. "Well, we're in love," I announce. "And we're having a baby." There's a stunned silence. "I'm pregnant," I add, in case there was any confusion. The silence continues. "With a baby." Jesus, if I had a mic, I'd tap it and say, "Is this thing on?" It's Rory who breaks the silence first. Wonderful Rory. I always knew I liked her best. "Blake, that's fabulous," she gushes, as if she didn't already know. She rushes around the island and wraps me in a tight hug. With her mouth pressed against my ear, she whispers, "You're insane, and I'm so proud of you." Rory's proclamation seems to break some of the tension. And then Wes and Tyler are shaking Logan's hand, and Mom is crying and hugging me and hugging Logan and crying some more. Only Dad hasn't said anything yet. I sneak a glance over at him and find him shooting a terrifying look at Logan. Even Logan seems to buckle a bit under the scrutiny. "And what are your intentions with my daughter, young man?" Dad demands. "I hope you plan to marry her." Logan straightens. "I'd like to, sir. She turned me down the first time, but I hope she'll reconsider." Dad grunts something. I can't quite tell what he thinks about this whole thing. Maybe he doesn't know either. Hopefully he just needs a bit of time to get used to the idea. "Well, this deserves a celebration," Mom announces. "Logan, you'll stay for dinner, won't you?" "I'd love to." "Good. Tom was just going to fire up the barbecue. Weren't you, Tom?" Dad grunts again, but he sets his bottle down on the counter. He grabs his cardigan sweater and then nods at Logan. You'll help me outside." Logan shoots me a quick glance, but I shrug. He swallows, then nods. "Happy to, sir." Hearing him call my dad sir makes me love him 100 times more. I know Dad will come around to him eventually. I think. I hope. I watch nervously as they disappear out the back door and onto the patio. And then Mom claps her hands together. "Okay, ladies, time to get the sides ready. Wes, will you go out to the garage and get the extra chairs?" "Sure, Janine." He grabs Tyler, and they disappear down the hall towards the garage. Mom starts barking out orders to Rory, Emma, and I. Apparently, we're going to be having no less than 12 side dishes today, including some kind of very complex-sounding rice pilaf. But we know better than to ignore Mom's orders, so we do as she says and start slicing and dicing. As we work, Emma sidles up to me. She hasn't said anything to me since we got here. I force my eyes to stay on the knife as I attack a bright green stalk of celery. "I'm sorry I was such a bitch to you at the bar that night, when you told us you were pregnant. It's okay." It's not okay, not really. She was kind of a bitch. But that feels like a different life now. And I guess in a way, it is. "No, it's not okay. It's just that..." My sister takes a deep breath as she leans against the counter beside me. "The thing is, Tyler and I want to start trying as soon as we get married, so I went to a doctor for some tests just to make sure everything was in good working order, you know." I smile a little at that. Typical Emma, always prepared. She doesn't smile back. "Well, the doctor said I had something called endometriosis. Basically, I have all this scar tissue, so it's likely going to be a lot harder for me to get pregnant." "Oh, Em, I'm sorry." "It's okay," she says, even though I know it isn't really. "Tyler says it's because my uterus is just as much a perfectionist as I am, and it's determined to only let in the most qualified sperm. Funny, right?" I smile sadly. "No, not really." "No, not really," she echoes. We're both quiet for a minute. Then she brightens. "But anyway, we haven't even started trying, so I'm not going to worry about it yet. Besides, Maybe it just means we're going to have to try even more frequently. Stop. I hold up a hand. I love you, Emma, but that is the max I need to hear about your sex life. She snickers, but then I notice her discreetly wipe away a tear. I can't remember the last time I saw Emma cry. Probably when I stole her Smurfette bowl, come to think of it. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry about how I acted. I shouldn't have let my own issues get in the way of being happy for you. And I am happy for you, Blake. Really, really happy. Thanks, Emma. That means a lot. And it does. But it no longer seems to mean everything, you know? I don't need my sister's approval. It's nice to have, but this is my life, and the only person whose opinion matters is mine. And Logan's. Emma still looks a bit rattled, so I reach out and give her a hug. She squeezes me tight. And I know that things will be okay between me and my sister. The kitchen has quieted down significantly. Rory is in the dining room laying out the cutlery, and Mom has disappeared down to the basement. I peer out the window over the sink, trying to see into the dark backyard to where Dad and Logan are. I cast Emma an anxious glance. Do you think Dad killed him? No, she says, though I could swear she doesn't look totally sure. Don't be silly, Blake. I go back to nervously chopping celery for the pilaf while Emma starts on a green salad. We work in silence until finally we hear footsteps on the patio outside. The screen door slides open, and Dad and Logan tumble in. Logan's carrying the platter of burgers, and Dad's clapping him on the back. They're both laughing about something. My heart swells 6 sizes. Where's your mother? Dad asks, looking around the kitchen. She went to get the good china. He shakes his head. She knows I don't like her climbing that stepladder. I better go make sure she hasn't broken her neck. As soon as he's gone, I grab Logan's arm. You two look like you're getting along. What did you talk about? He shrugs. Just guy stuff. Logan. I fix him with a glare. Fine. He asked me when I first knew I loved you. Really? I try to picture my dad having a conversation like that, and I can't quite do it. Wait, what did you tell him? Logan smiles enigmatically. But when he sees my desperate look, he drops the act. I told him it was the day you got picked up for shoplifting at Barney's. Watching you argue with that security guard, showing him pictures on your phone as if that proved you were a good person who would never steal. Watching you reduce that beefy guy to a bowl full of jelly, I don't know. I thought anyone with that much gumption had to be special. Aw, that's so sweet. But we'd only known each other a week then. I know. He kisses the top of my head. But he asked when I knew. That's when I knew. It just took me a bit longer to admit it. Anyway, I guess he liked my answer. He said he's always worried you'd end up with someone who wouldn't appreciate your spirit. He likes that I do. An unbelievable warmth fills me. How did I get so lucky? I pull Logan in for a kiss, but then stop abruptly. Wait, this means my dad knows I shoplifted. What if he tells Mom, Blake? My mother's shrill voice comes from the basement stairwell as she clomps up the stairs. What is this I hear about you shoplifting? Don't tell me I raised a common thief. Logan and I exchange a look and burst into laughter. That night, I lay locked in Logan's arms in my old twin bed. It's a tight squeeze, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world. Everyone else is in their own beds too, and the house is silent. We'd stayed up way too late, hanging out with my family so that they could get to know Logan. It had gone well, better than I could have ever imagined. Maybe it's because my parents are still in shock, but they seem to have come around to this whole baby thing much quicker than I expected. Maybe they're just excited that their first grandchild is going to have Logan's golden Adonis genes. I'm sorry it's so cramped in here. I whisper into Logan's bare chest. He kisses my hair. "It's perfect," he says. "You're perfect. And this is perfect." That's sweet, but I know this probably isn't the romantic reunion you had in mind. Oh, I don't know. I'd say it's pretty romantic. He slides one big hand along my bare hip, fingering the edge of my lacy underwear. His touch sets my skin ablaze, as it always does. I wriggle closer to him, running my fingers over his broad chest, scraping his dark nipples. He groans softly, a rumble that reverberates through the tiny bed. He slips one hand beneath the waistband of my panties and parts my cleft with his finger. I gasp as he strokes me. Somehow, he already knows how to touch me in exactly the right way, how to make me come undone with the lightest touch. I arch my hips towards him, already reaching for the bulge that's growing beneath the thin fabric of his boxer briefs. I don't care that we're just a few feet away from my parents and my sisters and everyone else. I have to have him now. I've waited so long for him. My whole life, it feels like. I free his cock from its fabric prison and lick my lips. Someday soon, I'm going to take the time to worship this beast properly, but right now, I want to feel him inside me as soon as possible. Logan must feel the same sense of urgency because he flips me so that I'm on my back and he's crouched on top of me. He makes short work of his briefs and then peels the panties down off my hips. I pull him towards me. For a minute, he just runs his cock over my slit, covering himself in my wetness. I'm more than ready for him. I pull his hips towards me, angling my body towards him, inviting him in. He pushes forward slowly, filling me and stretching me and giving me the thing I need most. Him. And I give myself back to him. When we move together, it's a give and take, a beautiful rhythm. The music of the spheres, it's everything. When it's over, I lean in for another kiss, then fold myself back into his arms. How did I get so lucky? I wonder out loud. It's so crazy. And to think I could still be working at that rub and tug in Greenwich Village. Logan stiffens. Excuse me, the what? Rub and tug. It's kind of like a massage parlor, but where you can get... Blake? He interrupts. I know what a rub and tug is. I'm just confused about the fact that you worked in one. Mind elaborating? I giggle. Let's just say it was in another life. Mm-hmm. And what exactly did you do in this other life? Don't worry. There was no rubbing involved, and definitely no tugging. I'm relieved to hear it. He chuckles, and the sound of it makes his whole chest vibrate. I wrap myself tighter around him. Why do I get the feeling you're never going to stop surprising me? I laugh, but Logan's face turns serious. He pushes my hair back out of my face. Blake, never stop surprising me, please, he says. I want all my adventures to be with you. I want the rest of my chapters to be with you. My vision swims as tears fill my eyes. I promise, I whisper, as I lean in to kiss him. And you know, we're about to start the biggest adventure of all. I take his hand and press it to my stomach beneath my t-shirt. I know it's too early for him to feel the baby kick, but I swear I feel something flutter in there. Logan's face lights up. It's a beautiful thing to see. Yes, he agrees. With you, it will be a great adventure. When he falls asleep that night, he has a smile on his face. The man who never smiled. I watch his chest rise and fall as he breathes. I still can't believe he's mine. My beautiful, terrifying lion of a man. My universe. 32. Epilogue. My hospital room is as busy as the Walmart candy aisle the day after Halloween. Except I'm not foolish enough to think anyone is here to see me. It's clear who the man of the hour is. That would be Leo, or more specifically, Leo William Holloway Cartwright. My son. Mine and Logan's. There is no doubt that he's my son either. He was born 10 days late, just like I was, and he'll probably be late for everything else in life from here on in, just like I am. But there's so much of Logan in him, too. The serious way he studies the world. The way his hands curl into angry little fists when he's upset. The way his eyes light up when he sees my boobs. Pure Logan. He's only been out of the room for less than 10 minutes, and I miss him already. Logan, too. It's the first time in 2 days we haven't had visitors, and now that I'm alone, I don't know what to do with myself. I absently pick up one of the trashy magazines Rory dropped off earlier today. I flip through the pages and then put it down again. I can't concentrate on anything. I should probably sleep, right? I try to close my eyes, but soon I hear a pair of heels clacking on the glossy floor outside the room. Emma? But she's not supposed to be back until tomorrow. Rory? But she just left. Then the familiar bouncy brown ponytail appears at my door. That wide and lovely smile. Oh my God, Lucy! I try to get out of the bed, but she waves me back down and comes around to give me a hug. I didn't know you were coming. Of course. You think I would miss this. I texted Emma to get your room number and to make sure it was okay. Well, I appreciate it. God, I've missed you. I start to tear up a little, and I wipe at my face in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Apparently the pregnancy hormones don't stop just because you aren't pregnant anymore. Lucy laughs. I hear they last approximately 18 years, actually. Great, I groan as I lean my head back against the pillow. Oh, these are for you, she says, thrusting a white bakery box at me. All your favorites, salted caramel brownies, blueberry scones, and banana chocolate chip muffins with caramel bourbon crumble. I groan again, but this time it's with delight. You are a queen. She brushes off the compliment. I'm just glad I didn't bring you flowers. She looks pointedly around the room, at the gazillion bouquets that cover every available surface. Yeah, my parents went a little overboard. Aw. Are they excited? You could say that. The truth is, my parents are over the moon, and can you blame them? One look at that little guy is enough to win anyone over. He's a heartbreaker, no doubt about it. He gets that from his dad, too. So where is he? Lucy asks. Logan should be back with him any minute. He took him down to the cafeteria to explain to him the evils of bad coffee. She giggles. I won't ask. It's really better if you don't. I agree cheerfully. So how are you doing? Have you found a new roommate yet? Her face turns down. Not yet. Ugh, don't get me wrong. I'm super happy that your life turned out perfectly and everything, but it's kind of a bummer for me. She grins. Sorry about that. I could always go back to fucking things up if you want. She laughs. It fills the entire room, and I'm hit with a sudden wave of longing. Not longing for that life again, not exactly, but maybe for certain pieces of it. No, I won't ask you to go quite that far, but maybe if you could just somehow arrange to find me a single roommate who doesn't practice witchcraft, raise spider babies, or clog dance, that would be great. Ooh, I don't know. That's a pretty tough order. Hey, here's a thought. Why don't you and Lou finally bite the bullet and move in together? Hasn't it been like 3 years or something? Lucy doesn't say anything. Suddenly, she's looking all around the room. At the calla lilies on the nightstand, the hydrangeas on the windowsill, the single white orchid on the bureau. Anywhere but at me. Yoo-hoo, Earth to Lucy. She finally turns her face in my direction, and I see her lower lip tremble. Oh my God, Lucy, what's wrong? She shakes her head, tries to talk, and then gulps back a sob. I pass her the box of tissues from next to the lilies and wait for her to collect herself. I know Lucy well enough to know there's no point in pushing her. She's always kept her feelings close to her chest. She'll talk when and if she wants to. She takes her time blowing her nose and dabbing at her eyes, and then throwing the tissues out in the garbage receptacle in the adjoining bathroom. I hear her wash her hands, and then, finally, she reappears, slumping into the guest chair next to my bed. "Lou and I broke up," she announces. "What happened? Whose decision was it?" "I don't know, to answer your first question, and his to answer the second." She keeps her voice even, but it obviously requires some effort to do so. "I'm sorry, I totally didn't come here to dump all my problems on you." "Are you kidding? After the problems I dumped on you this year? I've got a major dumping debt to pay off here." She smiles at that. "You did have your share of problems. It was a hell of a year," I laugh. "Now, tell me what happened." She shrugs. "The truth is, there isn't much to tell. I had casually brought up the idea of moving in together. Like you said, it's been 3 years, which seemed like a perfectly reasonable time to think about moving forward. More than reasonable, I think, but I don't say that. The last thing I want to do is make Lucy feel any worse right now. So instead, I just nod, encouraging her to go on. Anyway, he actually seemed to be coming around. He even made a comment about turning his spare bedroom into a little photography studio for me for the blog. So, what the hell happened? "I don't know," she laments. "I thought things were going fine. Then a week ago, he says he wants to talk about the future. I'm sitting there thinking he's finally going to ask me to move in, and instead, he tells me he's just not feeling it anymore. Just not feeling it." She spits the words out one at a time, like she still can't quite believe it. Poor Lucy. My heart aches for her. "I'm so sorry, sweetie. He obviously has no idea what he just lost out on." Lucy wipes away another tear before it spills down her cheek. She shakes her head. "You know what pisses me off the most? Tell me." "I put in so much time. And for nothing. I forgave so many stupid little things, like how he never wanted to come over to our place, how he never wanted to spend any time with my friends. I just thought I was compromising for the sake of the relationship. I thought that's how it worked. Isn't that how it's supposed to work?" I don't know what to tell her. My relationship with Logan isn't exactly textbook. We didn't do anything right, and somehow it all worked out. I don't know, sweetie. I think it only works if both people are putting in the work. You deserve someone who's going to make just as much effort for you, you know? She slumps back in her seat. Easy for you to say. I don't take offense. It is easy for me to say. A year ago, I'd have been joining her in throwing back a half-dozen shots of tequila and cursing all men. These days, I'm a little more optimistic. Hey, why don't you move out of that apartment and get your own place? I could talk to Rory. Wes probably knows someone in property management. Maybe you could find a little bachelor pad or even a one-bedroom. I've thought about that, but it's too expensive. Even the cheapest studio apartments are insanely expensive, and our place actually has perfect light for my photography. If I moved somewhere else, I'd have to make sure it has good light, and good light always seems to come at a price. Well, I'll talk to Rory anyway. You never know. Wes has all kinds of contacts in that world. Thanks. Actually, I do sort of have one roommate option, but I'm not sure I'm going to do it. She looks down at her lap, where her fingers are shredding a tissue into tiny pieces. She watches them with interest, as if they aren't a part of her, but are moving completely independently. Oh? I raise my eyebrows, waiting for her to go on. It seems to take her quite a while to answer. My brother's best friend is moving back to the city. He's been in California for the last few years, but I guess he wants to be back on the East Coast. That sounds promising. At least you know him, right? Right. So what's the problem? Is he learning to sing opera? A huge fan of Insane Clown Posse? Oh, God, he's not a juggalo, is he? Lucy snorts. No, he's not a juggalo. Just a regular guy. She swallows so hard, I can see her throat bob. This time, I don't prompt her. I just wait for her to continue. She shrugs uncomfortably. The tissue is now in about 6,000 pieces in her lap, and she's still trying to shed those pieces even further. It's just kind of weird, I guess. I haven't seen him in so long, and, well, I used to have this stupid crush on him. It was totally lame. I was totally lame back then. I bite back a smile. Lucy's cheeks are as red as the dahlias on the windowsill. Somehow I'm sensing more to this story than she's letting on. Well, I think that sounds okay. So what if you used to have a crush on him? Was it a long time ago? Oh, ages ago, she says gratefully. So long ago. He probably didn't even know. I was just Kyle's goofy little sister to him, you know? Totally. God, look at this mess. Lucy tries to wipe all the little bits of tissue off her jeans. You must think I'm nuts. Not at all, I say softly as she disappears into the bathroom to toss the scraps. Not at all. Just then, my two favorite men appear at the door. And that's why Guatemala has the best coffee, Logan is explaining to our infant. It's the volcanic ash that makes it taste so good. Can you say volcanic ash? Leo waves his tiny fist. My heart melts. Lucy's here, I tell him, as he leans in to kiss me and to deposit the baby into my arms. She emerges from the bathroom at that exact moment. Oh, that's great. Hi, Lucy. Hi, Logan. Congratulations. Thank you. But this amazing woman here deserves all the credit. The way Logan looks at me fills me with pride. He really does think I'm amazing. Okay, the fact that I just pushed a butternut squash out of my hoo-ha is pretty amazing, but I get the feeling that I could do just about anything, and Logan's opinion of me wouldn't change. There's an incredible sense of security in that, a happiness I never knew was possible. So this is him, is it? Lucy asks softly, creeping up and peering in at Leo. This is him, I say proudly. Our little heartbreaker. He sure is. She runs her thumb over his tender cheek. May I? Of course. I slide Leo into her arms, and she slips into the guest chair with him. When she looks up, there's a haze of tears in her eyes. But this time, they aren't tears of sadness. Gosh, you did something great, Blake. I'm so proud of you. Logan squeezes my shoulder, and I smile. Thanks. I'm pretty proud of me, too. The rest of the day is a swarm of visitors. Logan's mother, Eleanor, and her boyfriend, Ed, my parents, and then Heather, Tim, Daisy, and Jack. The kids are beyond excited to meet their new cousin. Daisy presents him with a stuffed lion, and Jack brings a toy truck. They both seem deadly serious as they study his puckered little face, count off his fingers and toes. Heather catches my eye and we share a smile, and I feel another rush of gratitude that she was ballsy enough to come into Bloomers that day and, quite rightly, tell me off. Now I get to call her family. When Logan sees me fading, he ushers everyone out of the room so that I can get some sleep. One more night, he says after everyone's gone. He's curled awkwardly on the twin bed beside me, one arm wedged under the pillow and one wrapped around my still puffy stomach. He strokes my skin gently with his palm, runs his lips over the back of my neck as I get closer to sleep. Then we can go home. Home, I say with a smile. That'll be nice. It'll be perfect. The next day, we do indeed get to go home. It only takes us an hour to get Leo strapped into the car seat, and then another hour to crawl the 20 blocks home with Logan driving at roughly the speed of an arthritic snail. When we finally pull up in front of the old colonial house we bought 2 months ago, I breathe a sigh of contentment. Home. Home, Logan echoes. Okay, it doesn't quite feel like home yet. When we decided to relocate to Connecticut, Logan insisted we buy a house, and I'd fallen in love with this one the moment we saw it. The magnolia tree out front, the floor-to-ceiling fireplace in the living room, the huge bonus space over the garage that we could someday turn into a separate suite or a guest house. It was probably more modest than what Logan was used to, but to me it felt beyond grand. Of course, Logan was unable to leave things as is. He'd insisted on having a bunch of renovations done before we could move in. The result of which was that we'd only been able to move in a week before my due date. I hadn't even been able to finish getting the nursery done. Poor Leo was going to be sleeping in a bright purple room that the previous owner had used as her beading room. He had a crib and a change table, but not much else. I felt horribly guilty about the whole thing, but Logan assured me it would be fine. He'd never steered me wrong before, so I'd trust him on this one too. Leo has a mom and a dad who already think the sun rises and sets on his perfect little head, so he's already quite a few steps ahead of many kids out there. Logan helps me out of the car, and then we carefully wrestle Leo out. This time, it only takes us half as long as it took to get him in. See? We're already rocking this parenting thing. Home sweet home, Logan says as we enter the kitchen. I still have to do a double take every time I walk into this place. Everything gleams. Logan had chosen all the most high-end fixtures and finishes, so even though it was sort of the same kitchen as it was when we bought it, it had been elevated into something out of a showroom. I have yet to inform him that I'm not exactly the world's greatest cook, and that the 6-burner gas range with double ovens is completely wasted on me. What are you smiling about? He asks, glancing at me as he drops his keys on the island. Nothing. Just happy to be here. With you. Oh, yeah? Me too. He wraps his hands around my waist and pulls me to him gently. His touch is everything I could ever want. Warm and firm and soft at once. I rest against his chest, just feeling it rise and fall beneath my cheek. After a couple of minutes, Leo starts to squawk, and I pull away, lifting the carrier and setting him on the island so I can unbuckle him. As soon as I lift him out and hold him against me, he quiets. Shall we show him his new bedroom? Logan asks. You mean the Purple Palace? I frown, but Logan's eyes just twinkle. What is he up to now? I follow him upstairs and down the hall to Leo's room. As soon as we reach the entrance, I immediately start to cry. Not just a little bit, but big gulping sobs. Because it's beautiful. So beautiful. Everything I could have wanted for our son. You did all this? Well, some of it, he admits. Some of it I paid other people to do. Is it okay? It's beyond okay. It's perfect. The hardwood floors gleam, but a plush white rug covers most of the floor space. The crib we'd picked out together is standing proudly at one end of the room, but Logan's also added a cozy-looking rocking chair, a handsome changing table, and a massive 9-drawer bureau that might be big enough to hold all the baby clothes we've accumulated in the last 6 months. The walls are painted a gradated blue that starts off pale near the floor and gradually darkens to an inky navy at the top. The ceiling is painted the same deep blue. It's the ceiling I look up at now, craning my neck. Are those stars? I ask Logan. The entire surface is covered with an intricate pattern of white dots, some smaller, some larger, just like in a real sky. There's even a hazy cluster of them that looks like a far-off galaxy. Yeah, but not just any stars. Look. Logan crosses the room to close the light-blocking blinds that cover the window, and then he hits the light switch. The room darkens. When I look up, I see a grouping of stars lit up right over the crib. What's that? That's the constellation Leo. He points out the stars, the 9 heavenly bodies that represent the lion. Do you think he'll like it? I look down at Leo's face. Tiny and squished, but contented too. I think he'll love it. Then Logan takes us both into his arms. Together, the 3 of us are our own perfect constellation. In the darkness, under the painted stars, we shine. We shine like diamonds. This concludes The Heartbreaker by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. Copyright 2018 by Kat Carmine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kat Carmine and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.